Chapter 216. Dong Hai True Lord? The elders of the major sects looked at each other with a hint of shock in their eyes. They were all from the major sects and their legacies were complete. Of course, they knew about Dong Hai True Lord when the last Vitality Tide recovered. Even at the peak of the recovery of the Vitality Tide, Earth Immortals were extremely rare, let alone Dong Hai True Lord, an invincible expert who stood at the peak of the Earth Immortal level. How did the Jianghu know about Dong Hai True Lord's cave abode? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace stared at Mingyu and asked. Dong Hai True Lord's cave abode must be extremely secretive. Even if someone knew about it, it must be an Earth Immortal of the same level. As for the Jianghu, if the other major sects overseas had produced Earth Immortals, then the Jianghu had never produced an Earth Immortal expert because of their cultivation method. If it weren't for the Jianghu's strange methods and the fact that many of their ancestors were in hibernation, they would have been removed from the major sects long ago. Hee hee. The black-robed Mingyu sneered. Thousands of years ago, the leader of the Jianghu accidentally found a descendant of one of Dong Hai True Lord's disciples and invited him into the Jianghu. Then the other party told us everything truthfully. Mingyu didn't mind telling them these things. Dong Hai True Lord's cave abode was extremely secretive. Even if the Jianghu's method was used, it would only work under certain circumstances. Even if others found the cave abode, they wouldn't be able to enter. The elders of the major sects shivered when they heard this. Although Mingyu said it very casually and invited the descendant of Dong Hai True Lord into the Jianghu, in fact, with the Jianghu's methods, the other party was probably tortured to the point where he would rather die than tell the secret of Dong Hai True Lord's cave abode. Aren't the Jianghu afraid of Dong Hai True Lord's revenge? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace frowned slightly. Revenge? The black-robed Mingyu let out a strange laugh. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Dong Hai True Lord's body and soul have probably been destroyed. How can he take revenge on the Jianghu? As soon as he said this, the others fell silent. Indeed, even if he was an Earth Immortal, he was only a 1,000-year-old Shoyuan. It had been nearly 10,000 years since the last Vitality Tide, and Dong Hai True Lord had naturally passed away long ago. The abode of a peak land immortal? Mingyu, who was dressed in a black robe, couldn't help showing greed in his eyes. Jianghu had no hope of stepping into the realm of Earth Immortals due to the shackles of their techniques. However, as a peak Earth Immortal, True Lord Dong Hai might have a way to solve the shackles of Jianghu's techniques in his cave residence. Even without these, the cave abode of a pinnacle Earth Immortal was enough to make any legends fight for it. Nowadays, the overseas sect masters needed to oversee their respective sects, and they couldn't leave easily. This was especially true for a notorious sect like Jianghu. That was why the Jianghu Lord had asked Mingyu to try and take the abode of True Lord Dong Hai. Mingyu was one of the mythical martial artists in the entire overseas martial arts world who was closest to the sect master level. He was good at survival, and even the sect masters might not be able to take him down. He was the most suitable person to take action. Once we enter True Lord Dong Hai's abode, if you listen to my orders, I might be able to give you some of his treasures. Mingyu glanced at them coldly and said slowly. This was his ultimate goal for saying so much. No matter what, True Lord Dong Hai was a peak Earth Immortal. Even after almost 10,000 years, the means he left behind still made Mingyu uneasy. At this time, if the elders of the other great sects made a move, they would have a higher chance of obtaining True Lord Dong Hai's treasures. Give us some of his treasures. The elders of the great sects looked at each other and were extremely tempted. As elders of the great sects, they naturally wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures. However, True Lord Dong Hai was a peak Earth Immortal. How could the treasures he left behind be ordinary? In that case, we'll have to trouble you this time, Taoist Mingyu, said the man with a long sword on his back from the 10,000 Swords sect. The others nodded one after another, obviously agreeing with Mingyu's suggestion. Even the arrogant Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace didn't refuse. At their level, they had no other pursuits other than advancing further. True Lord Dong Hai's cave abode contained the treasures that he had collected throughout his life. Even if it could not help them enter the Earth God Immortal realm, it would be easy for them to become sect master-level martial artists. Then let's go now. A smile appeared on Mingyu's face. Immortal Abode Island. Inside the abode. Of course, Su Qin didn't know that someone had set their sights on Immortal Abode Island. At this moment, Su Qin sat cross-legged in front of the spirit fountain. 8 or 9 burning divine pills floated in front of him. They were the divine Lihuo pills. Just as Su Qin expected, this abode could indeed be used repeatedly. During this period, Su Qin had signed in a total of 52 divine Lihua pills. Unfortunately, it seemed that signing in 52 divine Lihua pills had exhausted the abode's Dao accumulation. After that, Su Qin couldn't sign in here anymore. Crack. Crack. At this time, the 52 divine Lihua pills placed in front of Su Qin exploded, turning into 52 fire dragons and entering Su Qin's body. At the same time, a huge stone diagram appeared behind Su Qin. On the stone diagram there were thousands of light spots. At this moment, at the edge of the stone diagram, the invisible light spot suddenly lit up by more than half, and then slowly dimmed. 9 killing arrays and more than 50 divine Lihua pills can't fill up a single light spot? Su Qin opened his eyes and sighed softly. At this moment he once again felt the difficulty of cultivating the Great Sun diagram. With such a huge amount of resources, it was enough to satisfy a group of mythical warriors for hundreds of years, but it couldn't even fill up a single light spot? However, Su Qin thought about it and it was understandable. After all, after cultivating the Great Sun diagram, Su Qin could transform into the legendary three-legged golden crow, the most powerful mythical beast of the fire element, and master all kinds of terrifying divine abilities such as the Great Sun divine fire. If he could really cultivate it so casually, Su Qin would wonder if there was something wrong with it. However, I can feel that the light spot is about to be filled up. As long as there are a few hundred more divine Lihua pills, it will be almost done. Su Qin roughly estimated, his thoughts fluctuating. It seems that in the future I have to sign in more places with sufficient fire element power, so that the probability of getting divine Lihua pills will be higher. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. After signing in for decades, Su Qin also roughly figured out the rules of signing in. Generally speaking, wherever Su Qin signs in, he will receive corresponding treasures. For example, Su Qin has signed in at the Shaolin Temple for more than 20 years, and most of the treasures he received were Buddhist treasures. Of course, nothing is absolute. Su Qin also signed in at the Thousand Buddha Hall of the Shaolin Temple, the Eye of Truth, a divine ability that obviously has nothing to do with Buddhism. However, these are only a minority. If Su Qin really wants to get a large number of divine pills of the fire element, it is more reliable to find a place with sufficient fire element power and enough Dao accumulation to sign in. Forget it. I definitely won't be able to cultivate the Great Sun diagram in a short time. Let's break through to the 8th heavenly layer first. If I delay any longer, the spiritual opportunity of the spiritual opportunity spring will probably be lost again. Su Qin glanced at the spiritual opportunity spring in front of him and made a decision in his heart. The spiritual opportunity spring was being consumed every moment. If he delays any longer, Su Qin will feel distressed. Let's begin. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the spiritual opportunity spring that was originally quietly gushing out suddenly began to vibrate. Countless spring water floated out of thin air and poured into Su Qin's body. Outside the cave, after carefully inspecting the heaven and earth great formation, Qingqiu Qianshan turned her head and looked at the small island in the center of the lake. Is my lord really not from the Golden Crow clan? Qingqiu Qianshan blinked her eyes, full of doubts. During this period, every once in a while, Qingqiu Qianshan would faintly feel a terrifying heat coming from the small island in the center of the lake. It was as if a terrifying sun was being nurtured inside that small island. My lord is really too scary. Qingqiu Qianshan only looked for a while, then hurriedly lowered her head and stood aside respectfully, paying attention to the operation of the heaven and earth great formation. The reason why Su Qin spared her life was to operate the heaven and earth great formation on Immortal Abode Island. If Qingqiu Qianshan couldn't even do such a small thing, when Su Qin comes out of seclusion, her fate could be imagined. Therefore, in order to satisfy Su Qin, Qingqiu Qianshan put almost all her attention on the heaven and earth great formation, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Underground cave world. The sky was dark and oppressive. Master, that's the Cathode City. Mohim walked to Su Qin's side and pointed forward. On top of a huge underground volcano, a magnificent city was quietly standing there. This big city was several times larger than the Demon Cloud City. The city walls were dark and faintly exuded a deep aura. Cathode City is actually built on a volcano? Su Qin's mind moved. He looked at the Cathode City and muttered to himself. Even though Su Qin was still dozens of miles away from the Cathode City, he could still feel the hot air blowing on his face. My lord. Mohim immediately explained. The Cathode City lords all cultivated the ultimate in demonic art. If you want to achieve great accomplishment in the demonic art, in addition to collecting pure yin qi, you also need to be in the ultimate young environment realm. Only then can there be hope, so that's how it is. Su Qin nodded slightly. When he was in the 9th grade martial Dao, he realized the importance of the coexistence of yin and yang. However, for other creatures, the coexistence of yin and yang was not absolute. For example, the divine beast three-legged golden crow was born from the great sun. However, divine beasts like the three-legged golden crow were a minority. Most creatures were born after birth, and it was impossible for them to always specialize in one path. Even an earth immortal like the Eastern Sea's true lord had more than just fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the word sea to appear in the Eastern Sea's Taoist name. The underground volcano is full of fire element power, and the Cathode City is a big city in the cave world. There must be a branch of the ancient demon tree with sufficient Tao accumulation. If I sign in again, I'm afraid I can get a lot of divine pills of the fire element. In this way, I can speed up the cultivation of the great sun painting. Su Qin's eyes lit up. Chapter 217. Dozens of miles away from the Cathode City. Su Qin's eyes were fiery, and his thoughts were turning quickly. For Su Qin, once he cultivates the Great Sun diagram, he can transform into the strongest mythological beast, the three-legged golden crow. Even if it's just a three-legged golden crow cub, it's enough to suppress a martial Dao powerhouse like an earth immortal. It was a pity that, although there are no bottlenecks in cultivating the Great Sun diagram, the resources required are like mountains and seas. Of course, once Su Qin cultivates the Great Sun diagram, the qualitative change brought about will be difficult to find in the world. Originally, Su Qin was thinking of looking for a place with abundant fire elemental power to sign in, so that he could prepare to cultivate the Great Sun diagram. As a result, the Cathode City appeared. How could he not be happy? Master. The Cathode City Lord led many demon kings under his command and died outside the Demon Cloud City. Now there shouldn't be any powerhouses in the Cathode City? Mohim said cautiously. Got it? Su Qin nodded slightly and headed towards the Cathode City. Since leaving the Demon Cloud City, Su Qin did not immediately go to the Cathode City. Instead, he roughly strolled around the Mahua territory to determine other places where he could sign in. After more than a year, he arrived outside the Cathode City. When Mohim saw Su Qin leaving, he immediately followed. Su Qin came to the Cathode City. Compared to the Demon Cloud City, the Cathode City was much more prosperous. Even if the Cathode City Lord hasn't returned for a long time, there are still a large number of demons coming in and out every day. 8 demon kings? Su Qin opened the eyes of truth, and casually glanced around, and he knew the details of the Cathode City at this moment. Currently, the entire Cathode City has only 8 demon kings, and these 8 demon kings are the kind of demons who have just entered the demon king realm. When Su Qin appeared in front of the Cathode City, he did not hide his figure. Therefore, soon after, a group of demons rushed out of the Cathode City, and then stood in front of Su Qin and respectfully said, "We greet the Demon Cloud City Lord." It has been more than a year since Su Qin killed the Cathode City Lord and many demon kings outside the Demon Cloud City. The news has already spread throughout the Mahua region. Of course, the Cathode City has also received the news. Therefore, for the past year or so, the remaining demon kings of Cathode City had been worried day and night. They were deeply afraid that Su Qin would suddenly come and kill them one by one, just like how he dealt with the Cathode City Lord. As such, these devil kings had long issued orders to have the devil clansmen keep watch outside the city. Once there was any suspicious figure of Su Qin, they were to be informed immediately. You know me? Su Qin glanced at the respectful demon kings and said casually. The city lord's fame has long spread throughout the Mohua territory. Who doesn't know of you? The leader of the demon kings said respectfully, "We are here to wait for the city lord to take over Cathode City." You're quite tactful. Su Qin glanced at the leader of the demon clansmen and walked straight into Cathode City. As Su Qin entered, the demon kings who came out to greet him breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most afraid of was that Su Qin would directly kill them without saying a word. In this way they wouldn't even have the chance to surrender. Now that Su Qin has spared their lives, as long as they don't court death, there should be no danger. Mohim glanced at the demon kings of Cathode City, and suddenly a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Next, Mohim and the demon kings quickly followed behind Su Qin. After they completely disappeared. Outside Cathode City, there was a complete uproar. Many demons who came in and out were stunned. It was the first time they saw the demon kings of Cathode City being so humble. Facing Su Qin, These demon kings couldn't wait to kneel down on the spot. Humph. What do you know? That person just now is the city lord of Demon Cloud City, a peerless powerhouse who killed the Cathode City Lord. A demon who obviously recognized Su Qin said in a low voice. What? He is the city lord of Demon Cloud City? When the rest of the demons heard this, their pupils shrank and their faces were full of horror. Although they didn't immediately recognize Su Qin, how could they not have heard of Su Qin's prestige? The Cathode City Lord was one of the strongest powerhouses in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Now that he suddenly fell, it had already caused an uproar. Then what should we do? This city lord won't start a massacre, right? A timid demon couldn't help but ask. What should we do? Another demon sneered, if the Demon Cloud City Master really wants to kill, what can you do? Yes, although the city lord is decisive, he should disdain slaughtering the weak. Otherwise, Demon Cloud City would have long been reduced to a dead city. The third demon nodded and said. However, this time, a big shot really came to my Cathode City. The demon who spoke first sighed in a low voice. The rest of the demons were silent, looking in awe. Just when the Cathode City was in an uproar because of the arrival of Su Qin. Su Qin had already arrived at the City Lord's Hall, and all the demon kings, including Mohim, were waiting outside the City Lord's Hall. You can all go down. If Master needs anything, I will inform you. Mohim glanced at the many demon kings who were uneasy and said. Yes. The demon kings looked at each other, bowed and retreated. At this time, deep in the City Lord's Hall, an ancient tree swayed and a little bit of demonic light bloomed. It was extremely extraordinary. Compared with the ancient tree in the Demon Cloud City, the ancient tree in the Cathode City had red branches and leaves, and a hot aura slowly filled the air. The branches of the ancient demon tree are so different? Su Qin stood under the ancient tree with a thoughtful look on his face. The ancient tree in the Cathode City was also a branch of the ancient demon tree in the depths of the world, but for some reason, the state of this ancient tree was like this. Is it because of the volcano underground or because the real ancient demon tree is divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Su Qin touched his chin, his thoughts fluctuating. Forget it. Don't worry about this. Let's just sign in and try it. Su Qin pondered for a moment and said in his heart, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtained the Red Flame Demon Pill. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Red Flame Demon Pill. Su Qin's mind quickly merged into the system space and found a red pill in the corner. This Red Flame Demon Pill was not as good as the Lihua Divine Pill in terms of aura, but it was not much worse. What made Su Qin more concerned was that the number of sign-ins here should be far more than the Immortal's Cave Mansion on Immortal Abode Island. The ancient tree in the Demon Cloud City was enough for Su Qin to sign in for several years, not to mention that the one in the Cathode City was obviously much bigger than the one in the Demon Cloud City. Not bad, not bad. Maybe my hope of cultivating the Great Sun diagram is here. Su Qin smiled and thought with satisfaction in his heart. From today onwards I will stay here and sign in all the time. Su Qin made a decision in his heart, and directly informed the Mohim outside with his demonic sense, then sat down cross-legged and fell into cultivation. Immortal Abode Island. Inside the Immortal's Cave Mansion. Su Qin's aura slowly calmed down. I'm finally at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Now I'm ready to break through to the 8th heavenly layer. Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief and thought quickly in his heart. This time, entering the peak of the 7th heavenly layer consumed nearly 1/10 of the spirit spring. The remaining should be enough for me to enter the 8th heavenly layer. Su Qin sat cross-legged and thought secretly. This spirit fountain has saved me at least 5 years of hard work. Su Qin nodded slightly. Martial Dao cultivation, especially the cultivation of a legend, was not just about swallowing World's Essence Qi. World's Essence Qi was everywhere in the world. Even during the quiet period of the World's Essence Qi, there was still a lot. But for a truly powerful legend, swallowing World's Essence Qi could at most make up for the consumption. As for going further, it was impossible to even think about it. If a legend wants to break through, in addition to perceiving the world, the most important thing is the World's Essence Qi. And Essence Qi will only appear in large quantities when the World's Essence Qi tide recovers. The Spirit Spring is the aggregation of countless Essence Qi. Even during the peak of the World's Essence Qi tide, there were not many Spirit Springs. The East Sea's true monarch was able to get one, not only because of his powerful strength, but also because of his good luck. Otherwise, even if you have the strength to destroy the world, if you can't find the Spirit Spring, what can you do? Over the years, I have comprehended many divine arts and secret arts, and experienced the vast world. My accumulation in the realm is already enough. Breaking through is completely a matter of course. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and a sense of urgency suddenly rose in his heart. As the world's essence chi tide recovers, more and more powerhouses will appear, such as the overseas martial Dao world and Immortal Abode Island, a secret place that has existed since the last world's essence chi tide. Although Su Qin was still fearless, he was still worried about accidents. For example, the Green Hill Fox clan's patriarch, Qingqiu Qingling. It seemed that Su Qin killed him with a punch. But in fact, if the Green Hill Fox clan's patriarch was a few thousand times stronger, Su Qin would have a hard time killing him with a punch. Still need to become stronger. If I can reach the height of Buddha, I can directly suppress any evil in the world. Su Qin closed his eyes again, and the aura in his body continued to condense and shrink. The spirit spring turned into countless essence chi and poured into Su Qin's body. At the same time, at the edge of the East Sea, Kuragenkyo's Mingyu and the elders of the overseas exalted sects arrived. According to the news that the Kuragenkyo has received, Lord Donghai's residence is in this region of the sea. The black-robed Mingyu said excitedly. The sea here is so vast. How do we know where Lord Donghai's residence is? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace frowned. The others nodded slightly. Indeed, the East Sea was too big. The Lord's residence must be covered by a heaven and earth array to avoid being scanned by immortal will. Did they have to search the entire East Sea inch by inch? If so, it would take them a few hundred years to search the entire East Sea even with the speed of a legendary martial artist. Don't worry. The black-robed Mingyu glanced at them and said, I have a secret art. As long as we are within a mile of Lord Donghai's residence, we can lock on to its exact location. Chapter 218. 1 mile. Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the others relaxed a little when they heard this. Although 1 mile was still a drop in the ocean compared to the vast East Sea, it was still much better than searching inch by inch. However, nearly 10,000 years have passed. The heaven and earth array of Lord Donghai's residence should have collapsed. Without the protection of the heaven and earth array, would this residence have been discovered long ago? The Taoist from the Dao One sect thought for a moment and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, the expressions of the others changed slightly. This was indeed a possibility. After all, even the world had changed after 10,000 years, let alone a mere residence of a perfected Lord. As for the heaven and earth array, after such a long time, the so-called heaven and earth array would have been destroyed and couldn't protect the residence. Even an ordinary person could enter the residence and take away the treasures of the perfected Lord. Impossible. The black-robed Mingyu flatly denied. True monarch Donghai once found a spirit essence spring in the extreme north. With true monarch Donghai's array Dao skills and this spirit essence spring, the heaven and earth great array could last until now. As long as the heaven and earth array is still there, even if it has declined, it's impossible for outsiders to enter. Mingyu said word by word. Spirit essence spring? The pupils of Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace shrank slightly. As an exalted sect, the Snow God Palace naturally knew what a spirit essence spring was. It was the condensation of the spirit essence of heaven and earth. If an ordinary legend obtained it, he would definitely soar to the sky. Even for an earth immortal, the spirit essence spring was an extremely precious treasure. If it really is a spirit essence spring, I'm afraid that Lord Donghai's residence can indeed survive until now. The old Taoist from the Dao One sect sighed as his expression changed slightly. Taoist Mingyu, if that's the case, why don't you tell us the secret method to search for the residence? If we get the secret method, we can search separately and save time. The man with a long sword from the Wanjian school said. Hearing this, the eyes of the others lit up and they all looked at Mingyu. You want the secret method? Mingyu, who was wearing a black robe, sneered. Do you think I will give you the secret method? This mystic technique was the key to finding the Eastern Sea True Monarch's residence. If Mingyu told others about it, and if someone found the cave residence first and used the mystic technique to sneak in, Mingyu wouldn't even have a place to cry. Cough, cough. The man from Wanjian school with a long sword coughed softly and said with a little embarrassment, Since you don't want to tell us the secret method, we won't force you. The others' eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. In terms of strength, Mingyu was one of the mythical warriors closest to the sect leader in the entire overseas martial arts world. Moreover, he was good at life-saving means. If Mingyu was unwilling to hand over the secret method, they could do nothing about it. Humph. The black-robed Mingyu was too lazy to care about the thoughts of the other great sect's elders. The reason why he told them about the cave abode of True Monarch East Sea was that he wanted to use these elders. He wanted the elders of the great sects to test the killing array in True Monarch East Sea's residence and scout the way for him. This was Mingyu's plan. In fact, it was no longer a plan but an overt conspiracy. Whether it was Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace or the man with a long sword from Wanjian School, who didn't know that Mingyu was using them. But so what? They would even consider risking their lives for the cave abode of a peak Earth immortal, let alone using it. Now that the essence chi tide had begun to recover and the great world was about to begin, they would be caught up by the overlords sooner or later. All right. Let's get started. The black-robed Mingyu's eyes were still cold. He took out a piece of jade and suddenly crushed it. Suddenly, wisps of blood-red light emerged from the jade. What's this? The Lao Dao cultivator from the Dao Yi sect stared at the blood-red light and was puzzled. This is a bloodline extracted from the descendant of True Monarch East Sea's disciple by the Kuragenkyo. I refined it with a secret Kuragenkyo art. As long as it is within a mile of True Monarch East Sea's residence, it will glow. It was rare for Mingyu to explain. He glanced at everyone and continued, "Follow me closely." At the same time, on Yingzhou Island, Su Qin's breakthrough had also reached a critical moment. Su Qin sat cross-legged. As he breathed, the spirit spring quickly collapsed and turned into endless spirit qi which Su Qin swallowed. The consequence of a large amount of spirit qi entering his body was that Su Qin felt as if his body was about to explode as a terrifying energy wave reverberated in his body. If True Monarch East Sea came back to life, he would definitely be dumbfounded when he saw Su Qin using the spirit spring. The spirit spring was a condensation of spirit qi of heaven and earth. Even an expert at the level of an earth immortal would slowly absorb it. However, Su Qin took a breath and the spirit spring was reduced by a section. If not for the fact that Su Qin's body had undergone 5 transformations and was extremely powerful, he would definitely explode and die. Even his divine will would be reduced to ashes under the pressure of the terrifying spirit qi. It's about time. Su Qin's expression was extremely solemn. Although breaking through from the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven was not a qualitative change like breaking through from the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven, it was still not to be underestimated. At this level, every breakthrough was a transformation of one's life. Even someone as powerful as Su Qin was extremely cautious and did not dare to ignore it in the slightest. This was because Su Qin knew that any neglect in martial arts cultivation would cause unimaginable hidden dangers. If not for a treasure like the Spirit Spring, Su Qin was prepared to use 5 to 6 years to slowly grind his way up. The next moment, the true essence in Su Qin's body boiled and fused with countless spirit qi as he began to break through the bottleneck of the 8th heaven. Boom! An incomparably terrifying sound that was completely on the spiritual level resounded in Su Qin's ears. Under Su Qin's full impact, the originally impregnable bottleneck of the 8th heaven began to shake and loosen. In a spurt of energy, Su Qin did not stop. Instead, he once again gathered all of his true essence and divine will and continued to break through the bottleneck of the 8th heaven. At this time, the importance of the Spirit Spring was reflected. If not for the Spirit Spring, Su Qin could at most break through once, twice, or thrice before his true essence and divine will were exhausted and he would need to recuperate for a period of time. But now, with the Spirit Spring to replenish his energy, Su Qin could continuously break through. In the following time, Su Qin kept breaking through the bottleneck of the 8th heaven. As long as the Spirit Spring was not exhausted, Su Qin would not stop. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times? The Spirit Spring that was originally gushing out began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the bottleneck of the 8th heaven began to crack silently. Now's the time. Su Qin's eyes lit up. He immediately devoured the last of the Spirit Spring. Then he took out hundreds of divine pills and spiritual liquids and consumed them all. He gathered all of his energy and made the final impact. But it was as if the entire world had quietened down. The bottleneck of the 8th heaven was gradually broken. Su Qin's aura suddenly began to skyrocket and filled every inch of air in the cave abode. As time passed, Su Qin's aura silently broke through the seal of the cave abode and shrouded the entire Immortal Abode Island. An Immortal Abode Island. What realm has Milord cultivated to? Why do I feel that the vitality and spiritual vigor of the entire Immortal Abode Island is decreasing? Qingqiu Qianqian's face was filled with shock. She had lived on Immortal Abode Island for so many years. Naturally, she knew how much vitality and spiritual vigor there was on the island. If it was just a little less, Qingqiu Qianshan might not have noticed it. But now it was not just a little less. It was greatly decreasing. The only possibility that Qingqiu Qianshan could think of was Su Qin. Could it be that Master has completely devoured the spirit spring? Qingqiu Qianshan was in disbelief. Although she did not know how precious the spirit spring was, she could vaguely sense how vast the spirit vigor and vitality contained in the spirit spring was just from the moment she came into contact with it. The spirit spring had supplied Immortal Abode Island for nearly 10,000 years. Even if there was not much left in the end, it was still not something that an ordinary legend could devour. Just as Qingqiu Qianshan was in doubt. Rumble. A vast aura rushed out from the small island in the middle of the lake and quickly spread to the entire Immortal Abode Island. Under this aura, Qingqiu Qianshan only felt as if she was facing the endless sky. She did not even have the courage to look directly at it. The next moment, under Qingqiu Qianshan's incredulous gaze, the vast aura that rushed out from the cave abode began to shake the heaven and earth formation that shrouded the entire Immortal Abode Island. Not good. Qingqiu Qianshan was instantly shocked. She quickly began to use the method that Su Qin gave her to slowly operate the heaven and earth formation. However, unfortunately, no matter how Qingqiu Qianshan tried to stop it, the vast aura still blasted a crack in the heaven and earth formation and leaked out a trace of Immortal Abode Island's aura. Qingqiu Qianshan looked up at the sky and muttered to herself, "It's just a trace of aura. There shouldn't be any problem, right?" At this moment, the people of the overseas major sects were quickly searching the East Sea. Taoist Mingyu, the East Sea is too vast. If we continue to search like this, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find it even after several years of delay. By then, what should we do about the mission given by the sect masters? The Lao Dao master of the Dao Yi sect frowned slightly. They had been searching in the East Sea for nearly a month, but to no avail. When the black-robed Mingyu heard this, he suddenly stopped and looked at the wisp of blood floating in front of him. He pondered for a while and said, 1 month. Search for another month. After a month, if there are no clues, we will go to the battlefield and find out the cause of death of our disciples. The others heard this and nodded. The cave abode of a peak earth immortal was an unprecedented opportunity, but the premise was that they could find it. Suddenly, at this moment, in front of Mingyu of the Kuragenkyo, the wisp of blood suddenly boiled and rushed in a certain direction. When Mingyu saw this scene, his face changed slightly and then he was overjoyed. Found it, I found the cave abode of the East Sea True Lord. Chapter 219. You found perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode? The other elders of the large sects looked at each other in shock. They had been searching in the East Sea for more than a month, and now they had found it? Mingyu seemed to know everyone's doubts and quickly explained, this blood light was made by the Kuragenkyo by extracting the blood of the descendant of perfected Lord Donghai's disciple with a secret technique. As long as you are within 1 mile of the cave abode, you can lock onto it. Also, once the aura of perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode leaks, you can also roughly sense it. Mingyu smiled and continued, originally when the essence chi recovered, I only guessed that the heaven and earth grand array in perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode would leak, but I wasn't sure. But now it seems that I was right. Mingyu's voice was filled with excitement as he spoke. Since the aura of the cave abode had leaked until now, it meant that it had been in operation before. As long as the heaven and earth grand array set up by a peak earth immortal hadn't been completely destroyed, who could force their way in when the essence chi was still? Therefore, Mingyu judged that the treasures in perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode should still be there and hadn't been taken by others. In that case, Taoist Mingyu, what are we waiting for? The man with a long sword from Wanjian school immediately said. No hurry. With the bloodline lock we can't escape. Mingyu leisurely followed behind the blood-red light while the rest of the elders followed closely behind. Soon they arrived at a vast and empty sea. This is it? When Mingyu saw the blood light spinning, he was sure that perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode was nearby. Elder Shuiyu of Snow God Palace and the other elders looked around and frowned. Why can't I feel the aura of the grand array? Humph. Mingyu sneered. Perfected Lord Donghai is a powerful being. With his attainments in array Dao, how can you sense the grand array he set up? That's right. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao Yi sect nodded slightly. According to our sect's records, perfected Lord Donghai is extremely powerful and is second only to the ultimate overlords. If it weren't for that battle back then, perfected Lord Donghai would have been able to enter the ranks of the ultimate overlords. That battle, Mingyu looked at the old Taoist of the Taoyi school with great interest and asked, which side won the war? Compared to other sects overseas that had been passed down since the last Essence Chi recovery, the Taoyi sect's legacy. The Black Origin sect's legacy was much shorter. Even after so many years of collecting information, they only knew that the Great War back then had been extremely fierce. Many of the so-called strongest martial artists, who had surpassed the Earth God immortal realm, had fallen. Otherwise, even if the Essence Chi's Overlord Lord. Of course we won. The old Taoist from the Taoyi sect shook his head and said, otherwise this world would have been occupied by the devil race long ago. Would we even have a chance to speak here? At this point, the old Taoist from the Taoyi sect paused for a while and sighed, however, although our world repelled the cave world back then, we also paid a terrible price. Especially at the end of the war, we angered a certain demon god from the cave world. The other party opened his eyes from the depths of the cave world and looked at the human world. Under that terrifying gaze, the battlefield collapsed directly. Many of the strongest fell and some were seriously injured. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoyi sect looked emotional. After such a long time, the truth could no longer be restored. Even the great sects could only deduce what had happened from the ancient books in their respective sections. I see. Mingyu's expression turned solemn. Although the Kuragenkyo's illusory devil body was known as the strongest life-saving ability, Mingyu also knew his own limitations. The so-called strongest life-saving ability was only relative. If he really went back to 10,000 years ago, facing the gaze of the devil overlord, even if the Kuragenkyo's grandmaster came back to life, he would definitely be dead. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's break the formation quickly. Mingyu pondered for a while, then grabbed forward with his right hand. Suddenly, a cloud of black gas appeared. Buzz. This cloud of black gas was directly scattered in front of him. In an instant, a hazy heaven and earth formation emerged, revealing itself under the sprinkling of the black gas. It's really here? Mingyu looked delighted. The heaven and earth formation set up by Lord Donghai was indeed hidden enough. Even in front of them they couldn't sense it at all. But just because they couldn't sense it didn't mean it didn't exist. Mingyu only needed to confirm that it was here through the blood light. Such a vast heaven and earth great formation, compared to the mountain protection great formation of our sects, isn't it? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Taoyi sect nodded slightly and whispered in amazement. What should we do now? Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace asked directly. You guys stand in these positions, then attack the formation with all your might. Mingyu had no intention of concealing the truth. He said, these places are the blind spots of the heaven-earth formation. With our strength, if we attack with all our strength, we can break the formation in at most an hour. Mingyu glanced at everyone. This was the most valuable information he had obtained from the descendants of Lord Donghai's disciple in the Kuragenkyo. Except for Lord Donghai's closest disciples, how could anyone else know the blind spots of the formation set up by Lord Donghai? That's good. The man with a long sword in Wanjian school heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to break the heaven and earth formation set up by a peak earth immortal, it would be like ants trying to shake the sky. They might even be seriously injured by the power of the formation. However, now nearly 10,000 years had passed, and the power of the formation had begun to decline rapidly. In addition, Mingyu had told him about several blind spots in this heaven-earth formation. It was really possible to break this heaven-earth formation in an hour. Let's start now. Mingyu stood in a certain position with a solemn face, raised his right hand and attacked a certain spot of the heaven and earth formation. The other elders of the major sects looked at each other and made up their minds. Suddenly, the elders of the major sects attacked together. In a flash, the heaven and earth formation covering Yingzhou Island let out a bright light. At the same time, Qingqiu Qianqian was sitting cross-legged, silently circulating the cultivation method of the demon race in her body. Someone is breaking the formation? Qingqiu Qianqian opened her eyes and looked at the sky in surprise. At this moment, there were faint ripples in the sky, like a stone falling into the water. Qingqiu Qianqian saw a few people attacking the heaven and earth formation. It's not even 1% as powerful as when Master broke the formation. Qingqiu Qianqian shook her head. When Su Qin was outside Yingzhou Island, he almost split the entire island in half with the Fiend God's blade. The power caused by that was more than earth-shattering. However, the humans who broke the formation aren't weak. If I capture them alive, I might be able to make Master happy. Qingqiu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know how to show her usefulness in front of Su Qin, but then a few people came out. Just as Qingqiu Qianqian was about to take down Mingyu and the other elders with the power of the formation, her face suddenly changed. No. How do these people know about the blind spots of the formation? Qingqiu Qianqian was in disbelief. The heaven and earth formation of Yingzhou Island was personally set up by true Lord Donghai. Other than those close to true Lord Donghai, it was impossible for outsiders to know about the blind spots of the formation. This was because the blind spots of the formation were equivalent to the formation's flaws. As long as they grasped the blind spots, breaking the formation was only a matter of time. Even with Qingqiu Qianqian presiding over the formation, it could only be delayed for a while. They would have to break the formation sooner or later. These people must have come prepared. Qingqiu Qianqian's expression was solemn. She turned around and walked toward the island in the center of the lake without hesitation. I should inform Master about this as soon as possible. Before Su Qin went into seclusion, he told Qingqiu Qianqian that she could look for him if there was anything she couldn't solve. However, for Qingqiu Qianqian this was something she couldn't solve. Inside the cave abode in the center of the lake, Su Qin opened his eyes leisurely. Currently, his aura had been retracted, and he looked like an ordinary person. However, only Su Qin knew how terrifying the power contained in his body was. I finally entered the 8th heaven. Su Qin sighed and a trace of joy appeared on his face. During this trip to the East Sea, not only did he obtain the 12 divine beasts diagram, the strongest divine art that was second only to the Buddha's palm, but his strength had also increased by a level. How could Su Qin not be happy? Currently, Su Qin was only a step away from the 9th heaven. Once he entered the 9th heaven, he could prepare to condense his primordial spirit and break through to the earth immortal realm. It's a pity for this spiritual fountain. Su Qin lowered his head and glanced at it. He saw that the spiritual fountain that was originally gushing out had completely withered. The spiritual vigor of heaven and earth that was gushing out was now left with only a few strands. If I wait for thousands of years and experience the peak period of the recovery of the vitality tide, this spiritual fountain might be able to recover again. Su Qin stroked his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. The reason why the spiritual fountain was called the fountain was because it was like a real fountain that could continuously spurt out spring water. As long as the fountain was continuous, there would be a day when it would recover. At most, it was a matter of time. I can move this withered fountain to Chang and city and use the heaven and earth array to nurture it. Maybe it will recover faster? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently in his heart. Back then, the Lord of the East Sea found this spiritual fountain in the extreme north and moved it here. Now, Su Qin could naturally bring the spiritual fountain back to Chang'an City. Just as Su Qin was thinking slowly, Qingqiu Qianqian's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Oh? Su Qin raised his eyebrows. Come in. Su Qin moved his mind and the black stone door of the cave residence slowly opened. Lord, bad news. Someone broke in? Qingqiu Qianqian walked quickly into the cave residence and stood in front of Su Qin respectfully and said anxiously. Someone broke in? Su Qin was slightly surprised. He looked at the sky and started to cover the surroundings with his powerful divine will. Chapter 220. Outside Immortal Abode Island. Mingyu of Kuragenkyo was overjoyed. The formation is about to break. They were all elder-level figures of the overseas exalted sects and were second only to the sect masters. Regardless of whether it was their methods or abilities, they were extremely extraordinary. At this moment, as they joined forces, the heaven-earth formation that enveloped Immortal Abode Island suddenly showed signs of breaking. Rip! The hazy heaven and earth formation cracked. Mingyu of Kuragenkyo and the others saw this and immediately escaped into Immortal Abode Island through the crack. We're finally in. This heaven and earth formation is too terrifying. If we didn't know the blind spots, we would have been suppressed by the formation. The man from Wanjian school with a long sword on his back said with a face full of fear. The rest of the group also had palpitations on their faces. They had experienced the vast power of the formation just now and were even more in awe of Lord Donghai 10,000 years ago. What kind of person was he that the formation he left behind was still so terrifying after such a long time? Humph. If I wasn't alone, even if I knew the blind spots of the formation, I wouldn't have been able to break it. How could I have let you in and share the treasure with me? Mingyu of Kuragenkyo glanced coldly at the crowd. Kuragenkyo disciples had always been selfish, let alone him. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, Mingyu wouldn't have told the others about the secret of this cave abode. What a pity! Mingyu of Kuragenkyo looked at the gradually fading blood light in front of him and felt a little heartache. This blood light was refined from the blood of the descendant of Lord Donghai's disciple of Kuragenkyo. Once used, no matter what the result was, it would dissipate and disappear from the world. Fortunately, we found Lord Donghai's cave abode. This secret bloodline treasure has done its job. Even if it doesn't dissipate, it won't be used in the future. Mingyu of Kuragenkyo thought to himself. At this moment, the few of them looked at Immortal Abode Island at the same time. The essence chi and spiritual vigor of this island are far better than the outside world. Elder Shuiyu of Snow God Palace looked thoughtful. Although Su Qin had almost completely devoured the spiritual vigor spring and Immortal Abode Island had lost its source of essence chi and spiritual vigor, the essence chi and spiritual vigor that existed on the island wouldn't dissipate instantly but slowly decreased. Not bad. The environment here is comparable to some of the secret realms overseas. The Lao Dao cultivator from the Dao E school nodded slightly in agreement. Alright, let's cut the crap. Let's go to the center of the island. East Sea True Monarch's cave abode is right there. Remember, there should be a killing formation hidden beside the cave abode. Be careful and don't trigger it. If that happens, I won't be able to save you. Kuragenkyo Mingyu warned. If the heaven and earth formation that enveloped Immortal Abode Island was said to have a slim chance of survival, then the so-called killing formation would have no chance of survival. Got it. The other elders of the great sects nodded. The so-called killing formation was purely for killing. With true Lord Donghai's attainments in the Tao of formations, the killing formation that he set up would definitely be terrifying. Next, the few of them headed straight for the depths of Immortal Abode Island. Everyone was a legend and they could control their chi to fly in the air. Immediately they turned into several rays of light and shot away. Suddenly, Kuragenkyo Mingyu stopped, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. The man carrying a long sword on his back from Wanjian School asked, "Brother Mingyu, why did you stop?" "Something's wrong." Kuragenkyo Mingyu's eyes kept scanning the surroundings. According to my understanding of the Kuragenkyo, this island is called Immortal Abode Island, and it's the dojo of East Sea True Monarch. The island is full of essence chi and spiritual vigor. Logically speaking, there should be living beings on this island. But now, we haven't seen any living beings on our way here. Kuragenkyo Mingyu frowned and said. The living beings he mentioned weren't just referring to the human race. Now that you mention it, I also feel it. The Lao Dao cultivator from the Dao E school said, I just checked with a secret technique and confirmed that there was the aura of living beings on this island not long ago. But now, the Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao E school didn't continue. There were living beings but they didn't find them. There was obviously something wrong. Humph. After a while, Kuragenkyo Mingyu sneered. Sneaky. If there were living beings on this island that could easily suppress us, they would have done it when we broke the array. Why would they wait until now? Kuragenkyo Mingyu turned into a jet of black light again and darted toward the depths of Immortal Abode Island. When the others heard this, they looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed. At this point, the cave abode of the true monarch was right in front of them, and they almost saw the hope of breaking through. No one would be willing to retreat at this time. Besides, just as Mingyu said, if there were living beings that were far more powerful than them on the island, how could they be allowed to break in? Soon, they came to the lake in the depths of Immortal Abode Island. Is that it? Kuragenkyo Mingyu stared at the small island in the middle of the lake excitedly. At this time, the other elders of the major sects also rushed over and followed Mingyu's gaze to the small island in the middle of the lake. Is this the cave abode of the true monarch? Even the cold elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace had a burning gaze at this moment. Who wouldn't be excited when the cave abode of a peak earth immortal was right in front of them? Let me tell you, this lake is a killing array set up by the true monarch of the East Sea himself. No living being can cross it, let alone enter the small island in the middle of the lake. The Black Origin sect's Mingyu had just finished speaking. Boom. A roar suddenly came from the small island in the middle of the lake. A black stone door slowly opened, and a slender man with calm eyes walked out from within. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the man with a long sword from the 10,000 Sword sect, whose face turned pale. See, true monarch of the East Sea? The man with a long sword said these 4 words in an almost groaning tone. The others were all shocked. According to Kuragenkyo Mingyu, the lake was a killing array set up by the true monarch of the East Sea, and no one could cross it. At this time, the cave abode of the true monarch suddenly opened and a man walked out. Everyone would think that this man was the true monarch of the East Sea. It's been almost 10,000 years. Even 10 true monarchs of the East Sea would have died of old age. Kuragenkyo Mingyu was the first to react. He stared at Su Qin and said coldly, "Who are you?" Elder Shui Yu and the others of the Snow God Palace also reacted. Indeed, no matter how powerful the true monarch of the East Sea was, he couldn't have lived to this age. Even the overlords who had surpassed the Earth immortal state would have died of old age after 10,000 years, let alone the true monarch of the East Sea. Who am I? Su Qin didn't bother to answer this question. He had just entered the 8th heavenly level and was in a good mood. He only felt that the whole world had become clearer. The understanding that he didn't understand at first was now completely understood, as if the clouds had cleared and the sky was clear. Not talking? Dark Origin Sect's Mingyu's expression flickered. His rationality told him that he should leave now. Even if the man in front of him wasn't the true monarch of the East Sea, he was obviously unfathomable since he could quietly cross the heaven and earth array outside and enter the cave abode. But he really couldn't accept it. Ever since the Kuragenkyo caught the disciple and descendant of the true monarch of the East Sea, they had been waiting for this day, waiting for the environment to change and for the true monarch's cave abode to reveal its aura. In the end, all of this had happened, but someone had beaten them to it before the Kuragenkyo. My lord, it's them. They broke in here and knew the blind spots of the heaven and earth array outside. They must have been prepared. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded from beside Su Qin. Qingqiu Chanqian whispered to Su Qin. Demon Clan? Kuragenkyo Mingyu glanced at Qingqiu Chanqian, and his heart skipped a beat. In the overseas martial arts world, the Demon Clan was not a secret. However, in the war with the cave world 10,000 years ago, the Demon Clan's losses were far greater than the human clans, and their lineage was almost cut off. If it weren't for the fact that some of the Demon Clan's lineage came from their bloodline, they would have gone extinct long ago. The killing formation in the lake should have collapsed. Kuragenkyo Mingyu sensed it with a secret method, and his face suddenly eased a little. If the killing formation in the lake was still there, and Su Qin broke through true monarch of the East Sea's killing formation and entered the cave abode, Mingyu would immediately turn around and leave without saying a word. Breaking through the heaven and earth array outside and breaking through the killing formation set up by true monarch of the East Sea were two completely different concepts. 4 ordinary mythical martial artists who were good at formations, even if they did not know the blind spots of the heaven and earth array outside, as long as they spent decades studying it day and night, and no one was controlling the formation, there was still hope to break it. But the killing formation, breaking through the killing formation represented absolute strength. Even if 10,000 years had passed, the killing formation set up by true monarch of the East Sea was not something that anyone could break through. Those who could break through the killing formation, even if they were not Earth immortal powerhouses, were probably not far from it. But now, Mingyu clearly felt that the killing formation had collapsed. In this way, Su Qin's strength might not be as terrifying as they thought. You must have gained a lot from entering true monarch of the East Sea's cave abode, right? Kuragenkyo Mingyu suddenly said. As he said this, his eyes hinted at the elders of the major sects next to him. Snow God Palace Elder Shui Yu nodded slightly and moved silently. Together with the man with a long sword from Wanjian School, they vaguely surrounded Su Qin. The Lao Dao from the Dao Yi sect hesitated for a while and did not act rashly. Compared to the others, the Dao Yi sect had the richest foundation and had produced more than one Earth immortal. Therefore, although the Lao Dao was eager to enter true monarch of the East Sea's cave abode, it was far less important than the others. At least it was not worth risking his life for. You've obtained true monarch of the East Sea's treasures. Why don't you give some to us? Kuragenkyo Mingyu stared at Su Qin and said, Men die for wealth and birds die for food. With their combined strength, even if they were to face a sect master-level powerhouse from overseas, they would still be able to take a few blows. Kuragenkyo Mingyu was afraid of Su Qin, but for the treasures left behind by true monarch of the East Sea, he was willing to take some risks. Anyway, Mingyu believed that his life-saving ability was unparalleled overseas. Even if Su Qin's strength had reached the sect master level, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Chapter 221. You humans are really shameless. Before Su Qin could say anything, Qingqiu Chanqian was so angry that she laughed. Su Qin was the first to arrive at Immortal Abode Island. Whether it was the heaven and earth formation outside or the killing formation in the lake, Su Qin was the one who broke them. Yet, Mingyu and the others came over and demanded that Su Qin hand over the treasures. You're just a little demon who has just entered the myth realm. The Kuragenkyo Mingyu glanced at Qingqiu Chanqian and suddenly shouted, If you don't attack now, when will you? Mingyu had just finished speaking. Not far away, Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the man with a long sword from Wanjian School suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. Boom. Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace made the first move. She seemed to have transformed into a 1,000-year-old iceberg. Terrifying cold air spread wildly in all directions with her as the center. Extreme cold world. Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace enunciated each word clearly. With each word she uttered, the temperature around her plummeted. By the time she uttered the last word, earth, ice crystals were already spreading around her. It's so cold, Qingqiu Qianqian shivered. She felt the temperature around her continue to drop. It's still warmer around you, Lord. Qingqiu Qianqian instinctively moved closer to Su Qin. From the beginning to the end, no matter how the cold air released by Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace spread, the area within 30 feet of Su Qin was as warm as spring. It was as if it was another world. The Snow God Palace's extreme cold world lives up to its name. The Lao Dao master from the Dao Yi school who had retreated a long time ago clicked his tongue in wonder. Hundreds of years ago, the previous master of the Snow God Palace had used this move to turn an island with hundreds of thousands of living beings into a world of ice crystals. His name shook the overseas martial arts world. The power displayed by Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace was far inferior to the previous master of the Snow God Palace, but it was not something an ordinary myth realm martial artist could resist. 10,000 swords as one. The man from Wanjian School with a long sword on his back sighed softly and slowly pulled out the long sword on his back. In an instant, an extremely sharp sword chi rose and instantly covered a radius of dozens of meters around him. It vaguely converged into a huge sword more than 10 meters long and slashed toward Su Qin from afar. Wanjian School has always been good at killing. It's said that once the divine sword is drawn, it can kill all living things. And the 10,000 swords in one brings the sharpness to the extreme. Even a mountain will be cut in two under this sword. The Lao Dao scholar from the Dao Yi school commented. At this moment he no longer wanted to interrupt the fight for true monarch East Sea's treasure. Naturally he wouldn't interfere. And Mingyu? The Lao Dao cultivators of the Dao Yi school narrowed their eyes and looked at the black-robed Mingyu, who seemed to have disappeared from the world. Decades ago, Mingyu was already known as the mythical warrior who was closest to the leader level overseas. Now decades had passed and Mingyu's strength was only higher. Even if he had not really entered the leader level, he was afraid that he was only a little bit away. Buzz? Mingyu was still standing there, motionless, but when his figure split, a black shadow leaped toward Su Qin. This black shadow was silent and didn't even have the slightest aura. If the Lao Dao cultivators of the Dao Yi school hadn't been paying attention to Mingyu, they probably wouldn't have thought that the other party had already made a move. That black shadow? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao Yi school felt his scalp go numb, and his face was as grave as water. When watching the Snow God Palace Elder Shuiyu and the man with the long sword from Wanjian School, the Lao Dao cultivator could still calmly comment, because although the killing moves of these two people were terrifying, they couldn't threaten him. However, at this moment, when he saw the black shadow released by Mingyu, the Lao Dao cultivator felt a sense of life and death crisis from the depths of his heart. What kind of strange killing move have these Kuragenkyo lunatics created this time? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao Yi school cursed in his heart. He looked at Su Qin and thought to himself, under the joint attack of the three people, especially Mingyu's killing move, unless this person is a real master, he can't even escape. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao Yi school shook his head slightly. Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the man from Wanjian School were fine, but Mingyu, in all fairness, the Lao Dao cultivator had a vague feeling that Mingyu was already half a step into the master level, and victory was in his hands. Otherwise he would never dare to be so impulsive and attack Su Qin without hesitation. At this moment, in the face of the spreading ice crystals, the sharp sword chi and the strange and deep black shadow, Su Qin still stood still, as if he didn't notice the earth-shattering attack that was about to come. Stupid. Seeing this scene, a mocking look appeared on Mingyu's face. At first he was extremely afraid of Su Qin, but now, it seemed that the other party was just lucky enough to enter the perfected cultivator's residence. It should be known that in a fight, it was extremely important to strike first. Su Qin was simply stupid to let them join forces. However, the next moment, Mingyu's face froze. Under Mingyu's shocked gaze, whether it was the Snow God Temple Elder Shuiyu's world of extreme cold, or the 10,000 sword sex man's 10,000 swords as one, or even the black shadow he shot out, they all dissipated when they came within 30 feet of Su Qin. It was as if this 30-feet area was a forbidden zone of the martial Tao, where all evils could not break through and all methods could not invade. This is... The Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao Yi school who was watching the battle in the distance was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. He had expected that Su Qin would have to use all his strength and energy to block the joint attack of the three of them. But now, Su Qin stood there without moving, and he'd casually made Ming Yu's group of three return without accomplishing anything. It was simply shocking. How strong is this person? The sword-bearing man from the Myriad Swords sect shuddered inwardly. He had used all of his strength to activate the Myriad Sword sect's killer move. Even a true powerhouse at the level of a sect leader would have to move their hands to block it. But what about Su Qin? Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace was also shocked. She didn't expect Su Qin's strength to be so terrifying that the Snow God Palace's killing move, the Cold World, didn't affect him at all. Thinking of this, Shui Yu suddenly felt like retreating. She certainly wanted the treasures of perfected cultivator Dong Hai, but only if she could survive. Now, Su Qin's strength had obviously exceeded the limit of what she could bear. Continue. Kuragenkyo Ming Yu's expression was cold as he quickly said, "This person should be in a state of epiphany. This is the best chance for us to kill him. Otherwise, if we wait for him to wake up from his state of epiphany, none of us will be able to escape." Kuragenkyo Ming Yu's tone had a rare hint of urgency. Based on the scene just now, Ming Yu judged that Su Qin's strength was at least at the peak of the sect master level. There weren't many of such experts in the entire overseas. If Su Qin recovered, they would be hunted down by a peak sect master. At that time, even Ming Yu, who was confident in his life-saving means, would be in trouble. Although Ming Yu was not afraid of ordinary sect masters, a peak sect master level expert could easily crush him. Epiphany, Snow God Palace Elder Shui Yu looked hesitant. Ming Yu was right. It was too late for them to stop now. Since they had already attacked just now, they were completely against Su Qin. If they ran now, they would give Su Qin a chance to kill them one by one. Only by taking advantage of Su Qin's epiphany and attacking with all their might and killing him would they have a chance to survive. Mythical martial artists' divine sense was powerful, and their thoughts were fast. In almost an instant, Snow God Palace Elder Shui Yu and the man with the sword on his back from Wanjian School realized what they should do. Extreme Cold Field, Snow God Palace Elder Shui Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, her long black hair began to turn gray. At the same time, the cold air around her suddenly skyrocketed. Extreme Cold Field. Some ancestor of Snow God Palace imitated the miniature field condensed by a peak mythical martial artist and created an ultimate technique. In the distance, the Lao Dao cultivator of Dao Yi school muttered to himself. Of course, compared with the real miniature field, the so-called Extreme Cold Field was nothing at all. But it had to be said that the Extreme Cold Field did have 1/10,000th of the power of the real miniature field. Although it could not cut off a mythical martial artist's connection with heaven and earth, it could barely suppress and restrict other mythical martial artists. Heart Sword returns to origin. The man with the sword on his back from Wanjian School gritted his teeth and stabbed the sword into his heart meridian. Suddenly, an illusory sword will began to gather. He's going all out. He's really going all out. The Lao Dao cultivator of Dao Yi school swallowed. Wanjian School's heart sword art was used. Every time it was used, one's cultivation would regress by at least 60 years. If it was not for the fact that there was no way out, no Wanjian School disciple would be willing to use this move. Netherworld Illusion, Cycle of Life and Death. Kuragenkyo cultivator Ming Yu took 7 steps in a row. With each step, his aura skyrocketed. When he finished the 7 steps, Ming Yu had stepped into a new realm. Sect leader. Ming Yu has become the sect leader? The Lao Dao cultivator of Dao Yi school was stunned on the spot. At this moment, although the aura of Kuragenkyo cultivator Ming Yu was still weaker than the real Zhang Jiao, it was obviously much stronger than theirs. Go to hell. Ming Yu's aura was monstrous. His figure was constantly switching between illusory and real. He threw a punch at Su Qin. Now Lao Dao, let's get out of here first. The Lao Dao cultivator of Dao Yi school began to retreat rapidly, fleeing out of Yingzhou Island. I'm afraid that young man is in danger now. The Lao Dao cultivator of Dao Yi school thought quickly. After fleeing several miles away, he turned his head and glanced at the battlefield. However, this glance gave the Lao Dao cultivator an unforgettable scene. Su Qin, who seemed to be immersed in some kind of state, frowned slightly and looked at Ming Yu and the other two impatiently. Noisy. Buzz? An invisible ripple spread out. Under this invisible wave, Elder Shuiyu of Snow God Palace suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood again, flew backward and smashed hard on the ground. The long sword in the hand of the man carrying a sword on his back from Wanjian School was directly shattered, and his aura suddenly faded. Only Mingyu's figure completely turned illusory at the last moment, dodging part of the attack. But even so, Mingyu's aura was weak. He took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. What? The Lao Dao cultivator's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 222. How can he be so powerful? The old Taoist from the Dao One sect was shocked to the core. He had already overestimated Su Qin and guessed that Su Qin should be an overlord who stood at the peak of the sect master level. But even a peak sect master couldn't defeat Mingyu and the other two elders of the Kuragenkyo in an instant. He would at least have to exchange a few moves. In the eyes of the Lao Dao cultivator, Su Qin didn't even need to fight with Mingyu and the others. He only needed to stall them for a while and wait for them to weaken. Then he would be able to do whatever he wanted. However, the Lao Dao cultivator didn't expect that Mingyu and the other two disciples of the major sects were like paper in front of Su Qin. Even if they used all their forbidden arts, they were still easily defeated. It was simply shocking. If he's so powerful, why didn't he do anything just now? Why did he just watch us break the array and enter the island? The Lao Dao cultivator's hands and feet were cold and there was a trace of confusion in his heart. It was because nothing happened when they broke the array that he made up his mind to come in. The Lao Dao cultivator didn't know that Su Qin had been in seclusion and his immortal will had been restrained in his body. After Qingxiu Chanshan told him that someone had broken in, Su Qin released his immortal will. After knowing that they were the intruders, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he carefully experienced the details of the 8th heavenly level. For Su Qin, whether it was Mingyu or the others of the Kuragenkyo, they were all like ants that he could crush at any time. How could they compare to the enlightenment after the breakthrough? Of course. This was also because Mingyu and the others were too weak. Otherwise, if a group of 7th, 8th or 9th heavenly level legends came to his door, Su Qin wouldn't be so careless. I wanted to let you live a little longer. Su Qin looked at Mingyu and the others calmly. In fact, except for Mingyu who was barely standing, Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the man with a sword in Wanjian School were already lying on the ground, seriously injured and dying. Your Excellency's strength is terrifying. You should have already surpassed the sect master level. Kuragenkyo Mingyu calmed himself down. The closer it was to life and death, the calmer he became. Mingyu knew that this was the only way to seize a chance of survival. I'm from the overseas Kuragenkyo. You must have heard of it. Mingyu racked his brains and said quickly. As long as your Excellency spares my life, I, the Kuragenkyo, promise to follow your Excellency's orders in the future. Cold sweat broke out on Mingyu's forehead. He was very clear that to an expert like Su Qin, the so-called threat was completely useless. Instead, it would only infuriate him. The Kuragenkyo had many ancestors who had surpassed the sect leader, but so what? The vitality of these old ancestors had long declined, and their lifespan was nearing its end. Unless Black Source sect encountered a great calamity, it was impossible for them to awaken, let alone threaten Su Qin. Promise? Are you worthy of making a promise to me? Su Qin chuckled. With a thought, the void within a radius of 10,000 feet began to condense as if it had turned into a cage. Crack. Crack. Within this range, Elder Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace and the man from the Wanjian School instantly turned into dust and vanished. Even their divine senses could not escape. You forced me to do this. When Mingyu of the Kuragenkyo saw this scene, he immediately knew that Su Qin had no intention of letting him go. He immediately roared in anger. Countless black devil chi appeared on the surface of Mingyu's body. This devil chi continued to penetrate into his body, rapidly transforming his physical body. Then Mingyu's physical body gradually began to fade, as if he had completely disappeared from the world. At this moment, although Mingyu was standing there in a black robe, no one could perceive his existence. If Mingyu was still constantly switching between reality and illusion before, then now he was completely turning into an illusion. The final forbidden technique of the Kuragenkyo illusory devil body is to sacrifice the physical body to the illusion, and then completely abandon the physical body, sinking into the illusion for eternity. A trace of bitterness appeared on the face of the Lao Dao from the Dao Yi school in the distance when he saw this scene. The illusory devil body of the Kuragenkyo could allow one to switch between reality and illusion, achieving the effect of avoiding most attacks in the world. It could be said that a Kuragenkyo disciple who had mastered the illusory devil body was extremely difficult to kill, especially someone like Mingyu who had cultivated the illusory devil body to the realm of great success. Even a master-level powerhouse might not be able to do anything to him. Of course, no matter how strange the illusory devil body was, after all, it was based on reality. No matter how the Kuragenkyo disciple turned into the illusion, he still retained a trace of reality. This way he could turn from illusion to reality again. But now, Mingyu had abandoned the last trace of reality. After today, even if Mingyu survived, it would be impossible for him to have a complete physical body, chi and blood. Even his divine sense would be integrated with the illusory. His strength would stagnate, and even his thoughts would sink into the illusory forever. It could be said that some of the disciples of the Black Source sect would rather die in battle than live such a life that was neither human nor ghost. Of course, Mingyu chose to completely turn into the illusion, and he had to pay an unprecedented price. But at the same time, Mingyu in this state would ignore almost all attacks in the world. Unless it was a peerless powerhouse who had condensed a miniature domain and stood at the top of the legends, even if a group of ancestors woke up, they would not be able to do anything to Mingyu. Even Mingyu was forced to do this to save his life. What should I do? The Lao Dao disciple of the Dao Yi sect sighed softly. Although he was far away from Su Qin, he was still on Yingzhou Island. The heaven and earth formation outside had shrouded him again, and it was impossible for him to leave easily. Brother Mingyu is very courageous. The Lao Dao disciple of the Dao Yi sect shook his head slightly. In his opinion, Mingyu's life should be saved at this moment. No matter how strong Su Qin was, he could not do anything to Mingyu, who was in a completely illusory state. Ha 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 ha. Don't you want to kill me? Come on, come and kill me quickly. The Kuragenkyo disciple Mingyu roared at Su Qin almost crazily. He had abandoned reality and turned to the illusion. He would sink into the illusion for the rest of his life. All of this was forced by Su Qin. Therefore, even if Su Qin's strength had surpassed the sect leader's level and reached the level that only the ancestors of various sects could reach, Mingyu was not afraid at all. No matter how strong Su Qin was, what could he do? As long as he did not condense the microdomain, he could not do anything to him. He could only watch him turn into a bar. As for condensing the microdomain, although as long as he reached the seventh heaven, he would have the hope of condensing the microdomain. But hope was just hope. In fact, only a ninth heaven peak legend could do this. Therefore, Mingyu was completely unscrupulous now. At this moment, Mingyu suddenly noticed Qingqiu Qianqian next to Su Qin. At this moment, this little demon of the Fox clan was looking at him with pity. Pity? Mingyu was slightly stunned and did not react for a long time. However, before Mingyu could figure out the reason for Qingqiu Qianqian's pity, a calm and cold voice sounded in his ear. As you wish. What? Mingyu suddenly felt a sense of danger and subconsciously wanted to escape. At this moment, he had completely transformed into an illusory state, and his speed naturally soared by countless times. He could escape hundreds of miles away with a single thought. However, at this moment, Mingyu suddenly felt that the void around him suddenly became as hard as iron, firmly imprisoning him in place. How is this possible? I have completely transformed into an illusory state. How can I be trapped in place? Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, he looked at Su Qin with despair on his face. A domain? You condensed a domain? In this world, except for the domain that controlled everything, Mingyu could not think of any other means that could trap him at this moment. The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Under this pressure, even though Mingyu had completely transformed into an illusory state, his body collapsed inch by inch. In an instant he completely disappeared from the world. Illusory? A trace of contempt flashed across Su Qin's face. The so-called illusory state was only relatively speaking. Even if Su Qin did not use the domain, he had dozens of other means to deal with Mingyu. It was just that the domain was the simplest and most effective one. For example, the most powerful divine skill of the Shaolin Temple, the Buddha's palm, the 9 notes of the demon path, the true fire of the 3-legged golden crow, and so on. However, this transformation from reality to illusory has something to do with the demon path. Su Qin stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. The demon path he spoke of was, of course, not the demon path of the demon sect, but the demon race of the underground cave world. My lord's divine power is unparalleled. Qingqiu Qianqian beside him said respectfully. Before Su Qin went into seclusion, he was able to kill the Green Hill Fox clan's patriarch Qingqiu Qingling, with one punch, and cut off the heaven and earth formation of Immortal Abode Island with a flip of his palm. Ming Yu's state just now was indeed strange, but it would be a joke to say that it could stump Su Qin. This is? In the distance, the Lao Dao master of the Dao Yi sect looked at Su Qin in disbelief. He just saw with his own eyes that Ming Yu, who was roaring, instantly turned into nothingness. It's your turn. Su Qin looked at the Lao Dao master of the Dao Yi sect and his mind moved. Suddenly the Lao Dao master felt the world change, and when he saw his surroundings clearly, he was already standing in front of Su Qin. The art of teleportation. I should have known it was a domain. The Lao Dao master's face was pale. He was still in shock about what happened to Ming Yu, but now it seemed that the other party had already died. The most incomprehensible part of the Kirigenkyo's illusory devil body was that it could switch between reality and illusion, but whether it was reality or illusion, it relied on the current world. However, the power of the domain completely replaced the world, and the illusory devil body was entrusted to the world, which was equivalent to being entrusted to the domain. The end result was obvious. It could be said that the power of the domain completely restrained the Kirigenkyo's illusory devil body. Greetings, Senior. The Lao Dao master's mind turned quickly and he said respectfully, no matter what Senior wants to know, I will tell you everything I know. The Lao Dao master knew very well that if Su Qin really condensed the domain, it would only take a thought to kill him. Within the domain, Su Qin was the only master. There was only one reason why he was still alive, and that was that Su Qin didn't want to kill him for the time being. Chapter 223. The Lao Dao warrior had never felt so powerless before. He was an elder of the Dao Yi school. Even in the entire Dao Yi school, other than the Taoist master and the slumbering old ancestor, he was not afraid of anyone. Even the elders of the other great sects did not dare to overstep their boundaries when they met him because the Dao Yi school stood behind him. But now, all of his confidence and identity seemed pale and powerless because of the young man in front of him. The Lao Dao warrior did not know Su Qin's name and origin. He did not even know the relationship between Su Qin and the Lord of the East Sea. The only thing he knew was that Su Qin was a peak legend who had condensed a domain. Domain. Peak legend. In the martial arts world outside the sea, these words represented absolute strength, especially when the two were combined. It was enough to overlook the entire martial arts world outside the sea. Even if all the sleeping ancestors of the major sects in this era were counted, there were probably not many peak legends who had condensed a domain. What was even more frightening was that Su Qin's vitality was at its peak. Although the Lao Dao warrior could not see Su Qin's true age, he could feel that Su Qin was still far from the end of the Shouyuan's lifespan. It should be known that in a fight between martial artists, the strength of the realm was the main factor, but the vitality of one's own vitality was also important. Senior, if you have any doubts, please ask. I will not hide anything from you. The old Taoist calmed himself down and bowed respectfully as a junior would. In the eyes of the Lao Dao warrior, although Su Qin looked young, he must be an old monster who had lived for 400 or 500 years. As for his appearance, to any legend, eternal youth was just an insignificant trick. Senior? Su Qin shook his head slightly. His real age was not even 50 years old, which was not even a fraction of the age of the Lao Dao warrior in front of him, but he was called a senior by the other party? However, in the path of martial arts, the one who reached the top was the teacher. Su Qin's strength and realm were far superior to the Lao Dao's. Su Qin fully deserved to be called a senior. What are you doing here? Su Qin glanced at the Lao Dao staff and asked casually. Whether it was Ming Yu, the other two, or even the Lao Dao warrior in front of him, they were all mythical warriors at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer. Ming Yu, in particular, was one step away from the 5th heavenly layer. Usually, there would not be a single expert with such strength in a few generations. Now they had entered Immortal Abode Island in groups. Senior. We are here to investigate the accidental death of a disciple of our sect. The Lao Dao officer pondered for a while, organizing his words, and finally said in a low voice. A disciple of the sect accidentally died? Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face as he said faintly, You mean the few level 3 mythical realm experts with similar auras as you? Exactly. The Lao Dao officer was slightly startled and asked cautiously, Senior, have you seen them? Yes, I have. Su Qin's tone was calm. They should have been killed by me. Some time ago, a few overseas mythical realm experts had returned and wanted to conquer Chang'an City. However, Su Qin came out of seclusion and killed them casually. They must be the disciples that the Lao Dao officer had mentioned. Senior? The Lao Dao officer's face turned red. Finally he said, It is their blessing to die in your hands. Even in the overseas martial arts world, it was rare to see a peak mythical realm expert who could form a realm. Those disciples of the major sects were only level 3 mythical realm experts. They should be proud that Su Qin had killed them personally. Is that so? Su Qin did not comment and continued to ask, do you have any life-prolonging treasures overseas? Su Qin looked at the Lao Dao officer with interest. Back in the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin had obtained a piece of animal skin after killing the demon lord. On it was recorded that there was a wisp of longevity chi from overseas 800 years ago. Su Qin had asked Yan Hai before, but he said that he did not know about it. Su Qin was not surprised. In any case, even overseas, it was impossible for every mythical realm martial artist to have the chance to obtain life-prolonging treasures. Although Yan Hai was a disciple of the Daoyi sect, he was not powerful enough. Therefore, it was normal that he did not know about it. However, the old Taoist in front of him was much more powerful than Yan Hai. He might know what the chi of immortality was. Overseas. The Lao Dao officer caught Su Qin's tone. Senior, you are not from the overseas martial arts world? The Lao Dao officer was dumbfounded and could not believe it. In the eyes of the Lao Dao officer, Su Qin's strength was only comparable to a few sleeping ancestors. He originally thought that Su Qin was a hidden master from overseas, but now he saw that Su Qin was not so. Senior, are you from that place? The Lao Dao officer's heart trembled and he became more respectful. Senior, there are indeed life-prolonging treasures overseas, but they are extremely rare. At least a mythical realm martial artist is required to bear its medicinal power. Moreover, each person can only take it once. At most, it can extend their life by a few decades. The Lao Dao officer quickly said. Mythical realm martial artist? I can only extend my life once. Su Qin shook his head slightly. In fact, this was normal. If the life-prolonging treasures could be taken continuously, wouldn't it make people immortal? But a few decades is not bad. When I have the chance, I can go overseas. Su Qin thought to himself. Although he currently had 1,000-year-old Shouyuan, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. A few decades of Shouyuan was absolutely precious. Su Qin had only lived for a few decades now. I heard that the overseas martial arts sects all have their own sleeping ancestors. Tell me about it. Su Qin seemed to have thought of something and looked at the Lao Dao officer with interest. Yan Hai once told him that there were at least 9 sleeping ancestors in the depths of the Daoyi sect. These ancestors were the last foundation of the Daoyi sect. Unless the Daoyi sect was in danger of being destroyed, they would not wake up at all. And according to the information that Yan Hai knew, the sleeping ancestors were basically 7th heavenly layer mythical realm martial artists. There were even 8th or 9th heavenly layer mythical realm martial artists. Senior. The Lao Dao officer did not know what Su Qin meant by these words. He could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and truthfully said, in our sect, there are indeed ancestors who are sleeping with their chi and blood concealed with a secret technique. Secret technique? Su Qin's eyes lit up. That's right. The Lao Dao officer bowed his head respectfully and said, once this secret technique is used, one's chi and blood will be completely silent. At the same time, one's mind and spirit will be the same, falling into a state of thoughtlessness. This state can greatly delay the Shouyuan, but at the same time, one's chi and blood will be forever imprisoned, and the possibility of further progress will be lost. Therefore, except for the Shouyuan who is about to die, no one is willing to use this secret technique. At this point, the old Taoist paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, in order to use this secret technique to hibernate, one must consume a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. Even for our Dao One sect, every time an old ancestor wants to hibernate, we have to exhaust all of our resources and it takes decades to recover. The Lao Dao officer smiled bitterly. If this secret technique of sleeping could be used casually, the ancestors of the Daoyi sect would have fallen into a deep sleep one after another. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. Su Qin had also seen the secret technique mentioned by the Lao Dao officer. In the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple, in front of the Buddha mountain where the Devil Buddha was sealed, there were 5 holy monks of the Shaolin Temple sitting there. These 5 holy monks had all fallen into a deep sleep through the use of a secret technique that spanned several eras. However, the secret technique used by the 5 holy monks to hibernate was somewhat different from the secret technique used overseas. At the very least, it didn't require too many heavenly treasures. Of course, the 5 holy monks had to go through all kinds of torment during their hibernation, living a life worse than death. Moreover, the 5 holy monk died soon after waking up, while the overseas ancestor woke up and seemed to have retained most of his combat strength. So, there are Earth Immortals in deep sleep? Su Qin suddenly thought of something, narrowed his eyes slightly and asked slowly. Even a 7th heavenly layer martial artist could survive for hundreds of thousands of years with this secret technique, let alone an Earth Immortal. If what Su Qin thought was true, then the level of danger overseas was far beyond Su Qin's expectations. Although Su Qin has entered the 8th heavenly layer at this moment, coupled with all kinds of trump cards, it is enough to fight across realms, but an Earth Immortal, unless Su Qin immediately mastered the picture of the great sun and could transform into a 3-legged golden crow cub and spit out true fire of the sun and other terrifying divine abilities, he would have the confidence to defeat an Earth Immortal. As for the rest? An Earth Immortal's domain had reached great success and could cover hundreds of miles with a thought. If Su Qin really encountered an Earth Immortal, he would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. Earth Immortal? Deep sleep? The Lao Dao officer was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then hurriedly said, "Senior, you must be joking. How strong is the qi and blood of an Earth Immortal? Their divine sense is as vast as the void. How could a mere secret technique be able to make them go into deep sleep?" Su Qin's eyes flashed as he looked at the Lao Dao officer and said, "Tell me the secret technique." Yes. The Lao Dao officer immediately told him his secret technique. This secret technique was not top secret in the overseas martial arts world. Every great sect had it, and even some rogue cultivators had it. However, the secret technique was not precious, but if one really wanted to use this secret technique, they would need to consume a lot of natural treasures. This alone was enough to rule out almost all rogue cultivators. In addition, they also needed to not be disturbed in the slightest after they went into deep sleep. Otherwise, not only would their previous efforts be wasted, but their lives might also be in danger. So it's a self-sealing technique. Su Qin nodded slightly when he heard the Lao Dao officer's honest explanation of the secret technique. In Su Qin's view, the secret technique mentioned by the Lao Dao officer was just a self-sealing technique to seal one's qi, blood, and divine sense to slow down the aging process. This kind of self-sealing technique was at most useful for mythical warriors. Once one reached the Earth Immortal realm, one's qi and blood would be vigorous to the extreme. How could it be self-sealing? Su Qin even had a feeling that this secret technique might not be useful for him. Now that Su Qin's body had undergone 5 transformations, even if it was not as good as a real Earth Immortal's body, it should not be far off. Even if Su Qin was willing to cooperate, his qi and blood would be able to easily break the seal of the secret technique. Chapter 224. You're right, Senior. The Lao Dao warrior said respectfully. All right. Su Qin didn't ask any more questions. He turned to Qingxiu Qianqian and asked, "Is there a box made of jade on Yingzhou Island?" A box made of jade? Although Qingxiu Qianqian didn't know why Su Qin wanted it, she still answered honestly, "My lord, I'll get it for you." Although the Qingxiu Fox clan was a demon, they loved beautiful things. There were golden corals on the island and jade boxes were also on the list. Qingxiu Qianqian took out a jade box that was half the size of a person. The jade box was made of exquisite materials. It would be priceless in the Empire of Tang, but in Su Qin's eyes, it was just an item to store things. Follow me. Su Qin glanced at the jade box and walked towards the island in the middle of the lake. Yes. Qingxiu Qianqian held the jade box and followed behind Su Qin. The old Taoist priest hesitated for a moment before he braced himself and followed. Although Su Qin didn't let him stay, he didn't let him leave either. Under such circumstances, the Lao Dao warrior didn't dare to act rashly. So, the 3 of them arrived outside Lord Donghai's abode. Clatter. The black stone door opened slowly. This is Lord Donghai's abode? The Lao Dao warrior glanced carefully and found that most of the things were rotten, especially some bottles and jars. Su Qin might not know about them, but the Lao Dao warrior was heartbroken when he saw them. Spirit Wood Pill, Spirit Transformation Pill, Golden Fire Pill. These are all extremely rare divine pills and miraculous medicines. They are enough to produce a group of true disciples of a great sect. Some of these pills have even been lost for thousands of years. The Lao Dao warrior was heartbroken. The bottles and jars in the abode might not be useful to him, but they were enough to raise the foundation of his sect by 1 or 2 levels. But these pills were destroyed in the passage of time. How could the Lao Dao warrior not be heartbroken? The Lao Dao warrior continued to look deeper. When he saw true monarch Donghai's body, his pupils suddenly shrank. If it wasn't for Su Qin in front of him, the Lao Dao warrior would have run away on the spot. The Eastern Sea, the true lord of the Eastern Sea. The Lao Dao cultivator gulped, his legs trembling. Its true monarch Eastern Sea. However, all that's left of him is his body. His consciousness has already completely dissipated. When Qingxiu Qianqian saw the Lao Dao's reaction, she immediately puffed out her chest and pretended not to care at all. Body? That's right. How could Dong Hai's true monarch be alive until now? Must be a shell. The Lao Dao cultivator felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he hurriedly said. Su Qin stopped in front of true monarch Dong Hai's body and fell into deep thought. My lord, how about I move him out? Qingxiu Qianqian thought that Su Qin felt that this body was a hindrance and hurriedly went forward to say. There's no need. Su Qin shook his head slightly and said lightly, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Even if he's an earth immortal after passing away, he's still buried in the soil. Su Qin said softly as he casually stomped his right foot. Instantly, the ground where true monarch Dong Hai's body was suddenly collapsed and buried true monarch Dong Hai within. When Qingxiu Qianqian saw this scene, a complicated expression appeared on her face. Compared to others, true monarch Dong Hai had a special meaning in the eyes of the Green Hill Fox clan. True monarch Dong Hai had enslaved the Green Hill Fox clan for hundreds of years. Even after passing away for almost 10,000 years, he still left a huge psychological shadow in the hearts of the Green Hill Fox clan. Sigh. When the Lao Dao cultivator saw this scene, he sighed in his heart. The so-called martial artists, even if they were peak Earth immortals like true monarch Dong Hai, or even the strongest in the mortal world who surpassed Earth immortals, were still ordinary people. Shouyuan's great limit Dao turned into ashes. After Su Qin finished dealing with true monarch Dong Hai's body, he turned around and came to the spiritual opportunity spring. After Su Qin's consumption during his breakthrough, the spiritual opportunity spring had completely dried up. If it weren't for the fact that there were still traces of spiritual opportunity lingering in the air, people might have overlooked it. Senior, is this the rumored spiritual opportunity spring? The Lao Dao cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but ask. You have some good eyesight. Su Qin turned his head and glanced at the Lao Dao cultivator. At this moment, the spiritual opportunity spring didn't look like a spring at all. If one didn't pay close attention, they would only think that it was a place where spiritual opportunity gathered. The Lao Dao cultivator was able to recognize its true origin at a glance. Clearly he was very knowledgeable. Our Dao Yi sect once had a spiritual opportunity spring, but it dried up 5,000 years ago. The Lao Dao cultivator hurriedly said. So the sect has a detailed record of the spiritual opportunity spring. The Dao Yi sect was an overseas force, and it was even a major sect that had been passed down since the last vitality tide. It wasn't strange for them to have a spiritual opportunity spring. Senior, are you planning to move the spiritual opportunity spring? The Lao Dao cultivator looked at the jade box in Qingxiu Qianqian's hands and asked. The spiritual opportunity spring was formed by the accumulation of endless spiritual opportunity. Ordinary items couldn't bear it at all. Only pure jade could barely stop the spiritual opportunity spring from flowing away. Su Qin asked Qingxiu Qianqian to find a wooden box for this purpose. That's right, Su Qin said. Now that the spiritual opportunity spring had almost completely exhausted its spiritual opportunity, instead of continuing to stay on Immortal Abode Island, it would be better to recuperate in Chang'an City. Maybe one day the spiritual opportunity spring would recover, and the spiritual opportunity would spread throughout Chang'an City, turning it into a martial arts holy land. Okay. Put down the jade box. You guys stay away. Su Qin glanced at Qingxiu Qianqian and said slowly. Yes. Qingxiu Qianqian immediately placed the jade box in front of the spiritual opportunity spring and left respectfully. The Lao Dao cultivator was full of awe. After leaving the cave, he kept looking around as if he was worried about something. What are you looking at? Qingxiu Qianqian looked at the Lao Dao cultivator curiously and asked. Senior wants to move the spiritual opportunity spring. Don't you know anything? The Lao Dao cultivator was puzzled and asked. Qingxiu Qianqian blinked. Sigh. The Lao Dao cultivator saw this and could only patiently explain to Qingxiu Qianqian. The spiritual opportunity spring is rooted in the earth. If Senior wants to move the spiritual opportunity spring, it's no different from uprooting an ancient tree. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? Qingxiu Qianqian didn't quite understand. It means. The Lao Dao cultivator was about to speak. Just then. Kaboom. The entire immortal abode island suddenly shook and the sea water surged. Even though Qingqiu Qianshan was a demon, she felt like she was facing the end of the world. If it weren't for the heaven and earth formation around immortal abode island that barely resisted the shaking, the entire island would have been torn apart. Half an hour later. Only then did the shaking slowly stop. Until now, the Lao Dao cultivator finally had the chance to say the second half of his sentence. It means the world has turned upside down. Senior's strength is indeed unfathomable. The Lao Dao cultivator looked at the perfected Lord's cave on the island in the middle of the lake and said sincerely. When the Daoyi sect used up the spiritual opportunity spring and was about to move it, they used the power of the entire sect and spent a few months to barely complete it. But Su Qin on the other hand solved it in just an hour. Just as the Lao Dao cultivator and Qingqiu Qianshan were stunned, Su Qin's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Come in. Yes. Qingqiu Qianshan and the Lao Dao cultivator looked at each other and bowed as they entered the cave. At this moment, compared to the chaos outside, there were no changes inside the cave. The only difference was that the pit that the spiritual opportunity spring originally occupied had disappeared. Sir, where's the spiritual opportunity spring? Qingqiu Qianshan immediately noticed the change and asked carefully. It's already inside. Su Qin looked at the jade box beside him and said lightly. If Su Qin hadn't entered the 8th level of heaven, it would have taken more effort to move the spiritual opportunity spring. Lord Donghai planted the spiritual opportunity spring on Immortal Abode Island, and for almost 10,000 years, the spiritual opportunity spring had almost merged with the entire island. If Su Qin wanted to move the spiritual opportunity spring, it was equivalent to shaking the entire Immortal Abode Island. Immortal Abode Island might not be comparable to a continent, but it was still a few hundred miles wide. Normal 7th or 8th level of heaven legends couldn't shake such an island. It's already inside? Qingqiu Qianshan kept looking at the jade box. Pick up the jade box. Su Qin glanced at the jade box next to him and ordered. Although the system space claimed to be able to accommodate everything, it was only useful for treasures obtained from signing in. As for other things, it couldn't store them. Yes. Qingqiu Qianshan immediately stepped forward. She looked at the jade box curiously and then prepared to continue holding it in her hand. Ah. My lord, why did the jade box become so heavy? Qingqiu Qianshan's pretty face was slightly red. After trying for a long time, she could only move the jade box a little, let alone pick it up. Although the spiritual opportunity spring is gathered by endless spiritual opportunity, it is related to the veins of the earth. Even if it's just a trace, it weighs 1,000 pounds, not to mention that it's far more than a trace now. The Lao Dao warrior explained. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Su Qin tentatively, Senior, why don't you let this junior try? Although Qingqiu Qianshan was a monster, she only had the strength of a beginner in the mythical realm. No matter what, the Lao Dao warrior was still a peak 4th level of heaven legend. Although he wasn't good at physical strength, strength wasn't only determined by the strength of the physical body. Okay. Give it a try. Su Qin nodded slightly. Hearing this, the Lao Dao warrior immediately stepped forward. He channeled his true essence into his hands and grabbed the sides of the jade box. The Lao Dao warrior shouted and slowly lifted the jade box, then held it in his hands. Senior, what do you think? The Lao Dao warrior was slightly relieved and said respectfully to Su Qin. Not bad. Su Qin smiled and said approvingly, I'll leave it to you along the way. This is what I should do. The Lao Dao warrior was overjoyed and hurriedly said. What he was most afraid of was not being able to help Su Qin. So, he might end up like Mingyu and the others. Along the way, the Lao Dao warrior was slightly stunned and asked subconsciously, Senior, where are we going? Back to Chang'an. Su Qin looked up in the direction of Chang'an and said lightly. Overseas. Kuragenkyo. The Kuragenkyo sect master sat high on the main seat. His eyes were deep and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time, a man sitting below bowed and said, Sect Master, Senior Brother Mingyu has mastered the demonic art, and the illusory demonic body has been cultivated to the extreme. If he goes to the battlefield, he will definitely be able to find out what happened. Of course, I'm not worried about the battlefield. The Kuragenkyo sect master shook his head and whispered. For the Kuragenkyo sect master, although the battlefield was important, it was not a top priority. It's not about the battlefield? The Kuragenkyo elders below looked at each other, full of doubts. Currently, Black Source sect stood tall in the Endless Sea Islands, standing side by side with Thunder God sect, Dao One sect and many other superior sects. They controlled the majority of the resources of the Endless Sea Islands martial arts world. Besides the matter of the great battle, what else was worthy of the sect master's contemplation? I let Mingyu take action this time. In addition to the battlefield, it is also related to Lord Donghai's cave abode. The Kuragenkyo sect master glanced at the crowd and slowly said, although Lord Donghai's cave abode was top secret, at least the Kuragenkyo elders present knew about it. Lord Donghai's cave abode? The pupils of the people below shrank slightly, and their faces were full of shock. Lord Donghai was an Earth Immortal 10,000 years ago, and a peak Earth Immortal at that. His cave abode must contain a rare opportunity, and maybe there is a way to make up for the shortcomings of the Kuragenkyo arts. Originally, the Kuragenkyo planned to join forces to take down Lord Donghai's cave abode, but Heiyuan sect master wanted Mingyu to go ahead. That's right. The Kuragenkyo sect master nodded and said, now that the vitality tide is recovering, Lord Donghai's cave abode may leak its aura and reveal itself to the world. If we continue to wait, it is very likely that someone will beat us to it. I see. The elders suddenly realized what was going on. As a sect master, the Kuragenkyo sect master must be in charge of the Kuragenkyo, and besides the Kuragenkyo sect master, Mingyu was obviously the most suitable. Mingyu, as one of the mythical warriors closest to the sect master in the entire overseas, was good at survival. Even if a real sect master took action, they may not be able to do anything to him. Since senior brother Mingyu is taking action, why are you worried, sect master? A Kuragenkyo sect master asked doubtfully. I am worried about Lord Donghai's cave abode. The Kuragenkyo sect master sighed softly and said, for example, Raytheon, Dao-E sect, Snow God Palace and many other greater sects have produced Earth Immortals, but the Kuragenkyo has never produced an Earth Immortal because of the shortcomings of their arts. Compared to other greater sects, the Kuragenkyo really needs the inheritance of Lord Donghai. Sect master, you worry too much. The Kuragenkyo elder who spoke first smiled and said, we know senior brother Mingyu's strength. Even if something really happens to Lord Donghai's cave abode and someone occupies it in advance, senior brother Mingyu will be able to take it down easily. That's right. If there is really someone who doesn't know what's good for them, they should obediently hand over the inheritance of Lord Donghai's treasure. Otherwise the Kuragenkyo will make them beg for death. My black origin sects might shake the entire sea. Even a great sect like the Dao-E sect would have to give way to something we fancy. I want to see if there's really someone who dares to occupy the Eastern Sea's true monarch's cave. The Kuragenkyo elders were either disdainful, contemptuous, or confident. That's right. I worry too much. A smile appeared on the Kuragenkyo sect master's face. With Mingyu's strength, even if it was easy to defeat him, it would be difficult to kill him. No matter what happened in Lord Donghai's cave abode, Mingyu was enough to deal with it. Besides, even if Mingyu couldn't deal with it with his life-saving power, he could escape back to the Kuragenkyo. By then, who in the world could resist the power of the Kuragenkyo? The Kuragenkyo sect master became happier and happier. Just as the elders began to discuss what kind of treasure was in Lord Donghai's cave abode, a Kuragenkyo disciple hurried over. Sect master. The disciple knelt on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling. Don't panic, just say it, the Kuragenkyo sect master said with a pleasant face. Now that the Kuragenkyo was about to obtain Lord Donghai's cave abode, he was naturally in a good mood. Otherwise, if a disciple dared to barge in without permission, he would have slapped him to death. Sect master. It's Uncle Master Mingyu, Uncle Master Mingyu, he, the Dark Origin sect disciple stuttered and stammered. Senior brother Mingyu? Has he already obtained Lord Donghai's cave abode? A Kuragenkyo elder was overjoyed as he stared at the Kuragenkyo disciple with shining eyes. The Kuragenkyo sect master's eyes lit up as he also thought of this. He began to spread his divine sense in all directions. Sect master, Uncle Master Mingyu, under everyone's expectant gaze, the Kuragenkyo disciple almost cried. Uncle Master Mingyu's life fire has been extinguished. As soon as these words came out, the elders present, including the Kuragenkyo sect master, suddenly froze in shock. Chapter 225. Uncle Master Mingyu's vital fire has been extinguished. The Kuragenkyo disciple trembled as he finished speaking, then closed his eyes and resigned himself to fate. Vital fire extinguished. It meant that he had completely fallen. Even his divine sense could not escape. It was precisely because of this that the disciple became more and more desperate. He was well aware of Mingyu's position in the Kyoryugenkyo. As one of the mythical martial artists closest to the hierarch level in the entire overseas, Mingyu's fall would definitely incur the wrath of the Kyoryugenkyo hierarch. And under the wrath of the hierarch, it would be difficult for an ordinary disciple like him to escape. This was the Kyoryugenkyo. There was no distinction between good and evil in the overseas greater sects. Here, the strong were respected, and the weak were destined to be enslaved and slaughtered. What did you say? The scene was silent at first, then the Kyoryugenkyo elders reacted and stared at the disciple in disbelief. Mingyu was almost a hierarch-level powerhouse and his reputation was illustrious. How could he fall just like that? Moreover, when his vital fire was extinguished, his body and divine sense dissipated. Unless his strength was overwhelming, how could his divine sense not be able to escape? Impossible. Senior brother Mingyu's illusory demon body was almost completed. With a thought, he could switch between reality and illusion at will. Even a hierarch-level powerhouse could not do anything. How could he fall? Yes, not to mention a hierarch-level powerhouse, even if several hierarchs joined forces, at most they could destroy senior brother Mingyu's body, and his divine sense could escape. What is your name? Which generation of disciple are you? Do you know that if you lie to us, you will be tortured by the Kyoryugenkyo? At that time you will beg for death. Don't ask us to give you a quick death. Many elders stared at the disciple, and even some of the more irritable elders were ready to kill him. In the hearts of the elders, anyone under the Kyoryugenkyo hierarch could fall, but it was absolutely impossible for Mingyu to fall. Enough. Quiet down. Just as the disciple was about to be slapped to death by the irritable elder, the Kyoryugenkyo hierarch finally spoke. As he spoke, an inexplicable aura appeared. The face of the elder that slapped out paled. He immediately stopped and listened with a respectful expression. The rest of the elders did the same, and the noisy scene suddenly quieted down. What did you see just now? The Kyoryugenkyo sect leader looked at the messenger disciple, his voice calm. However, all the elders knew that the more this was the case, the more the Kyoryugenkyo sect leader was on the verge of exploding. Headmaster. I've been guarding the vital fires of my granduncles day and night. I've watched Mingyu's vital fire extinguish with my own eyes. The messenger disciple mustered up his courage and said, I got it. The Kyoryugenkyo sect leader was expressionless. In fact, when the messenger disciple said that the nether life flame had been extinguished, he had already used his divine sense to determine that what the disciple said was true. Seeing this, the other elders all extended their divine senses. The divine sense of a martial artist who had just entered the myth realm could already cover a radius of 10 miles, let alone the Kyoryugenkyo elders present. To be able to become a Kyoryugenkyo elder, they were at least at the 4th heavenly layer, and most of them were even at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer. In their eyes, in the entire Kyoryugenkyo, except for some secret places that could block the detection of divine sense, there were no secrets in other places. As the elders' divine sense scanned the place where the Kyoryugenkyo life flame was placed, all the elders fell silent. Mingyu's vital fire had indeed been extinguished. After being confirmed by so many elders, it could be said that it had become a fact. Senior brother Mingyu has really fallen. After a long time, a Kyoryugenkyo elder said bitterly. They had great confidence in Mingyu just now, and thought that the true Lord's cave abode would be a piece of cake, but it didn't take long for Mingyu to fall. The rest of the elders also showed a look of sadness. Headmaster, about this? An elder was just about to ask the Kyoryugenkyo headmaster about it, but he was interrupted by the Kyoryugenkyo headmaster. That's enough, all of you can leave. Yes. The elders looked at each other, bowed, and left with speculations and uneasiness. At the same time, it wasn't just the Kyoryugenkyo. The Snow God Palace, Wanjian School, and other exalted sects were also shocked. There was no way to hide the fact that their elders' vital fire had been extinguished. Even the Snow God Palace master was enraged. An extremely cold world shrouded a radius of 10 miles, freezing the sky and the ground, freezing water into ice. Except for the disciples of the Snow God Palace, any myth realm martial artists who came close were frozen on the spot. It was extremely terrifying. Many of the exalted sects overseas weren't peaceful. Occasionally there would be disputes, but no matter what, the disciples would at most kill each other. It was rare for the elders to even enter the arena, let alone die. Now that the Kyoryugenkyo, Snow God Palace, and other exalted sects had lost an elder, especially Mingyu of the Kyoryugenkyo, who was at the level of deputy headmaster, one could imagine the shock caused by this. The martial arts world overseas was abuzz with discussion. The itinerant cultivators and the other exalted sects kept talking in secret. The Snow God Palace, Wanjian School, and the Kuragenkyo have suffered a great loss this time. The Snow God Palace is fine, but the Kuragenkyo has lost a deputy headmaster. The Snow God Palace is fine? You don't know that the goddess of the Snow God Palace of this generation has also died, right? What? The goddess has also died? Many martial artists were stunned. The goddess of the Snow God Palace had a special status. She was the successor of the next palace master, and her status was above that of the elders. Regardless of the losses of these exalted sects, I'm curious as to who did it. Someone voiced his doubts. Could it be that the other exalted sects secretly made a move? Impossible. The exalted sects aren't stupid. Even if they wanted to make a move, they would do it one by one. How could they directly declare war on the Snow God Palace, Wanjian School, and the Kuragenkyo? Countless people kept arguing, but no one had an accurate answer. In the end, the only conjecture that everyone agreed on was that the person who did it had reached an unfathomable level of strength. Just as the outside world was arguing incessantly. On an island overseas, the Kuragenkyo sect master, the Snow God Palace master, the Wanjian School master, and the sect master of the Dao-Yi School were all gathered here. At this moment, other than the sect master of the Dao-Yi School, the others had gloomy expressions. What's going on? The Snow God Palace master stared at the Kuragenkyo sect master and said word by word, "Your Kuragenkyo vice sect master, Mingyu, said that he found the cave abode of the Eastern Sea True Lord from 10,000 years ago. In the end, all the elders we sent were killed." As soon as the Snow God Palace master said this, the Wanjian School master also looked over. Even the Kuragenkyo sect master frowned slightly when the two sect masters pressured him at the same time. How would I know what's going on? Don't forget that your elders are dead. Our Kuragenkyo even lost a vice sect master. The Kuragenkyo sect master suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. That's right. The Wanjian School master's expression eased a little. In terms of losses, the Kuragenkyo had suffered the most, even more than the Snow God Palace. Although the goddess of the Snow God Palace was dead, a goddess was only a goddess. No matter how great her potential was, it was still just potential. The Kuragenkyo vice sect master, Mingyu, was a real combat force. No one knew how much he had contributed to the Kuragenkyo. Sect master, this has happened twice in a row. The Black Source sect master turned to look at the Dao-Yi sect master and said coldly, "The first time might have been a coincidence, but the second time the people we sent out all died. However, your Dao-Yi sect elder is still alive and well." Lao Dao, I don't know. The sect master of the Dao-Yi school looked helpless. Although it was a good thing that his disciples and elders were still alive, it was clear that whether it was the sect leader of the Dark Source sect, the Snow God Palace princess, or the sect leader of the Thousand Swords sect, they all began to suspect him. If the Dao-Yi school really wanted to attack you, how could we just kill your elders and disciples? The sect master of the Dao-Yi school was silent for a while and then said slowly, "For the Snow God Palace and the Kuragenkyo, the death of a goddess and vice sect master was a great loss, but it did not hurt their foundation. The ones who could truly decide the future of the great sects were always the sect masters and the slumbering ancestors. As for the elders and disciples below them, there were countless people overseas, and some so-called geniuses would appear every year. If the goddess was gone, they could just nurture another one. I hope you're not lying to me, sect master." The Snow God Palace master thought for a while and then said softly. She thought for a while and also felt that if the Dao-Yi school really wanted to attack them, they would definitely kill the sect masters. There was no need to attack the younger generation. Enough. In that case, let's talk about what to do next. The sect master of the Wanjian school glanced at them and asked calmly. "Although my disciple didn't die, I also know that to be able to kill an elder of your sect so silently, one must be at least at the level of a sect master." In order to clear himself of suspicion, the sect master of the Dao-Yi school immediately told them his speculation. The Snow God Palace master and the Wanjian school sect master nodded slightly to show their agreement. They were afraid that only the real sect master could kill all the elders they sent out so cleanly, and even their divine thoughts could not escape. It's not just the sect master. At this time, the Kuragenkyo sect master shook his head and said, "I know Mingyu's strength. An ordinary sect master can't kill him. It must be at least a sect master at the peak." As soon as the Kuragenkyo sect master finished speaking, the Snow God Palace master and the others all changed their expressions. A sect master at the peak? Generally speaking, the 5th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer was the sect master level, while the peak sect master was at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, only one step away from the 7th heavenly layer. In the entire overseas martial arts world, there were probably only a few peak sect masters. We're in trouble. The sect master of the Wanjian school suddenly felt troubled. If it was only a sect master who dared to attack the major sects, even if he didn't die he would be suppressed. But a peak sect master. If a peak sect master wanted to leave, no amount of sect masters could stop him. What scared the Kuragenkyo sect master and the Snow God Palace master even more was that they still didn't know who the peak sect master was. Which force did he come from? This is no longer something we can decide. The Snow God Palace master said solemnly, I need to report to the ancestor. Chapter 226. Su Qin certainly didn't know that killing a few people had caused an uproar overseas and even alerted the sleeping ancestral patriarchs of the exalted sects. Or rather, even if Su Qin knew, he would still smile. With his current means he wouldn't be afraid of even a 9th heaven legend, unless he was an earth immortal. What's more, the sleeping old ancestors of the major sects overseas were just a group of pitiful wretches whose vitality was declining, and their lifespan was nearing its end. They could not enter Su Qin's eyes. After Su Qin successfully broke through and confirmed that he couldn't sign in on Yingzhou Island anymore, he rushed back to Chang, and with the spirit essence spring in the jade box. As for Yingzhou Island, the essence chi and spirit essence on Yingzhou Island would definitely decline slowly after losing the spirit essence spring. However, the current essence chi tide was slowly recovering. Even if Yingzhou Island had declined, it would still recover its name of Deity Island, after a few decades. The reason why perfected Lord Donghai chose to plant the spirit essence spring on Yingzhou Island was that even without the spirit essence spring, Yingzhou Island was still a blessed land that could naturally gather essence chi and spirit essence. Before taking them away, Su Qin specially repaired the heaven and earth array that shrouded Immortal Abode Island, and added a few arrays that he had comprehended himself. The entire Immortal Abode Island could be said to be impregnable. At least if Mingyu and the others were stronger, it would be impossible for them to break the array so easily. It's time to go back. Su Qin left Yingzhou Island and looked at the blue sea as he flew in the direction of Chang'an. As for Qingqiu Chanqian and Lao Dao warrior, they quickly followed. Although most of the old Daoist true essence was used to hold the jade box, as a 4th heavenly layer legend, flying in the air was like an instinct. In addition, Su Qin deliberately slowed down so he could barely keep up. A day later, they had arrived outside Chang'an. Chang'an was still the same as before. Ever since the Empire of Tang unified the world, the city walls of Chang'an had been expanded several times to allow people from all over the world to enter and leave. After Su Qin entered Chang'an, he didn't alert anyone. He went straight back to the palace and stopped in the East Palace. The heaven and earth formation here. The Lao Dao priest held the jade box with both hands, his face full of shock. Although the heaven and earth great formation that enveloped the entire Eastern Palace could not be compared to the heaven and earth great formation that Eastern Sea True Lord had set up on Immortal Abode Island, it was incredible that dozens of great formations could fuse together in perfect harmony. Su Qin did not care about the Lao Dao's shock. The moment he returned to Chang'an City, Su Qin used his divine thought to scan the entire city. Although Su Qin had left something behind on the family Su and the others, he had to see it with his own eyes before he could be at ease. The number of martial artists has increased by a lot. Su Qin stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Just a few months after he left, the number of martial artists in Chang'an City had increased by at least half, and there were at least hundreds of Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. As for Peak Grade 1, there were also more than a dozen. However, all the Peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters were between the first and second transformations. As for the third transformations of Grade 1 Great Perfection, there was not a single one, let alone a legend. Even if the world's essence chi tide recovered, even if it returned to its heyday 10,000 years ago, the number of legends was not even 1 in a million. The world's essence chi tide is getting more and more obvious. Su Qin shook his head slightly. If it was a few years ago, the world's essence chi tide was extremely obscure, and only peak legends like Su Qin could faintly perceive the changes in heaven and earth. But at this moment, even the ordinary people of Chang'an City could faintly feel that something was wrong. For example, their legs were a lot more nimble, old illnesses that had been there for many years suddenly healed, or martial artists that could only be seen occasionally in the past were now everywhere. The recovery of the world's essence chi tide was not targeted at martial artists, but at all creatures in the world, whether it was the human race, the monster race, or even other magical races. Father has entered the upper realm? Su Qin's divine sense swept across the East Palace. Although the East Palace was shrouded in the heaven and earth great array, other legends could not explore it with divine sense. But Su Qin, as the owner of these heaven and earth great arrays, was naturally not among them. Therefore, Su Qin immediately discovered that Su Shimin had entered the third-grade martial artist realm. Of course, Su Qin also knew that Su Shimin's rapid breakthrough was entirely due to the accumulation of the previous decades, coupled with the cultivation of Su Qin now. There is no change in the Imperial Palace. Su Qin nodded slightly. Before he left the Imperial Palace and went to the East Sea, he had already informed the Emperor of Tang and others that he was going out. Just as Su Qin was thinking. Third uncle. Li Wan's crisp voice suddenly came. Wanner hasn't seen third uncle for a long time. Li Wan ran briskly in front of Su Qin and said coquettishly. But during the time when third uncle was away, Wanner did not slack off and worked hard to practice the sword. Li Wan blinked. Not bad, you didn't slack off during this time. Su Qin glanced at Li Wan and knew that Li Wan was right. At this moment, the internal strength in Li Wan's body had all turned into sword qi and even began to condense a sword heart. Once the sword heart was formed, it meant that one had walked their own path in the sword Dao and had unlimited potential. For Li Wan to be able to do this, at least he was about to fully comprehend the sword intent on the piece of wood that Su Qin left him. If there is a chance, I will instill some sword intent into it. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. This is body of the sword heart? The moment the Lao Dao teacher saw Li Wan, his pupils suddenly shrank. Even though he was a level 4 legend, when his gaze fell on Li Wan, he felt a faint stab of pain, as if he was looking at a sharp divine sword. If the people of Wanjian School knew that there was a body of the sword heart here, I'm afraid they would desperately come to snatch it. The Lao Dao teacher's thoughts turned quickly as he thought quickly in his heart. However, with Senior here, even if Wanjian School uses all the power of the sect, I'm afraid they can only return with broken swords. The Lao Dao teacher looked at Su Qin again, and a trace of awe flashed across his face. He knew that Su Qin had condensed a domain and was a peak legend with abundant qi and blood and sufficient shouyuan. Even if Wanjian School was an upper sect in the face of Su Qin, they could only retreat. Even if Wanjian School woke up their sleeping ancestor, they couldn't do anything to Su Qin. After all, the strongest ancestor of Wanjian School, Shouyuan, didn't have much left. The number of times he could attack was limited, and coupled with the decline of his qi and blood, he could only use half of his strength. How could he do anything to Su Qin? It would be good enough if he wasn't defeated by Su Qin. Just as the Lao Dao teacher was letting his imagination run wild, a surprised voice suddenly came, "Martial uncle, why are you here?" When Yan Hai heard that Su Qin had returned, he excitedly came to visit Su Qin, but he saw the Lao Dao teacher standing behind Su Qin. Martial nephew Yan Hai. The Lao Dao teacher was also stunned. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would meet his martial nephew under such circumstances. "Master, he is my martial uncle in the Daoyi school." Yan Hai immediately explained to Su Qin. "Master." The Lao Dao teacher's eyelids twitched. The Daoyi school was a major sect overseas, and more than one Earth Immortal had come out. If the news spread that their disciples recognized someone else as their master, it would definitely shock the entire overseas martial arts world. However, when the Lao Dao teacher thought of Su Qin's strength, he suddenly felt that it was reasonable. When he learned that the person who killed the Kuragenkyo and Snow God Palace disciples was Su Qin, the Lao Dao teacher was still wondering why his disciple didn't die. Now it seemed that Yan Hai was very perceptive. He knew that Su Qin's strength was unfathomable, and recognized him as his master in time to avoid death. As for Yan Hai recognizing Su Qin as his master, the Lao Dao teacher didn't find it strange. With Su Qin's strength, even if Yan Hai recognized him as his master, the Lao Dao teacher would agree without hesitation, let alone Yan Hai. After greeting Su Qin, Yan Hai took the initiative to stand beside the Lao Dao teacher and asked curiously, "Master's uncle, you were also caught by Master. You followed Master here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Yan Hai knew that he said something wrong and immediately changed the topic. "Master's uncle, what are you holding?" Yan Hai looked at the jade box in the Lao Dao teacher's hands. The jade box was completely closed. Yan Hai didn't know what was inside, but from the Lao Dao teacher's face, he knew that it should be very heavy. "Don't go near it. It belongs to the senior." The Lao Dao teacher glared at Yan Hai. "Okay." Yan Hai's scalp tingled, and he immediately stood aside obediently. The jade box contained the spiritual fountain. Even though it was withered now, it was still a priceless treasure. Who knew how many major sects would kill to get their hands on a spiritual fountain? Third uncle, who is this sister? She's so beautiful. Li Wan looked at Qingqiu Qian and asked softly. Qingqiu Qian was from the Qingqiu Fox clan, and the Fox clan's human form had a great innate charm. Although this charm was not worth mentioning in Su Qin's eyes, it was like a pink skeleton. But others didn't see it that way, especially Li Wan. She was about to condense a sword heart and was extremely sensitive to the outside world. Some grade 1 great grandmasters couldn't compare to her. Of course she could tell that Qingqiu Qian was special. Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Qian. I'm just a servant of the master. Qingqiu Qian immediately replied. A servant? Li Wan didn't quite understand. And at this moment, the Emperor of Tang hurried over from his palace. Third brother, you're finally back. The Emperor of Tang was overjoyed when he saw Su Qin. Third brother, something big happened. The Emperor of Tang quickly walked to Su Qin and said solemnly. Something big? Su Qin raised his eyebrows, his expression showing a surprised expression. For the Emperor of Tang to say, something big, it would definitely affect the operation of the Empire of Tang. When Su Qin just returned to the palace, he didn't find anything big with his divine sense. What's the matter? Su Qin asked directly. I got the news. The Emperor of Tang took a breath and said solemnly, the War God Temple has appeared. War God Temple? Before Su Qin could speak, the Lao Dao warrior holding the jade box suddenly exclaimed, his face full of shock. It seemed that the words War God Temple had a special magic power. Chapter 227. Third brother, who is he? The Emperor of Tang looked at the Lao Dao warrior in surprise and asked curiously. As soon as he learned that Su Qin had returned, he rushed over in a hurry and didn't notice the Lao Dao warrior and Qingqiu Qian beside Su Qin. An elder of a large sect. Su Qin said casually and turned to the Lao Dao warrior. You know about the War God Temple? Senior, in the oldest books of the Daoyi sect, there are indeed records about the War God Temple. However, it involves the secrets of several eras of the Vitality Tide. I don't know if there is a connection between the two, the Lao Dao warrior said carefully. Although the words War God Temple were special, it might just be the same name. The Lao Dao warrior didn't dare to confirm it on the spot. Su Qin's heart was slightly stirred. He had lived 2 lives and of course knew the origin of the War God Temple. However, the Lao Dao warrior's performance made him a little uncertain whether the War God Temple that the Emperor of Tang mentioned was the War God Temple in his memory. Tell me about the War God Temple. Su Qin looked at the Emperor of Tang and asked. Third brother. Although the Emperor of Tang didn't know which sect the Lao Dao warrior was from, it was obviously not the time to pay attention to that. He immediately told him everything he knew about the War God Temple. According to the Emperor of Tang, the first time the War God Temple appeared was 8,000 years ago. After that, every time it appeared, it was 1,000 to a few thousand years apart. The last time the War God Temple appeared was 1,500 years ago. According to the information obtained by the Empire of Tang, the War God Temple was extremely mysterious and didn't seem to exist in this world. Every time it appeared, it would appear on the top of Kunlun Mountain. The War God Temple was vast and boundless. In the corners, there were exotic flowers and herbs that could not be found in the outside world. The ceiling of the temple was engraved with the stars of the heavens. Every living being that was lucky enough to enter the War God Temple would receive an inheritance. Third brother, after the Empire of Tang unified the world, they collected information from various countries. Over the past 8,000 years, nearly half of the martial arts legends who were born entered the War God Temple. Especially in a few eras when several martial arts legends stood side by side and looked down on the world together, it was almost only a few decades after the Temple of War appeared. The Emperor of Tang said in a deep voice. Historically, the martial artists who have entered the War God Temple are at least grade 1 great perfection, and more than half of them have even entered the myth realm. For these powerhouses, they rarely reveal what they have experienced in the War God Temple. The Emperor of Tang only knows this because of the previous investigation of the imperial family. When Su Qin heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. When the world's essence qi began to recover, the environment of heaven and earth changed greatly. The world's essence qi was abundant, and the spiritual opportunity rose, which made it easy to break through to the myth realm. But thousands of years ago, especially 8,000 years ago, the last world's essence chi had just fallen into complete silence. It can be said that the world's essence chi had withered, and it was the real doomsday for martial arts cultivators. Perhaps for the lower and middle realms, they only need to temper themselves and will not be affected. But for the martial artists in the upper realm, especially Grade 1 Great Grandmasters, they had begun to come into contact with the world's essence chi. The consequence of the complete silence of the world's essence chi was that it became extremely difficult to enter the upper realm. As for the myth realm, it was a real legend. But even so, the martial artists who entered the War God Temple could still continue to break through and step into the upper realm, Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, Grade 1 Great Perfection, and even the real myth realm. Although most of them did not go deep into the myth realm, it was already incredible. War God Temple. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He entered the myth realm by relying on signing in at the Shaolin Temple for nearly 30 years and obtaining countless divine pills and peerless cultivation techniques. The imperial teacher became a legend because of the accumulation of more than 100 years, coupled with the recovery of the world's essence chi. He was able to make the ultimate leap. But how did the other mythical warriors in history enter the mythical realm? Third brother. The appearance of the War God Temple this time is bound to be another bloody storm. The Emperor of Tang sighed softly. With the current foundation of the Empire of Tang, ordinary Grade 1 Great Grandmasters can't shake it at all. Only those real legends can shake the Empire of Tang. Once there are a few more legends in the Empire of Tang, the Emperor of Tang will have a headache on how to appease them. Although Su Qin is in charge of the Empire of Tang, the Emperor of Tang knows very well that Su Qin can't do everything. If he wants to really maintain long-term peace in the world, he still needs to make the Empire of Tang strong. The expression of the Lao Dao man next to him kept changing. Finally, he sighed and bowed to Su Qin. Senior, I know what the War God Temple is. Tell me. Even if Su Qin has 100 guesses in his heart, he still wants to hear what the Lao Dao man has to say. Senior, my Dao sect has been passed down since the last world's essence chi recovery era. The Lao Dao man calmed down and said solemnly, and in the last world's essence chi recovery era, the War God Temple already existed. No one knows the origin of the War God Temple. They only know that the War God Temple will appear once every thousands to thousands of years. Moreover, according to my Dao sect's records, not only in the last world's essence chi recovery era, but also in the previous world's essence chi recovery era. At this point, the Lao Dao man paused for a while and continued, every martial artist who enters the War God Temple will get a great opportunity and their strength will greatly improve. Unfortunately, the level of the War God Temple is too high. It is suspected to be a method left by the strongest. Although it exists in the world, it is not in this world. It is very magical. Moreover, the War God Temple can only allow martial artists of the legend level to enter. Earth immortals who are beyond the legend level can't enter at all. Once, when the War God Temple appeared, several peak Earth immortals wanted to enter the War God Temple to talk about it. They were ready to join forces to break in, but in the end, they left with their tails between their legs and never mentioned the War God Temple again. Later, when the last world's essence chi recovery era ended, the War God Temple has never appeared overseas. Many overseas legends thought that the War God Temple had completely disappeared, but they didn't expect that it was just a change of location. The Lao Dao man looked emotional and finished quickly. So powerful. Even Earth immortals can't do anything about it? Qingxiu Chanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lord Donghai, who enslaved the entire Green Hill Fox clan 10,000 years ago, was also an Earth immortal. In the eyes of the Green Hill Fox clan, Lord Donghai's methods were no different from that of a god. The world's essence chi recovery era before the world's essence chi recovery era. Ruan Qing was also shocked. Although he was an overseas legend cultivator, he only knew about the world's essence chi recovery era 10,000 years ago. As for earlier, he didn't even think about it. As for the Emperor of Tang and the others, they were confused for a long time. For them, the overseas martial arts world, Earth immortals, and the world's essence chi recovery era were too far away. Only Su Qin's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement after hearing that the War God Temple had appeared in the world's essence chi recovery era 2 years ago. Although Su Qin was interested in the inheritance in the War God Temple, it was only a little. It wasn't necessary. After all, no matter how precious the inheritance in the War God Temple was, could it be compared to the Buddha's palm? Could it be compared to the 9 beads of the demon path? Could it be compared to the painting of the 12 divine beasts? Could it be compared to the other divine arts that Su Qin had obtained from signing in? What Su Qin really wanted was the War God Temple itself. If what the Lao Dao man said was true, the War God Temple had already appeared long before the world's Essence Chi recovery era, then the War God Temple had existed for at least 10,000 years. After such a long time, how much Dao accumulation had been accumulated in the War God Temple? If Su Qin could sign in the War God Temple, what kind of amazing treasures would he obtain? Now Su Qin was already an 8th heavenly stage legend. After stepping into the 9th heavenly stage legend, he was ready to condense his primordial spirit and break through to the Earth Immortal stage. The resources needed for the cultivation of the Earth Immortal stage were even more terrifying. If Su Qin wanted to advance by leaps and bounds, just signing in Chang and city would be far from enough. However, the War God Temple, which had accumulated Dao accumulation for tens of thousands of years, could completely meet Su Qin's needs. Are you serious? Is the War God Temple really passed down from the world's Essence Chi recovery era? Su Qin looked at the Lao Dao man with a sharp gaze. The Lao Dao man was shocked when he heard this. He had never seen Su Qin speak in such a tone. He said seriously, "Senior, everything I said came from the records of the Dao Yi sect. It shouldn't be wrong. 10,000 years ago, during the peak of the last Essence Chi recovery era, the Dao Yi sect was also a famous sect in the world. To be able to be solemnly accepted by the Dao Yi sect and passed down to this day, it was obviously confirmed." I see. Su Qin roughly judged that the Lao Dao man wasn't lying through the wisp of immortal will planted in his body. In fact, in front of Su Qin, a peak legend who had condensed a domain, the Lao Dao man wouldn't dare to lie. Besides, what the Lao Dao man said didn't involve the top secret of the Dao Yi sect at all. Although the War God Temple was mysterious, it wasn't a secret during the peak of the last Essence Chi recovery era. When will the War God Temple be born? Su Qin looked up in the direction of Kunlun Mountain and asked. Third brother. According to the records of the ancient books, whenever the void ripples appear on Kunlun Mountain, it's not far from the birth of the War God Temple. The War God Temple will definitely be born in a year or two. The Emperor of Tang had clearly investigated everything before he came and answered without hesitation. But third brother, don't worry, I have already asked people to closely monitor Kunlun Mountain. If there is any movement, I will know in less than a day. The Emperor of Tang patted his chest and promised. Now that the Empire of Tang had unified the world, coupled with the Emperor of Tang's bold reforms in the past few years, the Empire of Tang was no longer what it used to be. If it wasn't for the recovery of the Essence Chi recovery era that led to the birth of one powerful martial artist after another, the Empire of Tang alone was enough to suppress everything. No need. I have already sensed it. Su Qin opened the eyes of truth, and at the same time activated the celestial being observation technique. His thoughts began to rise infinitely. He could vaguely feel that there was indeed an aura rising on Kunlun Mountain, as if the space was shaking and something was squeezing out. Chapter 228. The Emperor of Tang ordered people to monitor Kunlun Mountain day and night, but how could they be faster than Su Qin's eyes of truth and celestial gaze? Now that Su Qin is at the 8th heavenly layer, eyes of truth, as a magic power that can evolve with the improvement of Su Qin's strength, naturally also rises. His grasp of qi, whether it is subtle or range, has skyrocketed. You feel it? The Emperor of Tang was shocked. Kunlun Mountain is almost 100,000 miles away from Chang and city. Even if the Emperor of Tang uses all means, even if he uses a grade 1 great grandmaster to send a message, he can only guarantee that he will know what happened on Kunlun Mountain within a day. This is based on the foundation that the Empire of Tang has unified the world. Otherwise, if it was in the past, not to mention one day, even 10 days or half a month may not necessarily be able to obtain information about Kunlun Mountain. But now, Su Qin hasn't even taken a step out of Chang and city, but he said that he has already perceived Kunlun Mountain. This is simply shocking. Although it is recorded in ancient books that legends have already transcended the mortal world, transcending the mortal world does not mean that they have really become immortals. But at this moment, Su Qin knows everything that happened 100,000 miles away. If this is not an immortal, then what is an immortal? Even the Lao Dao, who thought that they knew something about Su Qin, were also stunned. In the eyes of the Lao Dao, Su Qin is indeed powerful. A peak legend who has condensed a domain is enough to be invincible for several generations even overseas. But no matter how strong Su Qin is, it does not mean that he is omnipotent. Below the earth immortal, even if he condenses a domain, it is only a miniature one. The range of the domain that he can completely control is only about 100 feet. Of course, the range of a peak legend's divine sense is extremely wide, more than 100 miles. But between 100 miles and 100,000 miles is still an insurmountable gap. Only Li Wan still looked ignorant. She is not even in the upper realm, so she naturally does not understand the meaning of Su Qin's words. My feelings are different from what you think. Su Qin shook his head and said lightly. Whether it was the Eye of Truth or the Celestial Seer technique, they could only sense qi. As for other things, they did not touch much. For example, 100,000 miles away, Su Qin could only feel the spatial fluctuations on Kunlun Mountain. As for what Kunlun Mountain looked like and how many stones there were, he had no idea. To put it simply, Su Qin's perspective was different from that of ordinary people. From a certain point of view, Su Qin was already standing at a height unimaginable to ordinary creatures, observing this world. It's not the same, the Emperor of Tang and the others swallowed hard. Although they did not know exactly what was different, Su Qin's actions over the years had constantly refreshed their understanding of him. Under such conditions, it was not so difficult to understand what was happening 50,000 kilometers away. Next, after the Emperor of Tang chatted with Su Qin for a while, he said goodbye. Now that the world was unified, the state affairs he had to deal with every day could fill up the entire Long Life Temple. If it weren't for the Emperor of Tang occasionally taking time to recuperate in the East Palace, cultivating the cultivation method left by Su Qin and taking some pills, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. After the Emperor of Tang and the others left, Su Qin still stood in the same place. Qingqiu Qian and the others stood respectfully next to him. Before Su Qin gave the order, they did not dare to have their own ideas. Even Ruan Qing, who had been in Chang'an City for a while, stood there respectfully at the moment. Where should I plant the spirit spring? Su Qin's divine sense swept across the entire Chang'an City as he secretly thought. After Su Qin devoured it, the spirit spring was almost withered. It may not be useful in a short time, but if it recovers in the future, it will definitely bloom with unprecedented brilliance. Let's plant it under the right spring square. Su Qin raised his head and looked at the right spring square not far away. The right spring square was where Su Qin used to live. It was now the core of the many heaven and earth formations that covered the entire East Palace. Compared to other places in the East Palace, the Yuan Qi and Spirit Spring in the right spring square were more abundant. Therefore, it was very suitable for nourishing the Spirit Spring and allowing it to recover sooner. Thinking of this, Su Qin's mind moved. Suddenly, the jade box held by the Lao Dao servants suddenly exploded. A hazy ball of light appeared. This ball of light was surrounded by Yuan Qi and Spirit Spring, but it had a weak smell. After Su Qin revealed the Spirit Spring, he directly let it fall into the right spring square. It's about time. Su Qin nodded slightly. The Spirit Spring had been planted. Now all he needed to do was wait for the day it completely recovered. According to Su Qin's estimation, with the current recovery of the tide of Yuan Qi, the Spirit Spring would not be able to recover for long. It's done. During the time I was away, did anything happen? Su Qin's gaze was calm as he looked at Ruan Qing and Yen Hai. Whether it was Yen Hai or Ruan Qing, they were both legends of the third heaven. They were the strongest people in Chang'an City besides Su Qin. The reason why Su Qin was not in a hurry to stay in the East Sea for a few months was because these two people were in charge of Chang'an City. It was not that Ruan Qing and Yen Hai were strong, but with the recovery of the tide at least for 100 years, Yen Hai and Ruan Qing could solve most of the problems. Su Qin did not need to worry. Master, nothing happened in the past few months. Ruan Qing thought for a while and said respectfully. Yen Hai also said the same. Although the tide of Yuan Qi had begun to recover, it was still hundreds or thousands of years away from the peak. There was not even a single legend on the mainland. If not for the war god temple being about to appear, the Emperor of Tang would not have come to complain to Su Qin. Okay, all of you are dismissed. After asking a few more questions, Su Qin waved his hand and asked Ruan Qing and the others to take the Lao Dao warriors and Qingqiu Qianqian away to understand some of the rules in the palace. Su Qin took a step forward and returned to the majestic underground palace in Chang'an City. According to the trend of the Qi movement caused by the spatial fluctuations on Kunlun Mountain, the space will be completely torn apart in about a year. At that time, the war god temple should appear. Su Qin sat cross-legged, facing the direction of Kunlun Mountain. His eyes were calm as he thought quickly in his heart. The war god temple was related to Su Qin's check-in location. Su Qin would definitely go there in person. But, according to the ancient records, the war god temple will not appear for too long, at most a month. Su Qin frowned slightly. If the War God Temple could only check in once or a few times, it would be fine. A month was enough to drain the Tao accumulation accumulated by the War God Temple over tens of thousands of years. But if the War God Temple was a repeatable check-in location, it would be a big loss if he could only check in for a month. Forget it. I'll wait until a year later when the War God Temple appears. Su Qin calmed down and his thoughts began to fluctuate. During this period of time, I've signed in a lot of fire element divine pills in the cavern world. Next, I'll start cultivating the Great Sun diagram of the 12 Divine Beasts diagram. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, a stone diagram that connected the sky and the earth faintly appeared. A great sun was engraved on it, burning fiercely as if it could burn everything. Chapter 229. The cultivation of the Great Sun painting requires a large number of fire element divine pills. In theory, as long as there are enough fire element divine pills, I can cultivate the Great Sun painting in a short period of time and transform into the strongest fire element divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. Su Qin's mind merged into the Great Sun painting as he thought silently. To some extent, the cultivation of the Great Sun painting is very simple. It doesn't require comprehension, physique, or bloodline. The only requirement is resources. However, this seemingly simple requirement is enough to stump almost all martial Dao cultivators in the world. Because the Great Sun painting requires too many resources, it can be said to be like mountains and seas. Su Qin has been signing in for decades and thinks that he is relatively rich. The lifetime accumulation of ordinary earth immortals is not as good as his. In addition, he obtained dozens of Lihua divine pills from Yingzhou Island. In the end, he didn't even light up a spot on the Great Sun painting. One can imagine the consumption of resources to cultivate the Great Sun painting. Moreover, this is only the first stone painting of the 12 Divine Beast paintings. The consumption of the following stone paintings is far above that of the Great Sun painting. Unfortunately, only fire element resources are useful for the cultivation of the Great Sun painting. Su Qin sighed softly. He has been signing in for decades. Whether it was in the Shaolin Temple or the Imperial Palace, most of the treasures he obtained were not fire element. Although the Lihua divine pills he obtained from Yingzhou Island were full of fire element energy, there were only dozens of them after all. However, during this period of time, I have obtained a lot of fire element demonic pills from signing in the cavern world. Su Qin's mind moved, and a large number of demonic pills exuding a hot aura suddenly appeared in front of him. These were the gains from signing in the cavern world in the past few months. Cavern world was built on an underground volcano, and the power of fire element was abundant. In addition, the branches of the ancient demon tree in cavern world were also close to fire element. Therefore, most of the treasures he obtained there were fire element treasures. Although these fire element demonic pills were not as good as Lihua divine pills, they were superior in quantity. Every time Su Qin signed in cavern world, he would obtain several to dozens of demonic pills or other treasures. Over the past few months, he had accumulated hundreds of fire-type demonic pills. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As time passed, Su Qin could obtain a large number of fire elemental demonic pills through signing in every day. For other demons, Cathode City was built on an underground volcano, and the climate was hot. If one lived there for a long time, they would easily suffer from fire poison. However, in the eyes of Su Qin, Cathode City was a treasure trove. To be able to continuously supply him with fire attribute demonic cores for the Great Sun portrait from afar, if this wasn't a treasure bowl, then what was? I've been signing in for more than 2 years in the Demon Cloud City. The Cathode City shouldn't be any shorter than this. In 2 years, if I continue to sign in like this, I might be able to cultivate the Great Sun painting to small success. Su Qin's eyes were burning. Although the small success of the Great Sun diagram was still a long way from the complete Great Sun diagram, it was still far from being able to transform Su Qin into a true three-legged golden crow. But at least he could use some of the abilities of the three-legged golden crow. For example, once the Great Sun diagram reached small success, Su Qin's understanding of the Tao of Fire would probably surpass that of true Lord Donghai in an instant. Of course, comprehension was comprehension, strength was strength. True Lord Donghai was a peak earth immortal. Even if he didn't rely on his realm, Su Qin was not his opponent. But once he comprehended it, strength was only a matter of time. Red flame demonic core, demonic fire pill, demonic flame liquid. Su Qin's eyes kept sweeping and a satisfied look appeared on his face. The so-called fire attribute resources were not just divine cores and demonic cores. Other resources, as long as they contain the power of fire, are also helpful for the cultivation of the Great Sun diagram. These pills are all from the underground demon cave. Although they are biased towards the fire attribute, they have the violent taste of the underground demon cave. Su Qin felt it carefully and compared the difference between the fire attribute demonic core and the fire attribute divine core. Although the fire attribute divine core was also hot, it was much more stable on the whole. However, the demonic cores in front of Su Qin had an extremely violent aura. If it were other attribute pills, I might have to go through the Devil Buddha Golden Body transformation, but the fire attribute. Su Qin took a deep breath. In an instant, all the demonic cores in front of him rose up and turned into a huge amount of demonic firepower, surging towards Su Qin's body. The three-legged golden crow was the strongest divine beast of the fire attribute. In front of it, as long as it was the power of fire attribute, there was no difference between divine core and demonic core. It could easily devour it. Buzz? Just after a large number of demonic cores entered his body, a huge stone diagram faintly appeared behind Su Qin. There was a great sun on the stone diagram, and in addition, there were tens of thousands of light spots engraved on it. At this time, a certain light spot on the edge of the stone diagram slowly lit up. If these demonic cores were taken individually, they might be useless and the effects might not even be seen, but there were so many of them. Su Qin continued to take them. After hundreds of accumulated demonic cores were used up, he improved his strength. When he received more demonic cores in the cave world, he continued to take them. In this way, after repeated cycles, the aura in Su Qin's body became more and more profound, and the stone diagram behind him became clearer and clearer. Especially the bright light spot on the edge of the stone diagram, it was about to completely light up. Once this light spot completely lit up, it would mean that Su Qin had already entered the threshold of the cultivation of the Great Sun diagram. Just as Su Qin was slowly cultivating. In the Emperor of Tang's palace, Ruan Qing took Qingqiu Qianqian and the Lao Dao scholar to walk around the palace and familiarize themselves with the environment of their future life. Yan Hai, who was next to them, finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Martial uncle, why were you also caught by master?" The Lao Dao scholar was an elder of the Dao sect, a fourth heavenly layer legend. His status was far higher than an inner disciple like Yan Hai. Although Yan Hai was at the third heavenly layer, there was a big bottleneck between the third heavenly layer and the fourth heavenly layer. In the many large sects overseas, only a fourth heavenly layer could become an elder of the sect. Therefore, in Yan Hai's opinion, an elder of the Dao sect like the Lao Dao scholar should be in charge of the Dao sect. How could he come here and be caught by Su Qin? When the Lao Dao scholar heard this, he smiled bitterly. If he had known that Su Qin's strength was so terrifying, he would have dared to come here even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Senior's strength is unparalleled. It's already very good that I was able to keep my life. Mingyu, Shuiyu and the others died on the spot. The Lao Dao scholar sighed with emotion. Although his life was not in his control now, at least he was alive. Mingyu? Ruan Qing and Yan Hai looked at each other, and their pupils suddenly shrank. In the entire overseas, only the deputy sect master of the Kurajenkyo was a legendary martial artist named Mingyu, who was said to be the closest to the sect master level. Master killed Mingyu? Yan Hai's voice trembled in disbelief. Even a disciple like him knew how terrifying Mingyu was. In the overseas, the Kurajenkyo's methods were ruthless, and the deputy sect master Mingyu had made a name for himself in the Kurajenkyo. You don't know Senior's strength? The Lao Dao scholar was a little confused. Su Qin was a peak legendary martial artist who had condensed a domain. Killing Mingyu, a legendary martial artist who was not even a sect master, was not something that could be done with just a thought. Master strength. Yan Hai was silent for a while and then carefully probed. Isn't Master a sect master level legendary martial artist? More than a year ago, Su Qin killed several third heaven disciples of the Snow God Palace and the Kurajenkyo. He did not show his true strength, so even Yan Hai did not know how strong Su Qin was. Therefore, when the Lao Dao scholar asked this question, Yan Hai told him his guess. This was when he saw that the Lao Dao scholar was also captured, and temporarily raised his understanding to a higher level. After all, even in the overseas, a sect master level legendary martial artist was also a big figure who could suppress a region. No matter how much Yan Hai thought highly of Su Qin, he was not sure that Su Qin had entered the sect master level. A sect master level legendary martial artist? The Lao Dao scholar heard this, slightly stunned, shook his head and said, A sect master level legendary martial artist is not even qualified to stand in front of senior. When these words came out, Yin Hai's eyes almost popped out. What kind of existence was a sect master level legendary martial artist? It was enough to run rampant overseas. Even those high and mighty sects did not dare to completely offend a sect master level legendary martial artist. After all, although the sects also had sect masters, but if a sect master level legendary martial artist put down his face and specifically targeted your disciples to kill, what would you do? With the strength of a sect master level legendary martial artist, to deal with the existence below the sect master level, it was just a matter of one move, and there was no time to rescue. Therefore, in the overseas martial arts world, a sect master level legendary martial artist was already beyond the sects. But Yin Hai did not expect that, according to the Lao Dao scholar, the extraordinary sect master level legendary martial artist was not even qualified to stand in front of Su Qin. If the person who said this was not his martial uncle, an elder of the Dao sect, and it was absolutely impossible for him to lie, Yin Hai would not have believed it at all. Uncle Master, you mean? Yin Hai's heart was in turmoil, and suddenly an incomparably terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Master, Master. Yin Hai muttered for a long time but did not say anything. Senior is a peak legendary martial artist, and a peak legendary martial artist who has condensed a domain. Not to mention a sect master level legendary martial artist, even our many sects ancestors who are deep in slumber overseas are not Senior's match. The Lao Dao scholar did not hide anything, and directly told him everything he knew. Peak legendary martial artist? A peak legendary martial artist who has condensed a domain? Yin Hai's expression was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. He had thought that Su Qin was very strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. No, this was no longer just strong. Su Qin's level had completely exceeded the limit of their imagination. Master, Ruan Qing, who was beside him, swallowed. The impact he received was equally great. Although Ruan Qing had seen Su Qin bathed in lightning, at most he guessed that Su Qin might be at the level of an ancestor. But at this moment, hearing the Lao Dao scholar's words, Su Qin was already standing above most of the ancestor level. The strongest foundation of the overseas sects was the ancestor who was deep in slumber in their respective sections. As long as the ancestor was still alive, they would always be able to stand above all living beings overseas. But now, not only had Su Qin reached this level, but he had also faintly surpassed it. How terrifying was this? How domineering was this? How disdainful was this? Chapter 230. So Master is this strong? Yin Hai swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice. Only those who had entered the 7th layer were qualified to be called a peak legend. Currently, most of the ancestors of the many powerful sects overseas who were in hibernation were at this level. And to condense a domain in this era was something that only legends of the 9th heaven would consider. Although it was recorded in the ancient books that legends of the 7th heaven could condense a domain, for example, during the peak of the last vitality tide, there were a few heavens chosen who condensed the power of heaven and earth and condensed a miniature domain at the 7th heaven. But records were just records. Since ancient times, how many legends could condense a domain at the 7th heaven? Now my only hope is that the Dao sect will not send anyone over. The Lao Dao warrior was silent for a moment and sighed. As soon as he said this, Yin Hai was shocked. According to the Lao Dao warrior, Su Qin was a peak legend who had condensed a domain. Such a terrifying existence, other than the land immortals who appeared once in 1,000 years who could do anything to him. If the Dao sect continued to send people over, it would be suicide. Although he and the Lao Dao warrior bowed their heads in time and saved their lives, it did not mean that Su Qin would let the other Dao sect disciples go. And more importantly, if the disciples of the Dao 1 sect don't know how to think and offend Su Qin in the future, the entire Dao 1 sect will suffer a disaster. In the future, if you find any disciples of the Dao sect entering Chang and City, immediately stop them and bring them to see the senior to prove that the Dao sect has no intention of offending you, the Lao Dao warrior said with a serious expression. Okay. Yin Hai nodded and said solemnly. When he was enslaved by Su Qin, Yin Hai still had a glimmer of hope in his heart that the Dao sect would communicate with Su Qin in the future and redeem him. But now, Yin Hai had completely given up on this thought. Su Qin was so powerful that the Dao sect could not wait to send more disciples to curry favor with Su Qin. How could they redeem him? However, following Master, my strength has improved faster than the Dao sect. Yin Hai thought to himself. Suddenly, his spirit jolted. Although his life and death were in Su Qin's hands, Su Qin had never made any excessive requests. Occasionally, Su Qin would even guide him in his cultivation. Being guided by a pinnacle myth who had condensed a domain was enough to make the eyes of a group of sect master-level myths turn red with envy. Let alone being enslaved, they would even be willing to work like a cow or horse. Humph. You humans, how do you know the Lord's methods? At the side, Qingxiu Qian sneered in her heart. She had served Su Qin on Yingzhou Island for such a long time, so she naturally knew that in addition to Su Qin's identity as a legendary martial artist, he was also faintly related to the legendary three-legged golden crow. Although Su Qin had once denied that he was not a three-legged golden crow, in Qingxiu Qian's opinion, even if Su Qin was not a pure-blooded three-legged golden crow, he must have the bloodline of the most powerful mythological beast, the three-legged golden crow, and it was the kind that was close to pure-blooded. This was a mythological beast. The most powerful mythological beast, the three-legged golden crow, how could a mere myth martial artist be compared to it? A real adult three-legged golden crow could transform into the great sun, burning the sky and boiling the earth. Even the world under its feet was enough to burn, let alone some living creatures. However, the relationship between Master and the three-legged golden crow should be a big secret, and it must not be exposed. Qingxiu Qian's thoughts fluctuated as she thought quickly. Time passed slowly. Several months passed in a blink of an eye. Above the underground majestic hall. After several months of hard work, Su Qin's aura was more profound than a few months ago, especially the huge stone diagram that faintly appeared behind him. The light spots at the edge were only a little bit away from completely lighting up. Suddenly, at this moment, it seemed to have reached some kind of qualitative change. The light spots at the edge of the stone diagram suddenly bloomed with a bright brilliance. Vaguely, a three-legged divine bird like the great sun spread its wings and flew over. The terrifying power of fire almost melted the majestic hall. After nearly a year of hard work, I've finally mastered the great sun diagram. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, and a flame mark faintly flashed in the depths of his eyebrows. After returning to Chang and city for a few months, plus the few months on Yingzhou Island, Su Qin used all his sign-in opportunities in the Cavern World's Cavern City to sign in fire attribute demonic pills for the Great Sun diagram to cultivate. My physical body, after being tempered by the power of fire, seems to be undergoing the sixth transformation. Su Qin looked happy. At this moment, his physical body had once again risen to a higher level, and his every move seemed to be tearing the air. Su Qin believed that if Qingxiu Qingling stood in front of him at this moment, she wouldn't need to use the 5 Thunder God Fist at all. She could directly crush him with her physical strength. But this was not Su Qin's biggest gain. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and in his white jade-like palm, in addition to a trace of gold, there was also a red light that was as hot as a flame. This meant that Su Qin's physical body at this moment was innately close to the power of fire. Once he cultivates a fire attribute cultivation technique or treasure codex, he will definitely be able to advance 1,000 miles in a single step. At this moment, my physical body is enough to be immune to most fire attribute attacks. Even if true Lord Donghai comes back to life, if he attacks me with fire, I'm afraid it will be weakened by more than half. Su Qin looked amazed and whispered to himself. After mastering the Great Sun diagram, Su Qin felt that the whole world had changed. In the past, although Su Qin could still control the earth, fire, wind, water, and so on with the power of his domain, but that was forcibly controlled with absolute strength. But now, Su Qin had a feeling that even if he didn't use his true essence, divine sense and domain power, he could control the power of fire. This kind of control was a kind of innate control, as if it was an instinct. This is just the entry level. If I really master the Great Sun diagram, what kind of scene would it be? After Su Qin familiarized himself with the changes in his body, he looked slightly emotional. This divine art is really incredible. Su Qin's mind sank into the depths of his mind, and once again glanced at the 12 stone diagrams that were slowly rotating and thought to himself. However, just the entry level of the Great Sun diagram alone took me nearly a year to obtain treasures from signing in. What about the next minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection? Su Qin's expression was slightly heavy. During this period of signing in addition to obtaining some fire attribute demonic pills, I also obtained a drop of demon god's blood? Su Qin's mind moved, and a drop of blood suddenly appeared in front of him. This drop of blood was different from the demon god's blood that Su Qin obtained before. It obviously didn't come from the same demon god. The demon god's blood that Su Qin obtained from signing in the cathode city, although it could still only be seen with the naked eye, it was vaguely filled with an extremely powerful flame power. This flame power was naturally far inferior to the true sun fire emitted by the three-legged golden crow that was engraved in the depths of the Great Sun diagram, but it was much more powerful than Lord Donghai. A demon god of the flame Tao? Su Qin touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. I can feel that this drop of demon god's blood is of great help to my Great Sun diagram. Su Qin looked at the demon god's blood in front of him, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. But I can't touch it. The demon god's blood can't be touched by the divine sense domain. He can only see it with his eyes, so naturally he can't touch it. Let's talk about it later. Su Qin pondered for a while and put the demon god's blood back into the system space. Anyway, the demon god's blood has already fallen into his hands, and it can't run away. Sooner or later it will surge up, so Su Qin wasn't in a hurry. After the Great Sun diagram was completed, Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief and no longer devoted all his time to cultivation. He often ran to the imperial palace to give pointers to the family Su. Third brother, I feel that I'm getting younger and younger in the past few months. Su Yueyun found Su Qin and said with joy. Su Qin smiled and didn't speak. Although the E-Wood spiritual liquid had no effect on Su Qin, this was because Su Qin's level was too high. If it were other mythical warriors, even if they were at the sect master level, they would be extremely eager for the E-Wood spiritual liquid. Not to mention that it could extend the lifespan of the Shouyuan, at least it could improve the physique, which was enough to make people excited. As an ordinary person, Su Yueyun absorbed the E-Wood spiritual liquid, so what if he could regain his youth and eternal youth? There are still 2 or 3 pounds of E-Wood spiritual liquid left. Should I give a drop to the family Su? Su Qin thought in his heart. At this moment he was already at the 8th level and had condensed his territory. There was no need for him to sleep for such a long time like Su Yueyun. Thinking of this, Su Qin secretly divided a drop of E-Wood spiritual liquid into 3 parts and slowly merged it into the family Su's body. After making arrangements for the family Su, Su Qin gave a drop to the Emperor of Tang. Anyway, there were still a few pounds of E-Wood spiritual liquid left, and it was useless to Su Qin, so he didn't feel bad about it. Then Su Qin gave Li Wan another piece of wood. This time, Su Qin left a little more sword will on it, enough for Li Wan to comprehend for a few years. Do you know what you lack the most right now? Su Qin looked at Li Wan, who was practicing swordsmanship not far away, and frowned. Third uncle, what do I lack? Li Wan was at a loss. Murderous aura. Su Qin said slowly. The sword Dao that Li Wan showed was almost at the upper realm, but it didn't contain a trace of murderous aura. Sword Dao was originally a killing Dao and it was famous for being good at fighting. As a result, Li Wan's sword Dao didn't have murderous aura. Murderous aura. Li Wan looked at a loss. Su Qin saw this scene, but his expression didn't change. Murderous aura could only be trained after a lot of life and death battles. Li Wan was the princess of the Empire of Tang. In the entire palace, who would dare to let Li Wan fall into a life and death battle? Even those red-clothed eunuchs who often fought with Li Wan didn't dare to have a trace of murderous aura towards Li Wan, let alone a life and death battle. In this case, Li Wan couldn't give birth to real murderous aura at all. Without murderous aura, Sword Dao was like losing its soul. No matter how gorgeous it was just an empty shell. Then third uncle, what should I do now? Li Wan didn't understand and quickly asked. What should I do? Su Qin was about to speak. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin's face changed and he suddenly looked up in a certain direction. Kunlun Mountain. Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, opened eyes of truth, and ran Skyman observation technique. He faintly felt a huge spatial fluctuation coming from Kunlun Mountain. The War God Temple is coming out. Chapter 231. Under Kunlun Mountain. Inside an inn. At this time, because of the appearance of the War God Temple, many martial artists in the world gathered at Kunlun Mountain, wanting to see the legendary glory of the War God Temple with their own eyes. After all, for thousands of years, as long as a martial artist came out of the War God Temple alive, they were at least grade 1 great perfection, and there was no lack of legends. No martial artist would ignore this kind of once-in-a-millennium opportunity. As a result, the inns at the foot of Kunlun Mountain were full of people coming and going. And at this time, outside the inn, 2 figures slowly walked in. On the left was a man with a calm expression, and on the right was a little girl in her teens. Third uncle. What are we doing here? The little girl looked up at the man and whispered. I'll let you see what murderous aura is. The man's gaze was deep as he said lightly. These two people were naturally Su Qin and Li Wan. Li Wan comprehended the sword intent left by Su Qin day and night. Although she had the realm of sword Dao, she lacked murderous aura. Su Qin took advantage of the appearance of the war god temple to bring Li Wan out. Martial Dao cultivation, especially sword Dao, must go through a lot of life and death battles. And Li Wan, as the princess of the Empire of Tang, has a respected status. In the imperial palace, those red-clothed eunuchs and the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army, who would dare to attack Li Wan. Therefore Su Qin brought Li Wan out. Anyway, even without Li Wan, Su Qin would have come to Kunlun Mountain. It was completely a piece of cake. Oh! When Li Wan heard Su Qin's words, she immediately stood beside Su Qin. When the two walked into the inn, the waiter immediately greeted them and said respectfully, "Two guests, please go upstairs." The waiter's eyes were sharp. Although he couldn't see anything from Su Qin, the more he didn't dare to be careless. During this time, who knows how many martial artists passed by. Maybe Su Qin was a hidden master. Very soon. After Su Qin sat down, Li Wan also sat down next to him. There are still a few days left. Su Qin raised his head and looked at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. At this close distance, he could clearly sense when the war god temple would appear. When he was in Chang'an City, he was 100,000 miles away from Kunlun Mountain. Although he could vaguely sense the fluctuations in space with the Eye of Truth and the celestial being aura-gazing art, he was able to deduce when the war temple would appear. However, that was only a rough guess. There was an error of half a month to a month. But now, Su Qin was at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, and he had already accurately estimated the time of the war god temple's appearance to be within a few days. Since everything has reached a bottleneck, it won't hurt to wait for a few days. Su Qin tapped his right hand on the wooden table. Now that he had mastered the basics of the picture of the Great Sun, there was no way he would be able to achieve minor accomplishment in a short period of time. As for breaking through to the 9th heavenly layer, it was not something he could do immediately. I wonder what kind of surprise the war god temple will give me? Su Qin's gaze was faint as he thought to himself. Just as Su Qin was thinking, the inn was already in an uproar. Many martial artists gathered here began to talk. Do you think the Green City Sword King will come this time when the war god temple appears? A black-clothed man asked with interest. The Green City Sword King is a grade 1 great grandmaster who has risen in recent years. He is good at killing and has once suppressed several great grandmasters of the same level with his own strength. The Green City Sword King? A martial artist chuckled. The appearance of the war god temple is rare. Not to mention the Green City Sword King, even those peak grade 1 old monsters would not be able to hold back. Peak grade 1, the whole inn suddenly went quiet. Even if it is far beyond the tidal recovery, and the cultivation environment has become easier, a peak grade 1 great grandmaster is still rare. What about grade 1 and above? Another martial artist asked with a burning gaze. Above grade 1, everyone's complexion changed slightly. Although a peak grade 1 great grandmaster is above grade 1, it is still within the realm of grade 1. Only legends and venerable arhat can truly be called above grade 1. In this era, we clearly know that there are two existences above grade 1. One is the venerable of the Shaolin Temple, and the other is the legend of Chang'an City. At this time, a man in green clothes, who had been sitting on the second floor of the inn, slowly spoke. As soon as the man in green clothes spoke, everyone in the inn looked at him. Yes. A martial artist's complexion changed as he looked at the man in green clothes in disbelief. The Green City Sword King? I didn't expect the Green City Sword King to have already arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Some martial artists looked at each other in shock. This man in green clothes is the Green City Sword King they were talking about just now. The Green City Sword King is a grade 1 great grandmaster who has recently risen. His reputation has almost overshadowed the older generation of great grandmasters. Sword King, who do you think is stronger, the venerable of the Shaolin Temple or the legend of Chang'an City? The man in black clothes who had just spoken suddenly asked, his face full of curiosity. When the other martial artists heard this, they immediately pricked up their ears. Obviously they also wanted to know this matter. Throughout the ages, legends and venerable arhat have always been at the limit of the martial Tao. Although the two have different names, they belong to the same level. Who is stronger and who is weaker? The Green City Sword King looked hesitant. Although he knows more than most people present, how can he know the strength of a legend? Based on the current record, the legend of Chang, and city should be stronger. The Green City Sword King lowered his head and thought for a while. The reason why he came to this conclusion was entirely because many legends have fallen in Chang and city. Whether it was the imperial teacher of the Mengyuan Empire or the Blood Killgate ancestor, they all showed the terrifying strength of the legend of Chang and city. As for the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple, from the beginning to the end, he only made a move after the Demon Lord came. Compared with the legend of Chang and city, he is, of course, weaker. So that's how it is. Many martial artists in the inn were deep in thought. Sword King, you haven't said, will the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple and the legend of Chang and city come this time when the War God Temple appears? A martial artist seemed to have thought of something and asked loudly. I don't know about the legend of Chang and city. The Green City Sword King glanced at the crowd and said in a low voice, but the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple is very likely not to come. As soon as these words came out, many martial artists present suddenly looked puzzled. They never thought that the Green City Sword King would be so sure that the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple would not come. I've checked the ancient books. The legends and Venerable Arhat born in the past will not stay on this continent for long. Instead, they will cross the sea and leave in pursuit of a higher realm. The Green City Sword King did not keep them in suspense and said bluntly, 20 years ago, a Venerable came out of the Shaolin Temple, but in the past 20 years, there has been no news about this Venerable. I think it is very likely that this Venerable has left the Shaolin Temple and left this continent. Although the Green City Sword King's tone was very light, it spread throughout the inn and resounded in everyone's ears. This was not only the Green City Sword King's thought, but also the speculation of other Grade 1 Great Grandmasters and even Peak Grade 1. The Venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple may have left long ago. Yes. If there is still a Venerable in the Shaolin Temple, I'm afraid that he would have already announced to the world that the Buddhists are respected. How could he still be there for 20 years? Many martial artists nodded slightly in agreement. Although the Buddhists pursue being aloof from worldly affairs, being aloof from worldly affairs does not mean that they do not fight for anything. Even if the Shaolin Temple is not interested in worldly power, it can at least strengthen its position among the 4 Buddhist sects. The Sword King's words make sense. A martial artist sighed with emotion. However, the Shaolin Temple has just produced a Venerable, and not long after there was a Jianghu, a holy monk. When has God ever favored the Buddhists? Jianghu, a holy monk. As soon as these words came out, the entire inn fell silent again. In the Buddhist sects, only a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is qualified to be called a holy monk. And Jianghu, a holy monk, can be said to be the strongest of the younger generation in the past 10 years. Even a Sword Dao Great Grandmaster like the Green City Sword King was suppressed by him. 10 years ago, Jianghu, a holy monk, walked out of the Shaolin Temple, but he was only Grade 2. But in the past 10 years, Jianghu, a holy monk, quickly rose to Grade 1, and was at the peak of Grade 1. He was only half a step away from completing the transformation and becoming a peak Grade 1. In a few months he killed 7 Grade 1 Great Grandmaster evil martial artists in a row, shocking the world. Jianghu, the Green City Sword King's pupils shrank slightly. He once secretly fought with Jianghu, but after only a few moves he was defeated and fled. It can be said that that battle was the shadow of his life. It is said that Jianghu, a holy monk, is a disciple of the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple. How can he not be strong? A martial artist said mysteriously. A disciple of the Venerable? Everyone was suddenly stunned, but when they thought about it, they felt that it was only natural. The means of the Venerable are not something that they can figure out. A disciple of the Venerable, let alone a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, even if he is a Grade 1 Great Perfection, it is still natural. Third uncle. That Jianghu, a holy monk, I heard Imperial Father mention him. Li Wan listened with relish, looked up at Su Qin and said excitedly. Jianghu. A holy monk? Su Qin touched his chin. He did not expect that Jianghu would step into Grade 1 Great Grandmaster so quickly. According to Su Qin's estimation in the Shaolin Temple, even if Jianghu has a Buddha heart, it will take at least 50 years to enter Grade 1, and then 100 years to reach Grade 1 Great Perfection and try to break through to the Venerable Arhat realm. But now, in less than 20 years, Jianghu has already reached Grade 1. Is it the effect of the recovery of the Vitality Tide? Su Qin's face was thoughtful. The recovery of the Vitality Tide happened in the past decade. It is completely natural that Jianghu benefited from it and stepped into Grade 1 in advance. I haven't been back to the Shaolin Temple for a long time. Su Qin sighed softly. The next moment he seemed to feel something and looked up in a certain direction. Huh. A trace of surprise appeared on Su Qin's face. Chapter 232. Since coming to the foot of Mount Kunlun, Su Qin had used most of his divine sense to perceive the spatial fluctuations at the top of Mount Kunlun. The rest of his divine sense was restrained in his body, but just now Su Qin sensed a familiar aura approaching. "Third uncle, what are you looking at?" Li Wan saw Su Qin's gaze and hurriedly tiptoed to look outside the inn. Sure enough, a moment later, a monk in a gray robe strode in. This monk was extremely inconspicuous, like an ordinary person, but Qingqing Sword King, who was sitting on the second floor, changed his expression and almost exclaimed, "Xianku." Qingqing Sword King suddenly got up and stared at the gray-robed monk in disbelief. He never thought that he would meet a holy monk Xianku of the Shaolin Temple here. As Qingqing Sword King's words spread, all the martial artists in the inn were stunned, and their eyes quickly fell on the gray-robed monk who had just walked in. "Xianku? He's Xianku, a holy monk from the Shaolin Temple? Isn't Xianku, a holy monk, too young? Is Xianku, a holy monk, also here to fight for the War God Temple?" Many martial artists chatted quickly, their eyes constantly sweeping over Xianku. "Namo Amitba." The gray-robed Xianku bowed slightly and said, "I'm not here for the War God Temple." Xianku's words. The martial artists present were even more puzzled. The martial artists who came to Mount Kunlun were basically here for the War God Temple. If Xianku wasn't interested in the War God Temple, why would he appear here at this time? Under everyone's gaze, Xianku raised his head slightly and said loudly, "This little monk has found you. Are you still not going to show yourself? Little bald donkey Xianku, you've chased us for several months and traveled tens of thousands of miles. Do you really want to kill us all?" A hoarse voice sounded. A man with cold eyes walked out. The man's facial features were ordinary, but there was an inexplicable evilness that made people want to sink into him. "Qixia Sanren him." Some of the martial artists' expressions changed drastically as a trace of fear appeared on their faces. Qixia Sanren was a famous evil martial artist in Jianghu. He once massacred several villages in order to practice evil martial arts. Even the Empire of Tang wanted him. If Qixia Sanren wasn't a grade 1 great grandmaster, and if it wasn't for the fact that he would have immediately fled at the first sign of trouble, he would have fallen into the hands of the Empire of Tang. Qixia, along the way, this little bald donkey has never held back. Whether he wants to kill us all or not, you know best in your heart. A thin man slowly stood up and stood side by side with Qixia Sanren. This thin man had protruding cheekbones and sallow skin, but his eyes were faintly exuding a tyrannical aura. "Spiritual Master Sha, why is he here?" Many of the martial artists present felt their hands and feet go cold. Even the Green City Sword King's eyes flashed with a trace of dread. Whether it was Qixia Sanren or Spiritual Master Sha, they were both grade 1 great grandmasters of the evil path who wreaked havoc in the world. Their methods were vicious and they wantonly slaughtered people. This little monk is not trying to kill you all. If you are willing to follow this little monk back to the Shaolin Temple and enter the demon-subduing tower, you can still live. Xianku put his palms together and said softly, "Humph. Demon-subduing tower? You think we will definitely lose?" At this time 2 more figures walked out of the inn. One was a beautiful woman, the other was a tall man. Like Qixia Sanren and Spiritual Master Sha, they were both evil path martial artists who had wreaked havoc in the world. In particular, the beautiful woman was an expert in the yang harvesting technique and had sucked dry the essence, qi and spirit of many male martial artists. Heavens, were we talking in front of these 4 kings of hell just now? Many martial artists in the inn felt their legs go soft and their hearts tremble. If not for the sudden appearance of Xianku, a holy monk, no one present would have thought that they had walked the line between life and death. Based on the personalities of these 4 evil path martial artists, if not for the pursuit of Xianku, a holy monk, they would have already slaughtered all the martial artists in the inn and used their essence and blood to heal their injuries. Even the Green City Sword King's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Although he had long sensed the aura of a first-rank martial artist hiding in the inn, he did not know that it was these notorious evil path martial artists. "Xianku, can you handle it?" The Green City Sword King gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist and looked down. In any case, Xianku came from the Shaolin Temple, a righteous path sect. Now that he was besieged by evil path martial artists, how could he stand by and watch? Moreover, if these evil path martial artists really killed Shen Ku, they would probably turn around and attack him. Whether we win or lose, that will depend on your abilities. Shen Ku looked up at the evil path martial artists and raised his right hand. A terrifying internal force rose and almost enveloped the entire inn. In the face of the vast pure yang Buddhist aura, the evil path martial artists suddenly felt their strength being suppressed. Shen Ku, you little bald donkey, don't be too proud. When we were unhindered in the world, you were still drinking milk. Qixie Sanren fiercely stomped his right foot on the ground and turned into a viper, rushing towards Shen Ku. The other three also used their own methods, faintly surrounding Shen Ku. Rumble. The aura of a battle between first-rank great grandmasters pervaded the air. If Shen Ku had not been unwilling to harm the innocent and promptly retreated from the inn, it was likely that the entire inn would have collapsed. When the martial artists in the inn saw this scene, their eyes suddenly lit up and they hurriedly rushed out of the inn to watch the battle between Shen Ku and the evil path martial artists. Fights between grade 1 great grandmasters are rare, especially this kind of situation where they outnumber each other, which is even more difficult to happen. A first-rank great grandmaster was not a fool. How could they take the initiative to fight against several powerhouses of the same level? Only a Buddhist genius like Shen Ku, whose cultivation technique can restrain the evil path, would have the confidence to chase after several evil path martial artists. The Sword King hesitated for a while and did not immediately take action. First, if he took action at this moment, he would inevitably scare away the evil path martial artists. Second, he also wanted to figure out Shen Ku's strength. With Shen Ku's strength, ordinary first-rank great grandmasters were not his opponent at all, but at this moment there were 4 first-rank great grandmasters. They should be able to force Shen Ku to use his full strength. I'll wait until Shen Ku can't hold on, then I'll help. The Sword King thought for a while and began to look at the battlefield outside the inn. Third uncle. Who do you think will win? Li Wan's eyes were shining as he asked in a low voice. Although in the imperial palace, Li Wan had also seen the fight between the red-clothed eunuch and the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army. But how could it compare to the excitement of watching Shen Ku and the evil path martial artists fighting to the death? In particular, the monstrous murderous aura exuding from the evil path martial artists made Li Wan feel inexplicably frightened. Who will win? Su Qin sat casually on the chair, a deep look on his face. Chapter 233. For Su Qin, meeting Shen Ku here was a pleasant surprise. The reason why he did not recognize him was because he wanted to see how Shen Ku has progressed in the past 20 years. With Su Qin's current realm, he can easily see through Shen Ku's realm. But realm is realm. His specific fighting ability still needs to be observed a few more times. It is best to show it in actual combat. Yes. These people are really bad guys. Teaming up to bully one, what kind of ability is that? Li Wan clenched his fists and said angrily. When martial artists fight, as long as they can survive, it is normal to bully the weak with numbers. Su Qin glanced at Li Wan and said lightly. I know, third uncle. Li Wan shrank his head. And at this moment, Li Wan was not the only one who wanted to know whether Shen Ku of the Shaolin Temple or the 4 evil path great grandmasters was stronger or weaker. All the martial artists watching the battle were also secretly guessing. On the second floor of the inn, in an inconspicuous corner, the inn owner was leisurely looking at the battlefield outside with his hands behind his back. Who do you think will win, Xuanku Sunga or the 4 evil path great grandmasters? The chubby inn owner asked with interest. If there were other grade 1 great grandmasters paying attention to this corner, they would be shocked to find that every word spoken by the innkeeper was only heard within 3 meters of him. Anything beyond that seemed to be cut off. This is a certain way of using divine sense. This seemingly chubby and ordinary-looking inn owner is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster who has at least transformed his divine sense. Sir, although the 4 evil path great grandmasters are powerful and have many means, Xuanku Sunga is a holy monk of the Buddhist sect. His Buddhist internal strength is vast and can restrain these evil path great grandmasters. A scholar next to him thought for a while and continued, according to my guess, although the 4 evil path great grandmasters can suppress Xuanku Sunga will win in the end. You're right. The chubby innkeeper nodded slightly, then suddenly changed the topic. But since you can see this, why are the 4 evil grandmasters still attacking here? According to the character of the evil path's martial artists, once they knew that they couldn't win, why would they still make a move? Even an outsider like the scholar could see the situation on the battlefield. How could the four evil warriors who had been entangled with Xuanku Sangha for several months and had fled tens of thousands of miles away not know the difference between themselves and Shenku? If they could defeat Xuanku Sangha by joining forces, why would they be chased for tens of thousands of miles? The scholar's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He looked at the chubby innkeeper and whispered, "Mister, what do you mean? The four evil grandmasters are just bait." The fat innkeeper shook his head and said, "Holy monk Shenku abhors evil as if it were his enemy. He has been in the world for more than 10 years and has killed nearly 10 evil great grandmasters. He has even taken action many times and ruined the plans of some old monsters." The chubby innkeeper paused for a while and sighed softly. "If it weren't for the venerable from the Shaolin Temple, I'm afraid that some old monsters would have already attacked Shenku. Since they know that the Shaolin Temple has a venerable, why are they still using the four evil grandmasters as bait?" The scholar was puzzled. Naturally, it's because someone found out that the venerable is no longer in the Shaolin Temple. The chubby innkeeper's expression showed a hint of surprise. Since ancient times, whether it's a martial arts legend or the venerable Arhat, they have all crossed the sea. Since the venerable from the Shaolin Temple has left and hasn't returned for nearly 20 years, it must be the same. So, those old monsters can't help it. A sneer appeared on the chubby innkeeper's face. When the venerable from the Shaolin Temple was here, those old monsters didn't dare to do anything. But now that he has left, the chubby innkeeper didn't continue, but the meaning he wanted to express was obvious. Of course, even if the venerable left, no old monster would dare to attack the Shaolin Temple. Who knows how many tricks the venerable left behind in the Shaolin Temple? Just because they don't dare to attack the Shaolin Temple doesn't mean that they can let Shenku go after the evil grandmasters so wantonly. The chubby innkeeper said slowly, "As far as I know, the evil emperor who was in seclusion 70 years ago, came out some time ago. I have seen him from afar. Now, the strength of the evil emperor should be at grade 1 great perfection." The evil emperor, the scholar sucked in a breath of cold air. 70 years ago the evil emperor dominated the world. His methods were extremely ruthless, and even the lords of the various countries were afraid of him. Although the various countries had armies to suppress him, for a powerhouse like the evil emperor, the army was too cumbersome. As long as the evil emperor paid attention, it was impossible for the army to encircle and suppress him. And once the evil emperor was annoyed, he could turn into the most terrifying assassin and assassinate the royal family of the various countries at that time. If it weren't for the appearance of a demon lord in the demon gate at the same time, who kept the evil emperor in check, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was the evil emperor or the demon master, after dominating a region, they soon lost interest and went into seclusion to pursue a higher cultivation level. "Mister, now that the evil emperor has made his move, should we stop him?" The scholar asked carefully. "Stop. I am not the evil emperor's opponent. Even if I wanted to stop him, I can't." The chubby innkeeper shook his head. Although he is also a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, compared with the evil emperor, who is a grade 1 great perfection existence, he is still inferior. But if he wants to save Shenku, he is not strong enough. "Sir, if the evil emperor kills Shenku, you are not afraid of the Shaolin Temple?" The scholar couldn't help but say. Shenku is not just one person. Behind him stands the Shaolin Temple. As a great sect that just came out of Venerable Arhat, the Shaolin Temple is at its peak in this era. Moreover, according to some rumors, Shenku is Arhat's disciple. Shaolin Temple? The chubby innkeeper smiled and said, "Before the evil emperor went into seclusion, he was already more than 120 years old. After 70 years he will be more than 190 years old. He should not be too far away from the 200-year limit of Shoyuan. Do you think that the evil emperor at this time will care about the Shaolin Temple?" The chubby innkeeper said softly. "This is also the reason why he is not willing to stop the evil emperor. The current evil emperor is close to Shoyuan, he is simply a madman. Not to mention that his strength is not as good as the evil emperor. Even if his strength is equal to the evil emperor, or even stronger than the evil emperor, he is not willing to fight with the evil emperor. It seems that it will be difficult for Xuanku Sangha to go back alive." The scholar's face was full of emotion. Xuanku Sangha can be said to be the strongest of the younger generation of the Shaolin Temple. His potential is infinite, and he may be able to reach the level of Venerable Arhat. However, potential is just potential. Before it is transformed into strength, it is still so fragile. The evil emperor is about to make his move. The chubby innkeeper looked at a certain place outside the inn, a thoughtful look on his face. His divine sense transformed, and he could faintly sense a monstrous evil aura hidden in that corner. It is the evil emperor. At the same time, in the direction that the chubby innkeeper looked, a man with deep eyes stood with his hands behind his back. The Shaolin Temple? The inheritance of the Venerable? This man with deep eyes is the evil emperor. At this moment he is looking at Jianghu, who is fighting with 4 evil grandmasters, with longing. The world thinks that the reason I am making a move is because the evil grandmasters are dying one after another. The evil emperor thought, and a trace of sarcasm appeared on his face. But for me, the so-called evil path is nothing. Even if the evil path is cut off, what effect will it have on me? The evil emperor's expression was full of coldness. Jianghu is the strongest disciple of this generation of the Shaolin Temple. He stepped into grade 1 great grandmaster before the age of 50. He must have some sort of inheritance from that venerable one. The evil emperor licked his lips and whispered to himself, if I kill Jianghu and take away the inheritance of the venerable, maybe I can take that step. Thinking of this, the evil emperor's spirit shook. Although he is not a Buddhist disciple, and even if he obtained the inheritance of the venerable, he may not be able to understand it. But it is better than figuring it out by himself. Besides, even if Jianghu does not have the inheritance of the venerable, the evil emperor will still do the same. He will deliberately force the Shaolin Temple to use their heritage, and it would be best to take out the artifacts left by the venerable to kill him. The artifacts left by the venerable contain a wisp of the venerable's divine sense and can exert part of the venerable's power. If I face the venerable directly, I will definitely die, but it's just an artifact of the venerable. Under the pressure of life and death, I may be able to take the last step. The evil emperor's thoughts fluctuated, and he thought quickly in his heart. Shoyuan doesn't have much left, and in 2 or 3 years at the latest he will die of old age, so he can only take risks. As long as I can take that step, even if I have to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Shaolin Temple, even if the venerable returns from overseas, what can he do? A trace of madness appeared on the evil emperor's face. In fact, no matter in which era, it is absolutely stupid to provoke a force that has just produced a venerable. However, the evil emperor had no other choice. If this dragged on, he would die of old age. Rather than watching helplessly as his chi and blood deteriorated, he might as well take a gamble. If he failed, he would die in a seated posture. But if he succeeded, he, the evil emperor, would be reborn. Unfortunately, your potential is much stronger than mine. If you step by step, you can definitely step into grade 1 great perfection before the age of 150, and then have enough time to reach a higher level. The evil emperor looked coldly at Jianghu in the distance, and a trace of cruelty appeared on his face. But unfortunately, you met me. For my path, go to hell. The evil emperor slowly took a step forward, ready to go all out to kill Jianghu, and then search for the venerable's inheritance. However, just as the evil emperor was about to attack, the void faintly condensed and the world began to distort. The evil emperor only felt that everything around him had stagnated. By the time the evil emperor managed to react, he discovered that he had already arrived at the inn. This is... The evil emperor's eyes widened, and his heart was set off stormy waves. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a man sitting not far away with a calm expression. Beside the man was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She was looking at him with a face full of surprise. Chapter 234. What the hell is going on? The evil emperor suddenly found himself kneeling on the ground. He wanted to get up, but he felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his shoulders and he couldn't move. This? The evil emperor trembled all over and his face was full of horror. He clearly remembered that he was just outside the inn ready to kill Jianghu, but in the blink of an eye the world changed and he appeared inside the inn kneeling on the ground, unable to move. This was simply unbelievable. If the evil emperor didn't clearly feel everything around him, he would have thought that he was dreaming. And at this moment, the evil emperor suddenly heard a clear and puzzled voice. "Third uncle, why did this person suddenly appear here and why is he kneeling there?" Li Wan looked curiously at the evil emperor, her small face full of confusion. Su Qin didn't even bother to look at the evil emperor and said casually, "Just an ant, no need to pay attention to him." Su Qin, of course, had already noticed the evil emperor lurking nearby. The reason why Su Qin let Shen Ku fight with the four evil grandmasters was because he wanted to see Shen Ku's fighting ability. If the evil emperor just stood there obediently, Su Qin would be too lazy to deal with him. But the evil emperor actually wanted to make a move. The evil emperor was a grade 1 great perfection martial artist while Shen Ku was only a peak grade 1, not even a peak grade 1. There were several realms between the two. If the evil emperor was allowed to make a move, no matter how strong Shen Ku's fighting ability was, he would probably be crushed by the evil emperor. Of course, this was not what Su Qin wanted to see. Oh. Li Wan nodded obediently, no longer paying attention to the evil emperor kneeling on the ground. However, the conversation between Su Qin and Li Wan was clearly heard by the evil emperor. It's over. At this moment, how could the evil emperor not know that the reason he had appeared here was all because of that calm man? This person's strength. The evil emperor's hands and feet were cold and his face was full of despair. To be able to ignore his resistance, teleport him to this place in an instant, and suppress him with a single thought, this person must be someone who was far stronger than him. Martial arts legend. He's at least a martial arts legend. There was only one thought in evil emperor's mind. The reason why he added the word, at least, was that even the evil emperor himself did not think that an ordinary martial arts legend could toy with him so easily. In the eyes of the evil emperor, it was true that someone who had just become a martial arts legend could easily kill him. But to kill and to toy with were two completely different concepts. The evil emperor was a grade 1 great perfection, only half a step away from the mythical realm. Even if he encountered a wisp of a martial arts legend's divine mind, he was confident that he could survive. Even if he could not defeat the martial arts legend, he would at least be able to feel how he was defeated. But just now, the evil emperor did not feel when he came from outside to inside the inn. Teleportation in the void is absolutely impossible for ordinary martial arts legends. I'm afraid that only those martial arts legends can do it. The evil emperor knelt on the ground and trembled. Information flashed through his mind one after another, and in the end he was filled with despair. Even an ordinary martial arts legend would be able to easily kill him, let alone a peerless powerhouse among the martial arts legends. And at this moment, the situation of the battlefield outside the inn gradually became clear. In the beginning, the four evil martial arts grandmasters were able to suppress Shen Ku, but as time passed, they gradually went from being suppressed to being evenly matched. In the end, they were even suppressed by Shen Ku. Xuanku Sunga's Buddhist art is amazing. He's fighting 1 against 4 and has the upper hand. Many martial artists who were watching the battle were discussing excitedly. Originally, many people were still doubtful when they heard that Shen Ku had killed nearly 10 evil martial arts grandmasters. After all, evil martial arts grandmasters were still martial arts grandmasters. If they could not defeat Shen Ku, they would definitely run away. An evil martial arts grandmaster who ran away with all his might was almost impossible to kill by experts of the same level. But now, seeing the scene of Shen Ku suppressing 4 evil martial arts grandmasters by himself, many martial artists were immediately convinced. The battle prowess that Shen Ku had shown today could be said to be invincible under the peak first stage. Even Xuanku Sunga has such ability. I wonder how powerful the Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple is. A martial artist sighed emotionally. The other martial artists were immediately filled with respect. At this moment, Shen Ku's every move was filled with Buddhist light, let alone the Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple who was far more powerful than Shen Ku. Was he not a true Buddha in the world? Just as everyone was discussing, the situation on the battlefield was completely reversed. Merciful and merciful palm. Shen Ku's expression was solemn. He raised his right hand and a huge amount of inner force vibrated, forming a huge Buddha's palm that pressed down on the 4 evil martial arts grandmasters. Not good. The 4 evil martial arts grandmasters' expressions changed. They did not dare to hold back and attacked with all their might. If they hesitated, they might be seriously injured by this Buddha's palm. At that time they might really die at the hands of Shen Ku. Rumble. The majestic Buddhist inner force swept away everything. No matter how hard the 4 evil martial arts grandmasters tried to resist, they began to retreat frantically. They finally stopped hundreds of meters away and looked at Shen Ku in horror. Shen Ku, little bald donkey, I didn't expect you to hold back just now. Qixia Sanren stared straight at Shen Ku and said word by word. The other 3 evil martial arts grandmasters turned pale and also looked at Shen Ku in disbelief. Shen Ku had been chasing them for months, and both sides had some understanding of each other's methods. However, Shen Ku had never used the merciful and merciful palm just now. Namo Amitba. Jianghu put his palms together and said seriously, "If you are still willing to enter the demon-subduing tower, my promise is still valid." Demon-subduing tower? Little bald donkey, if you want us to enter the demon-subduing tower, we might as well die. The burly man grinned. The demon-subduing tower of the Shaolin Temple suppressed all the demons in the world. Once imprisoned in it, no one had ever escaped. In that case, I have no choice but to take action. Jianghu sighed softly. However, at this moment, Qixia Sanren suddenly laughed wildly. "Ah! Jianghu, little bald donkey, do you know why we chose to fight with you here?" Qixia Sanren looked at Jianghu with a trace of complacency on his face. "If the four of us scatter and escape, I'm afraid you can't do anything to us, right?" As soon as Qixia Sanren said that, Jianghu's face changed slightly. He had thought of this problem just now, but before he could figure it out, they had already attacked. But now, hearing Qixia Sanren mention this, Jianghu vaguely felt that something was wrong. In the past few months of hunting, the four evil grandmasters had joined forces, but they had all failed. Instead, they were almost seriously injured by Jianghu. Logically speaking, after joining forces several times, the four evil grandmasters had suffered losses, so they wouldn't choose to join forces again. The rest of the martial artists in the audience looked at each other and suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, Qixia Sanren suddenly got down on one knee and shouted enthusiastically in a certain direction, "Ancestral Master Evil Emperor, please kill this man and show the power of evil. Ancestral Master Evil Emperor, please kill this man and show the power of evil." The other three evil grandmasters also got down on one knee and shouted in a deafening voice. Chapter 235. Evil Emperor? Jianghu's expression changed slightly as he looked around with great vigilance. His internal force was constantly circulating within his body. Although Jianghu is a Xian generation disciple of the Shaolin Temple, and it has been decades since the evil emperor dominated the world, he has still heard of this peerless evil path master. As early as 70 years ago, the evil emperor was already at peak grade 1 and almost touched the edge of transformation. If 70 years had passed, the evil emperor would be at least a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, and he might have even transformed more than once. He might have undergone 2 transformations or even 3 transformations to reach grade 1 great perfection. Although Jianghu is very confident in himself, and Buddhist cultivation techniques can restrain the evil path, but the so-called restraint is only relative. Water restrains fire, but how can a drop of water extinguish a monstrous fire? At this moment, Jianghu is facing such a situation. The evil emperor is too powerful. Unless Jianghu also advances to peak grade 1, he can't even resist in front of the evil emperor. However, although Jianghu is feeling heavy, there is not much fear in his heart. The wooden sword left by Su Qin still hangs around his neck. This wooden sword contains a wisp of Su Qin's divine sense. When Jianghu was killed by a grade 1 great grandmaster, it was this wooden sword that revived and killed that great grandmaster. Compared to Jianghu's heavy mood, the rest of the martial artists watching the battle were completely panicking. Evil Emperor? Isn't the evil emperor in closed-door cultivation? No wonder, I was wondering why the 4 evil path great grandmasters didn't scatter and escape. It turns out that they deliberately led Jianghu Sangha here. Many martial artists turned pale, especially the Green City Sword King, whose face was full of fear. The other martial artists only know how terrifying the evil emperor is, but the Green City Sword King knows that even if the evil emperor comes out of closed-door cultivation, Shoyuan is nearing the end of his life. After killing Jianghu, he will use his evil art to suck the blood essence of all the martial artists present to make up for the loss. Qixia Sanren and the other evil path great grandmasters saw this scene, and a carefree smile appeared on their faces. The evil path martial artists are similar to the martial artists of the devil path, or even worse. The devil path had at least one demon sect that could barely exchange a few moves with the righteous path, although the so-called demon sect had been destroyed by the Shaolin Temple more than 20 years ago. But the evil path was like a pile of loose sand, and everyone wanted to beat them. When had he ever made all the martial artists in the world so fearful? Just hearing a name was enough to make him feel fear? Welcome, Ancestral Master Evil Emperor. Show us the power of the evil path. Qixia Sanren and the other 3 evil path great grandmasters shouted again, and the sound waves spread for several miles with extraordinary momentum. However, after a while, the 4 evil path great grandmasters looked strange, because they shouted several times in a row, but there was still no sign of the evil emperor. What's going on? Qixia Sanren panicked. He dared to lead Jianghu here and join forces with the other 3 evil path great grandmasters to besiege him because of the evil emperor. As a result, he was seriously injured by Jianghu's merciful and compassionate palm. If not for the evil emperor's support, Qixia Sanren, with his cautious character, would have fled tens of thousands of miles away. How would he dare to tangle with Jianghu? The other 3 evil path great grandmasters also had the same idea. Welcome, ancestral master evil emperor. Show us the power of the evil path. The 4 demonic grandmasters looked at each other, then braced themselves and shouted once more. In the inn. The chubby innkeeper's expression changed greatly, as if he had found something unbelievable. Impossible. The evil emperor's aura disappeared? The chubby innkeeper swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice. Although he was not as powerful as the evil emperor, he could vaguely sense the evil emperor's aura with his divine thoughts. But just now, he suddenly felt that the evil emperor's aura had completely disappeared. Sir, did the evil emperor run away? The scholar next to him asked carefully. After all, Jianghu was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, and the evil emperor was afraid of the Shaolin Temple. It was possible that he changed his mind halfway. Ran away. The chubby innkeeper's expression was gloomy. With the evil emperor's strength of grade 1 great perfection, it is absolutely ridiculous for him to run away from a grade 1 great grandmaster like Jianghu. As for being afraid of the Shaolin Temple, if the evil emperor was still a Shoyuan, then this could be explained. But the current evil emperor is only a few years away from the end of the Shoyuan. How could he be afraid of the Shaolin Temple? Moreover, what made the chubby innkeeper even more inconceivable was that the disappearance of the evil emperor's aura was not gradual, but more like a sudden disappearance, as if he had left Kunlun Mountain in an instant. But how is this possible? The evil emperor is just a grade 1 great perfection, not a legend. How could he have such speed? Just as the chubby innkeeper was in doubt, Su Qin, who was not far away, casually glanced at the evil emperor, who was kneeling on the ground. They're calling you? The evil emperor's strength is indeed very strong. After 3 transformations he stepped into grade 1 great perfection, and is only half a step away from becoming a legend. Even the demon lord from more than 20 years ago is not the evil emperor's opponent now. But in front of Su Qin the evil emperor is like an ant. Let alone a grade 1 great perfection like the evil emperor, even those legends are nothing to Su Qin. Lord. When the evil emperor heard Su Qin's question, he suppressed the horror in his heart and respectfully replied, I have nothing to do with these 4 people. The evil emperor has never been so afraid before. Since he was born he has been dominating the evil path, causing chaos in the world. Even the kings of various countries are afraid of him. But now the evil emperor is kneeling in front of Su Qin, and he finally realized how weak he is. The evil emperor does not know Su Qin's name, does not know Su Qin's strength, and does not know anything about Su Qin. The only thing he vaguely guessed is that Su Qin seems to have some connection with Jianghu of the Shaolin Temple. The reason for that was because the last thing he did before kneeling there was to kill Jianghu. Therefore, when the demonic emperor heard that the 4 demonic grandmasters were begging him again and again to take action, he wanted nothing more than to smash them into smithereens on the spot. What are you shouting for? Can't you see that I am also kneeling? Nothing to do with you? Su Qin shook his head. How could he not know what the evil emperor is planning? Since that is the case, you can solve it yourself. Su Qin said calmly. He has already seen Jianghu's fighting skills, and he has a rough idea of the progress Jianghu has made in the past 20 years. Naturally, he was too lazy to continue watching. Solve it? The evil arch was slightly taken aback, but immediately after, he felt the giant mountain pressing down on his shoulder loosen, and he suddenly regained the ability to move. I will not let you down. The evil emperor took a deep breath, calmed himself down and walked out of the inn. They can't see me? The evil emperor swallowed because he could feel that some of the warriors in the inn did not notice his existence at all. Even the chubby peak rank 1 innkeeper did not look at him. What kind of trick is this? The evil emperor's scalp went numb, and his back was soaked in cold sweat. At this moment, outside the inn, the 4 evil path grandmasters led by Qixia Sanren shouted several times in a row, Ancestral Master Evil Emperor, please make a move. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The onlookers who were originally terrified looked at each other and blinked, realizing that the evil emperor they were so afraid of had not appeared. What's going on? Could it be that the four evil path grandmasters are lying, and the evil emperor did not come at all? It should be impossible, right? If they dare to make a move here, they must have something to rely on. Even if it is not the evil emperor, it must be another peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Many cultivators looked around cautiously as they discussed in low voices. There is no peak grade 1 evil path aura nearby. Jianghu carefully sensed the surroundings with his Buddha's heart and frowned slightly. He has a Buddha's heart, and his perception of the outside world is extremely sensitive. When Wuxia Sanren said the words evil emperor, Jianghu began to perceive the surroundings with his Buddha's heart. However, in the inn, there was indeed an aura that he could not see through, but it was definitely not an evil path martial artist, let alone the so-called evil emperor. Just when Jianghu was puzzled. Run! The four kneeling demonic martial grandmasters suddenly jumped up. However, they didn't charge at Jianghu. Instead, they rushed in all directions. After the evil emperor did not respond for a long time, the four evil path grandmasters did not dare to stay in place and fled without hesitation. Not good. Jianghu's complexion changed slightly. This was what he was most worried about. The four evil path grandmasters were fleeing in different directions. Although with Jianghu's speed, after choosing a direction, he is confident that he can suppress the evil path grandmaster in that direction. But the evil path grandmasters in the other three directions would be like fish in the sea. Wuxia Sanren. Among the four evil path grandmasters, he has killed the most people. Jianghu's thoughts raced, and he was about to chase after Wuxia Sanren. Suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying and evil aura suddenly erupted from the inn, and a man strode out. He is the evil emperor? The moment Jianghu saw this man, he immediately stopped chasing after Wuxia Sanren's body and stared at him. The rest of the martial artists who were watching the battle paled. They did not expect that the evil emperor had been hiding in the inn all this time. The evil emperor? The chubby innkeeper's eyes widened. His divine sense covered the entire inn, but he could not sense where the evil emperor came from. Ancestral Master Evil Emperor. Ancestral Master Evil Emperor has finally appeared. The four fleeing evil path grandmasters were overjoyed and were about to rush towards the evil emperor. Humph. The evil emperor coldly glanced at the four evil path grandmasters, and finally, under everyone's incredulous gazes, he directly raised his right hand and fiercely pressed it towards the four evil path grandmasters. Rumble. In an instant, the terrifying evil path's internal force boiled and turned into a giant palm that crushed the four grade 1 evil path grandmasters. Evil Emperor, you? Before 7 evils died, his face was still filled with shock. The 4 grade 1 evil path grandmasters were certainly far from being the evil emperor's opponents, but if they were sincere in escaping, it would not be so easy for the evil emperor to kill them. However, the 4 of them had not expected the demonic emperor to attack them. As a result, they were caught off guard and all of them died under the demonic emperor's palm. The audience was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that after the evil emperor appeared, he would suppress Jianghu with one hand and shock the audience, or that Jianghu would use the artifact left behind by the venerable of the Shaolin Temple to escape from the evil emperor's hands, or that the evil emperor would directly fall to the artifact left behind by the venerable. All kinds of possibilities, all kinds of consequences, were all speculated by everyone. However, no one thought that after the evil emperor appeared, the first thing he did was to turn around and kill the 4 evil path grandmasters. This. Jianghu had already secretly held the palm-sized wooden sword on his neck in his hand, but at this moment, he was still in a daze. Not only did the spectators not expect this scene, but even Jianghu also did not expect this scene. Because it was too inconceivable. However, next. Under everyone's shocked gaze after the evil emperor killed the 4 evil path grandmasters with one palm, he turned to the inn and bowed deeply, and said with incomparable respect, "My lord, it is over." Chapter 236. Under Kunlun Mountain. Outside the inn. All the martial artists were numb from the shock. First, Xuanku Sangha of the Shaolin Temple chased after the 4 evil grandmasters for tens of thousands of miles. Then the evil emperor who had wreaked havoc in the world 70 years ago appeared again. Not only did the evil emperor not attack Jianghu, but he also killed the 4 evil grandmasters with a single slap. Finally, what made the martial artists even more shocked was that the evil emperor actually bowed to someone in the inn respectfully and called him Lord. 70 years ago the evil emperor was already at peak grade 1, a peerless powerhouse who was close to transforming. Now 70 years have passed. Even if the evil emperor was not at grade 1 great perfection, he was not far from it. With the strength of the evil emperor, there were only a few people in the world, including the Tao, let alone Lord. If the scene in front of them were to spread out, it would certainly shake the world. The heartbeats of countless cultivators quickened as their eyes faintly swept over the inn, thoughts flashing through their minds one after another. To be able to make the evil emperor, who once dominated the world unhindered, call him Lord, just how graceful must he be? At this moment, the chubby innkeeper, who was also on the second floor of the inn, only felt his body stiffen and tremble. How could the chubby innkeeper not know what the evil emperor's deep bow meant? A legend. There must be at least a legend in the inn. The chubby innkeeper's forehead overflowed with cold sweat. He only felt as if he had just walked through a life-and-death situation. A legend had entered the inn. If he had been dissatisfied with him just now, the innkeeper would have been dead by now. No wonder the evil emperor's aura disappeared in an instant. It turns out that he was captured by a legend. The chubby innkeeper felt that all his doubts had been explained. As for the rest of the martial artists in the inn, they were all dumbfounded and trembling. They did not think as much as the innkeeper, but they also realized that there was an existence in the inn that they could not afford to provoke. Who is it? Jianghu looked as if he was facing a great enemy. If it was just the evil emperor, he believed that the palm-sized wooden sword left behind by Su Qin would be enough to deal with him. But now, looking at the evil emperor's attitude, it was obvious that there was someone else behind him. Let me announce that I've been using a book-chasing app recently. It allows me to cache books and read them aloud offline. Moreover, this person's strength was far beyond that of the evil emperor. It was very likely that he was a mythical being. The next moment, under the gazes of all the cultivators, a tall and slender figure slowly walked out of the inn. Boom. A fear that seemed to burst out from the depths of their lives instantly filled everyone's hearts. Many of the cultivators present knelt down on the ground, feeling as if the figure who had just walked out of the inn was like an immortal god. Do not look directly at it. Unfathomable. Honorable. Only Jianghu widened his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, the tall and slender figure who had walked out of the inn was the honorable who had left the Shaolin Temple more than 20 years ago. Let's go together. If it's not convenient here. Su Qin glanced at Jianghu and turned to leave. Yes. Jianghu immediately followed. Evil Emperor hesitated for a moment. He did not have the courage to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, so he could only follow Jianghu behind. Until Su Qin and the others had completely left. Many of the cultivators present had barely recovered. When they saw the tall and slender figure walk out of the inn, they felt as if they were looking at a grand sundae. Even their eyes began to sting, not to mention the fear that filled their hearts. A mythical, this is a martial arts legend. Some of the cultivators trembled with excitement. When the rest of the cultivators heard this, their heartbeats suddenly accelerated. To be able to make the evil emperor so respectful and respectfully address him as Lord, and just by standing there, all the cultivators present knelt on the ground, unable to look directly at him. I'm afraid that only a legendary martial arts legend could do this. I don't know who it is? The legend of Jianghu City? Or the honorable from the Shaolin Temple? As time passed, more and more cultivators recovered and joined in the discussion. For these cultivators, legends, even the upper realm, were out of their reach. At this moment they actually saw a legend with their own eyes. It was enough to brag about for a lifetime. Didn't the honorable from the Shaolin Temple cross the sea long ago? It should be the legend of Jianghu City, right? A cultivator voiced his opinion. No, if it's the legend of Jianghu City, there's no need to save Xuanku Sangha. The second cultivator questioned. At this moment some of the cultivators reacted. The reason why the evil emperor attacked the 4 evil grandmasters was probably to save Jianghu. The legend of Jianghu City has nothing to do with Jianghu. Only the honorable from the Shaolin Temple would do this. Whether it's the legend of Jianghu City or the honorable from the Shaolin Temple, this time when the War God Temple appears, there will be a good show to watch. As soon as these words came out, many cultivators' eyes lit up. Indeed. Now that the War God Temple is about to appear at this time, a legend-level existence came here, most likely for the War God Temple. Just as the cultivators were discussing this matter, Su Qin had already brought Jianghu and the others to an ancient tree. Disciple greets the honorable. Jianghu bowed to Su Qin, extremely excited. If it weren't for Su Qin helping him complete his Buddha's heart and guiding him on the path of cultivation, he would still be reciting Buddhist scriptures in the Shaolin Temple at this moment. How could he have such achievements? Get up. Su Qin waved his hand. Next, Su Qin asked about what happened in the Shaolin Temple over the years, and Jianghu answered truthfully. Over the past 20 years, the Shaolin Temple has relied on the heritage left by Su Qin, and with the help of the recovery of the Vitality Tide, several Grade 1 Great Grandmasters have appeared. Even Abbot Huiwen has faintly begun to touch the transformation level. As for other things, the Shaolin Temple is still the same as before. Time passes slowly except for the addition of a few more experts. There is almost no difference from 20 years ago. It is worth mentioning that the Shaolin Temple has begun to recruit disciples of the Ming generation. The Ming generation is the generation after the Xian generation. Su Qin, as a disciple of the Zhen generation, is already among the ranks of the ancestors. What do you know about the War God Temple? Su Qin glanced at the peak of Kunlun Mountain and asked casually. War God Temple? Jianghu shook his head and said truthfully, Venerable, I didn't come to Kunlun Mountain this time for the War God Temple. The appearance of the War God Temple will inevitably shock the world. At that time, who knows how many hidden old monsters will appear. If they want to enter the War God Temple and obtain the great opportunities in the temple, they must at least be a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster who has transformed once. Although Jianghu's potential was limitless, he was still too young. Even though he was terrifyingly talented, he was still lacking compared to those old monsters who had lived for 170 or even 190 years and were nearing the end of their lifespans. Sir, I have some understanding of the War God Temple. At this time, the evil emperor, who was standing respectfully next to him, cautiously said. Su Qin looked at the evil emperor and said lightly. In any case, the War God Temple has been passed down since the origin Qi Tide era. It cannot be underestimated. Although Su Qin is very confident in himself, he is not too arrogant. He still wants to know more about the War God Temple. Sir, as far as I know, there are living creatures in the War God Temple. The evil emperor hesitated for a while and said quickly. Continue. Su Qin's expression remained unchanged. You mean there are living creatures in the War God Temple? Jianghu was taken aback and couldn't believe it. The War God Temple only opens once every 1,000 years. With such a long time span, even a legend or venerable arhat would have died of old age long ago. How could there be living creatures? Thousands of years ago, an ancestor of the evil path entered the War God Temple and came out alive. He left records that there is a creature called the Demon Dragon in the War God Temple. The evil emperor felt Su Qin's gaze and immediately told him everything he knew without hesitation. Demon Dragon? Jianghu's pupils shrank. Since ancient times, dragons have always been creatures in myths and legends. They can move clouds and summon rain, symbolizing power. Since the Demon Dragon in the War God Temple has the word dragon in its name, it is obviously beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists. That's right. The evil emperor nodded solemnly. The Demon Dragon is guarding the War God Temple. If you want to obtain the real great opportunity in the War God Temple, you must obtain the Demon Dragon's approval. The evil emperor's face showed a hint of bitterness. According to the records of the evil path's ancestor, the Demon Dragon in the War God Temple is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it has surpassed ordinary legends. The evil emperor carefully peeked at Su Qin. Chapter 237. Obtain the approval of the Demon Dragon? Su Qin was slightly taken aback. In the memories of his previous life, he did know that the War God Temple was guarded by a demon dragon, but he didn't know the specific strength of this demon dragon and whether it really had the bloodline of a true dragon. Now that he heard the evil emperor's words, Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. That's right. Seeing that Su Qin was interested, the evil emperor quickly said, It is said that the demon dragon has existed since the War God Temple first appeared 8,000 years ago. Some people even suspect that it has lived for far longer than 8,000 years. Usually this demon dragon is asleep. Even if the War God Temple opens, as long as no one provokes it, it will be fine. The evil emperor thought hard and told everything he knew. However, if you want to enter the depths of the War God Temple, you will have to face this demon dragon. But according to the words left by the evil path's ancestral master thousands of years ago, in front of this demon dragon, a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is as weak as a speck of dust. The ancestral master suspects that the strength of this demon dragon has probably surpassed the strength of an ordinary legend and is at the peak of the legend realm. When the evil emperor said this, his eyes flashed slightly and he continued, "My lord, although the demon dragon is powerful, it is not impossible to deal with. With my lord's strength, you can at least contend with the demon dragon. As long as my lord enters the war god temple, the great opportunities in the war god temple will definitely belong to my lord." While the evil emperor said this, one thought after another flashed through his mind. This person's strength is terrifying, but at least he can delay the demon dragon. In this way, I can take the opportunity to sneak into the depths of the war god temple. The evil emperor thought to himself, a trace of heat appearing in the depths of his eyes. Since the birth of the war god temple 8,000 years ago, no one has ever stepped into the depths of the war god temple. All those who had this thought were shrouded by the aura of the demon dragon and turned to dust. Is that so? Su Qin stroked his chin as he pondered. Originally, Su Qin thought that the demonic dragon in the war god temple was in existence at the level of an earth immortal. One had to know that even if the demonic dragon only had a trace of the true dragon's bloodline, it was still the bloodline of a divine beast. Its potential was limitless. It might even have a true dragon's divine ability that could destroy the world. However, according to the evil emperor, the demonic dragon was only at the peak of the mythical level. Of course, it was also possible that the evil ancestral master from thousands of years ago had guessed wrongly. However, according to the information from the Lao Dao from the Dao-Yi sect, as early as the previous Vitality Tide era, several Earth Immortals had once joined forces and wanted to enter the War God Temple. In the end, they escaped with their heads and faces covered in dust. If the demonic dragon was really at the level of an Earth Immortal, with the blessing of the divine beast's bloodline in its body, it might be able to crush ordinary Earth Immortals. Those Earth Immortals who wanted to force their way into the War God Temple, even if they managed to escape, would have to pay a huge price instead of just having their heads and faces covered in dust. However, maybe this demonic dragon is really an Earth Immortal or even an Earth Immortal. However, it has lived for too long, its chi and blood have declined, and its strength has decreased greatly. It can't even hold back a few Earth Immortals? Su Qin thought silently in his heart. According to the information that Su Qin knew, the War God Temple had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. It had been passed down since the recovery of the Vitality Tide 2 years ago. The demonic dragon had probably lived for tens of thousands of years. After such a long time, even if the demonic dragon had a trace of the divine beast's bloodline in its body, it would not be able to withstand it. Its chi and blood would inevitably decline, and its strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, even if Su Qin was weaker than the demonic dragon in terms of realm, his chi and blood were vigorous, he had many tricks up his sleeves, and he had countless trump cards to protect himself. Naturally, he was not afraid of the demonic dragon. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Qin had now mastered the Great Sun diagram. Although he was far from being able to transform into a three-legged golden crow, the demonic dragon was not a pure-blooded true dragon either. The two of them were about the same. In fact, the divine beast's aura on Su Qin's body was far superior to that of the demonic dragon. All right. Since you've already told me everything you know, you can die now. Su Qin glanced at the evil emperor and said lightly. With Su Qin's strength, although he could not see through other people's thoughts, he knew clearly whether the evil emperor had good intentions or bad intentions. The demonic emperor had purposely allowed Su Qin to deal with the demonic dragon while he himself reaped the benefits. How could he possibly hide this from him? What? The evil emperor felt a chill in his heart. Just as he was about to burn his chi and blood to escape, he found that the void around him had condensed into a prison. No. My lord, please spare my life. Just as the evil emperor was about to beg for mercy, his entire body was shattered by a terrifying force. Even his divine sense could not escape and was turned into ashes. Jianghu watched from the side and had no intention of stopping it. The evil emperor was a great demon who had wreaked havoc in the world. 70 years ago, who knew how many lives he had slaughtered? Now that he had fallen, it was entirely his fault. All right. Let's go to the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Su Qin said casually and walked directly to the peak of Kunlun Mountain. When Li Wan saw this scene, she hurriedly caught up. Although she didn't look very old, only in her teens, she was a middle-realm martial artist. As she circulated her internal strength, she wouldn't fall down from exhaustion. Venerable One. The demonic dragon in the War God Temple. Jianghu's face changed slightly. Although he had never entered the War God Shrine before, The evil emperor had still said some valuable information just now. For example, there was a demonic dragon with unfathomable strength in the war god shrine, and it was not safe. It was unknown how many people had fallen to that demonic dragon. Jianghu was not worried that the demonic dragon could kill Su Qin. However, if the demonic dragon delayed Su Qin until the war god temple closed, wouldn't it keep Su Qin in the war god temple forever? Don't worry. Su Qin seemed to see Jianghu's worry and said without turning his head, "A beast can't keep me here." Although Su Qin's tone was flat, it faintly revealed strong confidence. Although the demonic dragon was strong, Su Qin was not weak either. He had countless cards in his hand. If the demonic dragon was smart and hid in the corner, Su Qin would not bother with it. However, if it took the initiative to come out and die, Su Qin did not mind killing it. So, they rushed to Kunlun Mountain. However, as they got closer and closer to the peak, the air began to faintly fill with an inexplicable pressure. This pressure was everywhere, filling every inch of the air. Jianghu was fine. After all, he was a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Coupled with the calming effect of Buddhist inner force, he was not affected too much. However, Li Wan could not bear it. Her little face was pale and she felt that the inner force circulating in her body was almost stagnant under this pressure. "Third uncle, I can't take it anymore." Li Wan walked slower and slower. Even speaking became extremely difficult. "Hold the piece of wood with the sword mark I gave you." Su Qin glanced at Li Wan and said, "Yes." Hearing this, Li Wan immediately took out the piece of wood and held it tightly in her hand. Suddenly, a slight warmth spread. Li Wan only felt that the omnipresent pressure suddenly disappeared. "Third uncle, what's going on?" Li Wan breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously. Jianghu's ears perked up when he heard this. He was also curious as to what was going on with this pressure that filled the air. He had been to Kunlun Mountain before and did not notice such abnormalities. The war god temple is about to be born. It will break through space and create spatial ripples, causing a great change in the world. "That's why you feel uncomfortable?" Su Qin raised his head and looked at the peak of Kunlun Mountain with a deep gaze. His perspective was different from others. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth and the Celestial Seer technique, the peak of Kunlun Mountain at this moment was like the surface of the water with countless ripples in Su Qin's eyes. "Looks like the war god temple is really related to the ultimate powerhouses." Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated slightly as he thought quickly. The Lao Dao priest of the Dao One sect said that in the previous Vitality Tide recovery era, some powerhouses guessed that the war god temple was the work of an ultimate powerhouse. Now that Su Qin personally saw the scene of the war god temple being born, he immediately felt that the Lao Dao priest's words were somewhat credible. Although Su Qin was not an Earth Immortal, he had a rough understanding of the methods of peak Earth Immortals like True Lord Donghai on Immortal Abode Island. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to do this. Time slowly passed. An hour later, Su Qin and the others gradually arrived at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, the pressure in the air was getting greater and greater, resulting in almost no martial artists. Most of the martial artists who came to Kunlun Mountain stayed at the foot of the mountain and waited for the war god temple to be completely born before rushing to the peak. Of course, this was just the majority. There were still many martial artists hiding on the mountainside. These martial artists had profound auras. They were at least peak grade 1 great grandmasters who had transformed once. Seeing this, Jianghu's heart jumped. If it weren't for Su Qin next to him, Jianghu would have turned around and left long ago. Although the war god temple is good, the premise is that you can survive. It has begun to suppress my divine sense. Su Qin secretly thought. With his current huge divine sense, once released it can cover at least hundreds of miles, but now it was suppressed by 1/10,000. At this moment, they finally arrived at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. This is. Li Wan's eyes widened, full of shock. At this time, the peak of Kunlun Mountain was full of space ripples. The space on the entire mountain was constantly shaking, and an incomparably terrifying aura filled the air. Just looking at it made people feel like they were facing an abyss. "It's too scary," Jianghu's body trembled. He was just wondering why those peak grade 1 great grandmasters only hid on the mountainside instead of occupying the peak. Now it seems that it's not that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. In such an environment full of space ripples, even a peak grade 1 great grandmaster would be afraid. It will probably be born in one day. Su Qin's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he estimated the time when the war god temple would be born. Ordinary martial artists may be frightened by these space ripples, But Su Qin has already seen through everything with eyes of truth, and heavens gazing at aura. Although the space ripples are terrifying, they are firmly locked on the peak of the mountain. As long as one doesn't take the initiative to approach, there will be no danger. Although the War God Temple has not been born and I can't sign in, this place is the peak of Kunlun Mountain. It has a long history. Will there be a Dao accumulation for me to sign in? Su Qin thought about it and his eyes lit up. Kunlun Mountain is known as the ancestor of all mountains and the home of all gods. It is rumored that the Queen Mother of the West lives in Kunlun Mountain. Although Su Qin didn't find any traces of Kunlun Mountain being covered by a great array on the way up the mountain, since Kunlun Mountain has so many legends, it will definitely not be so simple. Maybe it is like Ingzhou Island, it is the immortal's cave of a powerhouse. Thinking of this, Su Qin took a step forward and said in his heart, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained immortal fruit, immortal peach. Chapter 238. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the immortal fruit, immortal peach. A mechanical and cold voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Immortal peach? Immortal fruit? Su Qin's pupils constricted slightly. Even though Su Qin had vaguely sensed that there was a Taoist connotation at the top of Kunlun Mountain, he didn't expect to receive such a legendary immortal fruit. Legend has it that the immortal peach grows in the Immortal Peach Garden, which is managed by the Queen Mother of the West. Kunlun Mountain is where the Queen Mother of the West lives, so it makes sense that I received an immortal peach. In a flash, Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly. He quickly merged his mind into the system space and found a fist-sized spirit fruit in a corner. This spirit fruit was red in color, and it was emitting wisps of an indescribable aura. This is the immortal peach? The immortal peach that is known as the longevity fruit? Su Qin was amazed. According to the system's prompt just now, as long as Su Qin swallowed this immortal peach, he would be able to extend his life by 1,000 years without any side effects. What does it mean to extend one's life by 1,000 years? Generally speaking, only Earth immortals had a lifespan of 1,000 years. How rare was an Earth immortal? Even during the peak of the last Vitality Tide recovery, 1 in a billion was still rare. Besides, although Earth immortals were known to have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, in fact, they spent most of their time in seclusion and didn't have much time to enjoy themselves. And now, a single peach of immortality was comparable to the lifetime Tao fruit of an Earth immortal. Even at the peak of the recovery of the last essential Qi tide, this was something that had never happened before. If this news was spread out, it would inevitably cause a fight among the strongest. Immortal peach. Su Qin touched his chin and was puzzled. According to what he knew, the real immortal peach was definitely not as simple as extending one's lifespan by 1,000 years. It was to become an immortal immediately and become immortal. Some of the best immortal peaches could even live as long as heaven and earth once consumed. However, Su Qin thought about it from another perspective. Maybe the immortality peach he obtained from signing in wasn't a real ripe immortality peach. Naturally, it wouldn't have the same effect as a real immortality peach. Moreover, Su Qin was already very satisfied with the fact that this peach of immortality could extend his lifespan by 1,000 years. He already had 1,000-year-old Shouyuan. Once he consumed this peach of immortality, his Shouyuan would be boosted to 2,000 years. For 2,000 years, Su Qin would be alive, which was enough to kill 2 generations of Earth immortals. Even if I didn't get any treasures from signing in at the War God Temple, this trip to Kunlun Mountain was worth it. Su Qin nodded slightly and looked at the center of the mountain peak, thinking silently. In the following time, Su Qin sat there and quietly waited for the War God Hall to appear. As for Xin Ku and Li Wan, they stood behind Su Qin obediently. Although they couldn't be immortal like Su Qin who ate qi, but with the circulation of their internal energy, they could go without eating for several days or even dozens of days. As time passed, half a day later, the time of the War God Temple's appearance was getting closer and closer. And at this time, more and more powerhouses came to the top of the mountain, occupying one side and being wary of each other. These powerhouses were at least peak grade 1 great grandmasters, and many of them had even transformed more than once. At this moment, they gathered here, wanting to take advantage of the great opportunity of the War God Temple's appearance to advance further and continue to live freely in the world for another 500 years. This time, according to the previous records, only 20 people can enter the War God Temple. Are you sure you want to compete with me? A dark-skinned man with a dense aura glanced at the others and said coldly. He was a peak grade 1 great grandmaster who had only transformed in recent years. In fact, most of the peak grade 1 present were basically the same as him. They all relied on the recovery of the vitality tide to advance further, complete the transformation, and become a peak grade 1. Hee hee. The War God Temple is a great opportunity that only appears once in 1,000 years, why should we give it to you? Another old man in simple clothes said faintly. He just stood there, exuding an aura that made the other peak grade 1 unwilling to approach him. Umph. The dark-skinned man who had just spoken coldly snorted and did not continue to speak. This old man in simple clothes was different from him. He was a peak grade 1 who had transformed twice decades ago. His strength was unfathomable. However, although the dark-skinned man no longer spoke, there was not much fear on his face. Although he believed that his strength was not as strong as the old man, with so many peak grade 1 gathered at the top of the mountain with the old man's strength, he would definitely be the focus of attention. When the War God Temple appears, he might be restrained by the other peak grade 1 and lose the opportunity to enter the War God Temple. Peak grade 1 was divided into 3 levels, 1 transformation, 2 transformations and 3 transformations. Although there is a gap between these 3 levels, it is not like a natural chasm. At least, if a few peak grade 1 who had transformed once joined forces, they might not be able to defeat a second transformation peak grade 1, but at least it would not be a problem for them to stall for a short period of time. A tall tree attracts the wind. The stronger the old man is, the more obstacles he will encounter when entering the War God Temple. But for someone like the dark-skinned man who has just entered peak grade 1, it will be much easier. This time, the appearance of the War God Temple has already shaken the world. Do you think that the legend of Jianghu and city will come? The third old woman with a walking stick slowly said. When these words came out, the complexions of all the peak grade 1 great grandmasters changed drastically. At their level, even if there is the influence of the recovery of the vitality tide, they are still extremely intelligent. They naturally realize that once the legend of Jianghu and city comes here, the situation on the field will probably be reversed. Even in the face of a third transformation grade 1 great perfection, these peak grade 1 great grandmasters have the confidence to deal with it. If one is not enough, then 10 will come together. But a legend, even if all the peak grade 1 great grandmasters on the field attack together, they would not be able to defeat a legend. The difference between the 9th grade and the 9th heavenly layer is like the difference between clouds and mud. I have already received news that not long ago, there were traces of a suspected legend under Kunlun Mountain. A peak grade 1 martial artist said slowly, I heard that the evil emperor who just came out of seclusion, called this existence Lord. This peak grade 1 martial artist did not get specific news. At that time, there were at least hundreds of martial artists gathered at the inn. Who knows how many rumors have spread? 70 years ago the evil emperor was about to touch the transformation grade. Now that he has been in seclusion for 70 years, even if he is not grade 1 great perfection, he is not far away, the dark-skinned man looked dignified. With the strength of the evil emperor, to be able to force him to call him Lord, only a legend can do that. So, if that legend wants to enter the War God Temple, who dares to stop him? A trace of ridicule appeared on the face of the peak grade 1 martial artist. The rest of the martial artists were silent when they heard this. They really don't dare to stop him. What kind of joke is this? Trying to stop a martial arts legend? Did he have a death wish? Even if a legend really comes here, what can he do? Every time the War God Temple appears, there are a total of 20 spots to enter. Even if a legend occupies 1 spot, there are still 19 spots left. The dark-skinned man sneered, You can't tell me that there are 20 legends here who all want to enter the War God Temple, right? The expressions of the peak grade 1 great grandmasters suddenly eased. Indeed, since ancient times, it is rare for 1 legend to appear in an era. As for 20 legends? It is simply nonsense. Even if the legends born in thousands of years are added up, there are less than 20. Enough. Don't talk nonsense. According to the records, the War God Temple is about to appear. The old woman with a cane said, This time, there are 20 spots to enter the War God Temple, and there are dozens of us here. The old woman with a cane glanced at the audience and suddenly made a sound of surprise. She looked at a corner near the center of the mountain peak. At this moment, there were 3 figures with their backs facing the peak grade 1 martial artists. It was Su Qin and the others. On the top of the mountain, spatial fluctuations filled the air. Even Su Qin's divine sense was suppressed by 1/10,000th. let alone a grade 9 martial artist who has not even entered the myth realm. Therefore, these peak grade 1 great grandmasters who had just arrived at the top of the mountain only discovered the existence of Su Qin and the others now. They are? The old woman with a cane frowned. Su Qin's back was completely facing them so they couldn't see his face clearly. Xian Ku of the Shaolin Temple? A peak grade 1 great grandmaster recognized Xian Ku, and dissatisfaction appeared on his face. In their view, Xian Ku was just a junior, not even a peak grade 1. What qualifications does he have to stand in front of them? It is indeed Xian Ku. The old woman with a cane frowned. Although the Shaolin Temple is a great sect and produced venerable Arhat 20 years ago, Xian Ku is just a grade 1 great perfection. What qualifications does he have to appear here? Junior, I will now teach you on behalf of Abbot Huiwen. In front of your elders you must know how to be respectful. The dark-skinned man was furious. Originally, the War God Temple only had 20 spots, which made him feel very pressured. Now that he saw Xian Ku, who was only grade 1, standing so close to the War God Temple, of course he was very dissatisfied. If other peak grade 1 great grandmasters snatched the spot to enter the War God Temple, although he would be unwilling, he would have no opinion. But if a junior like Xian Ku snatched the spot, it would be a humiliation for a peak grade 1 like the dark-skinned man. Thinking of this, the dark-skinned man took a step forward and rushed towards Xian Ku. At the same time he raised his right hand, ready to teach Xian Ku a lesson and throw him out of the Kunlun mountain peak. Behind Xian Ku stood the Shaolin Temple. He did not dare to kill him, but he had no qualms about throwing him out. When the other peak grade 1 great grandmasters saw this scene, they shook their heads slightly and no longer watched. Although the dark-skinned man has just transformed, he is still a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Dealing with a grade 1 like Xian Ku is simply too easy. Just as everyone was watching coldly from the sidelines. When the dark-skinned man rushed within 100 feet of Xian Ku, he seemed to feel something, and his face suddenly changed. The next moment. Chapter 239. Peak of Kunlun Mountain. The dark-skinned man's aura was terrifying, but when he got within 100 feet of Xian Ku, he quietly turned into powder. This is... The peak grade 1 great grandmasters who were watching the show froze on the spot, unable to believe it. Although the dark-skinned man has only just entered peak grade 1, he has already taken that step. His internal strength has transformed, and he can easily sweep away a group of grade 1 great grandmasters. Even if it is a grade 1 great perfection who has transformed 3 times, it is impossible to kill him in an instant. What the hell is going on? Many peak grade 1 great grandmasters looked at each other, their faces solemn. It is simply unbelievable that the dark-skinned man suddenly fell to such a state. Is it Xian Ku from the Shaolin Temple? The old woman with a walking stick calmed down and whispered. Xian Ku. The faces of the other peak grade 1 great grandmasters changed slightly. The old woman's suspicion is not unreasonable. The dark-skinned man was about to attack Xian Ku. If there is no connection between the two, who would believe it? Xian Ku does not have this strength. The old man in simple clothes shook his head. Although divine thoughts were suppressed in this place, with their eyesight, they could see that Xian Ku had not undergone any transformation. At most he was only at the peak of grade 1. Not to mention killing the dark-skinned man, even blocking him would be extremely difficult. It is not Xian Ku. The old woman with a walking stick turned her eyes slightly and fell on the backs of Li Wan and Su Qin. Li Wan's aura is weaker than Xian Ku's. As for Su Qin, at this moment Su Qin's back was facing everyone. Even the old woman could only see Su Qin's back. However, what made the old woman surprised was that Su Qin gave her a very strange feeling, as if he was an ordinary person. But can an ordinary person stand on the top of Kunlun Mountain? She is afraid that he would be crushed by the omnipresent pressure. Xian Ku, Shaolin Temple. The expressions of a small number of grade 1 great grandmasters changed slightly, as if they had thought of something, and their pupils shrank. At this moment, Xian Ku heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, when the dark-skinned man charged at him, the aura of a peak grade 1 had given him a lot of pressure. If not for Su Qin beside him, Xian Ku would have turned around and fled. Although Xian Ku was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple and had read all the Buddhist scriptures in the temple since he was a child, he was not a fool. He would not act rashly when he knew that he could not win. Thank you for your help, Venerable One. Xian Ku bowed deeply to Su Qin. The dark-skinned man was a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. At this moment he turned into powder for no reason. Only Su Qin, a venerable arhat, can do this. However, what Jianghu did not know was that his actions had set off stormy waves in the hearts of many peak grade 1 great grandmasters. Venerable? All the peak grade 1 great grandmasters trembled and almost knelt down on the spot. They did not expect that the venerable arhat, who was said to have left the Shaolin temple and crossed the sea, was standing in front of them. I should have thought that Jianghu is only grade 1, yet he dares to come here. He must have something to rely on, and the biggest reliance of the Shaolin temple is the venerable. The old woman with the cane smiled bitterly and quickly took a step forward until she was 100 feet away from Su Qin. Just when Jianghu thought that the old woman was going to take action and avenge the dark-skinned man, the old woman with the cane bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, venerable one." When the rest of the peak grade 1 saw this scene, they suddenly woke up from a dream. They secretly cursed the old woman for being a bootlicker. They quickly walked to the old woman's side and respectfully said, "Greetings, venerable one." One by one, the peak grade 1 great grandmasters on the field stepped forward and saluted respectfully, as if they had seen a god. More than 20 years ago, Arhat walked out of the Shaolin temple and it has long been spread all over the world. Many of the peak grade 1 great grandmasters on the field have already heard of it. Now that they have met Arhat himself, how could they dare not show respect? Third uncle. Li Wan blinked her big eyes. Of course, she knows that Su Qin is very strong, but at this moment, the respectful attitude of these people made her a little overwhelmed. The peak of Kunlun Mountain is only enough for me to sign in once. Su Qin ignored the many peak grade 1 great grandmasters who bowed and saluted him and sighed in his heart. Yesterday he signed in for the first time at the peak of Kunlun Mountain and got a peach of immortality. He thought that he could continue to sign in here. If he can get dozens of peaches of immortality in a row and eat them consecutively, wouldn't he make a lot of money? But unfortunately, a day later, when today's sign-in opportunity refreshed, Su Qin found that he could no longer sign in at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Could it be that the Kunlun Mountain here is not the Kunlun Mountain in the legends? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. If it is really the ancestor of all mountains in the legends, the home of the gods, how can Su Qin sign in once exhaust its Tao accumulation? A peach of immortality that can prolong one's life is precious, but it is not comparable to divine arts such as Buddha's palm and 12 divine beasts diagram. Even an overseas island like Yingzhou Island can let Su Qin sign in dozens of times, let alone Kunlun Mountain. The world's essence chi tide is recovering, the sky is getting higher and the earth is getting wider. This continent is expanding every moment. Maybe when the world's essence chi tide enters its peak, the real Kunlun Mountain will be revealed. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. In fact, in the past few years as the recovery of the world's essence chi tide has become more and more intense, many places have shown extraordinary aspects. Su Qin sat in Chang and city and felt the world, faintly aware that something was being nurtured in several places. And just as Su Qin was thinking, many bowing peak grade 1 great grandmasters saw that Su Qin did not speak. Of course, they did not dare to get up. They all maintained their bowing posture with a respectful look. After a while, after Su Qin confirmed that sign-in at Kunlun Mountain is not possible, he slowly moved his gaze to the dozens of peak grade 1 great grandmasters. Seeing Su Qin looking at them, the peak grade 1 great grandmasters, led by the old woman with a walking stick, were shocked and said loudly again, "Greetings, venerable. You all get up." Su Qin's eyes were calm and he said lightly. With Su Qin's divine sense perception, he naturally discovered this group of peak grade 1 great grandmasters long ago, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. These peak grade 1 great grandmasters can dominate the world, but in Su Qin's eyes they are not much stronger than ants. Of course he will not care too much about them. The War God Temple belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Su Qin looked at the peak grade 1 great grandmasters and said. Everyone he looked at, whether it was a peak grade 1 who has transformed once or a grade 1 great perfection who has transformed thrice, they all bowed their heads and said again and again, "No objection, no objection." According to the rules of the War God Temple in the past, 20 people are allowed to enter, but at this moment, Su Qin wants to occupy 20 spots by himself. It is simply overbearing. However, even so, no one dared to say the word, no. Even the old woman with the walking stick stood respectfully at her original spot. Everyone knew very well in their hearts that as long as they show any other thoughts, the dark-skinned man who was turned into powder would be a lesson to them. But among the many peak Grade 1 great grandmasters, there were still a few who felt a trace of unwillingness in their hearts. They were about to be exhausted by Shoyuan, and they were counting on the appearance of the War God Temple to let them go further. Now that their hope was cut off by Su Qin, how could they be willing? However, even if these people had resentment in their hearts, they did not dare to show it. Instead, they lowered their heads deeply. The War God Temple is rare, and only the Venerable, who stands at the peak of the world, is qualified to enter. The old woman with a walking stick was about to speak. Suddenly, at this moment, rumble. A terrifying fluctuation slowly spread, and an incomparably magnificent picture slowly unfolded from the top of Kunlun Mountain. That is, the complexion of a peak Grade 1 great grandmaster changed. He couldn't believe it. On the top of Kunlun Mountain, a majestic and vast palace slowly emerged, as if it had turned from illusion to reality. The interior of the palace was vast and boundless, and the top of the palace was engraved with stars. In every corner of the palace, there were countless strange flowers and grasses. War God Temple. The War God Temple has appeared. When the peak Grade 1 great grandmasters saw this scene, they only felt inexplicable shock in their hearts. They had long known the way the War God Temple appeared from their respective ancient books, but the ancient books only recorded the words manifesting from the void, which was extremely abstract. How could it be as shocking as seeing it in front of everyone's eyes at this moment? This scene, which seemed to come from another world, simply crushed the perception of many martial artists on the scene over and over again. In the eyes of most martial artists, even if a Grade 1 great perfection like Venerable Arhat can fight against 1,000,000 people, there is still a gap between him and the immortal gods and myths and legends. But at this time, when they saw the majestic and magnificent War God Temple, a thought suddenly emerged in the minds of many martial artists. Perhaps the so-called immortal gods are just powerful martial artists? Legend has it that there is a great secret hidden in the depths of the War God Temple. Unfortunately, with the protection of the demonic dragon, no one has been able to find out for thousands of years. The old woman with the walking stick calmed down and suppressed the trace of greed in her heart. Although the War God Temple was good, it was not something she could touch. Now that Su Qin had announced the ownership of the War God Temple, if these peak grade great grandmasters still had thoughts about the War God Temple, it could only be said that they did not know what was good for them. Perhaps when the War God Temple opens this time, the Venerable One can go to the depths of the War God Temple. The old woman with the walking stick suddenly thought of something and carefully stole a glance at Su Qin. Although she had now given up on the idea of entering the War God Temple, she still had great curiosity about the War God Temple. For thousands of years, all the martial artists who entered the War God Temple basically circled around the periphery. No one could pass the demonic dragon and enter the depths of the War God Temple. But, with the demonic dragon's protection, the Venerable One. Thoughts appeared in the old woman's mind one after another. Just as everyone's attention was attracted by the War God Temple, a trace of surprise flashed across Su Qin's face. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.